Hey everybody, welcome. I'm gonna make a game in about a month. Yeah, I really am excited about the Bloons Tower Defense game-like jam challenge that Hyper Game Dev is doing right now. It's the second game-like jam. The first one was Frogger, and our challenge is in 1 month to make a game based on this theme game. The idea is that you have the scope already figured out for you, so you don't have to worry about what's my game gonna be? What is the loop? What mechanics do I need? You don't have to think about that because it's already made. These were the awesome winning entries to last month's jam. There were so many awesome submissions. Oh my gosh, like I loved playing all of these. I played them, I managed to play them all on stream. Depending on how many we get in the next one, I'll play as many as I can. So yeah, get involved because it is ranked, which is kind of nerve-wracking, but also kind of exciting, right? Because we're gonna find like the best Frogger-like we did before. We're gonna find the best Bloons-like. Bloons Tower Defense is the game that we are doing this time around. It is embedded on the page, although the embed seems not to be working. I have a theory that we did too many calls and they shut it down. Maybe they can't afford to actually have the that many API calls go through. It's just a guess that I have because it worked fine, and then as the jam rolled on, it stopped working. So you can click this link up here and it'll pull up the game and you can play it there. So yeah, it's a really, really nice old game from 2007, and it is a tower defense game. Now you might be familiar with Bloons because Bloons has been a very successful series beyond this original game, which is pretty cool. But this one is nice because it's very simple. It's very straightforward. You've got only a few different towers that don't have a lot of complexity to them, really. So you place down these towers, you start the round, and these balloons pop out. There they are. And you pop them as the monkey or whatever else you've got set up here. And it just has, I think, 50 rounds. You've got 40 hit points, and then you've got this money up here that you earn to use to buy more towers. So yeah, it's actually a really fun, addictive game. I find myself getting sucked into it when I'm just researching. So yeah, it's quite nice. So we're gonna remake it. We've got so many awesome games that people are already working on. If you do want to share your progress, I'd be happy to show it off on stream a little more intentionally, but I'll just briefly show you on the Discord. People are sharing what they're up to, and if you guys want to go on there and share, you are more than welcome to. There's so many. I was a little afraid when I first put this announced that this was the game. I was like, is this too hard? Is this gonna be intimidating? But you know what? Y'all are making it happen. We've got just on the Discord alone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 just shared on the Discord, right? So not even counting ones that people are just working on outside of that. And it's just super cool to see what y'all are coming up. You can see a little animation there, right? People got the balloons coming out, all kinds of good stuff. So really, really excited to see what y'all are working on. So last Saturday, I set up a sort of plan, not a roadmap, but what would I call it? A mind map, I suppose, of Bloons Tower Defense, or at least some of the things that I saw as most important to focus on for today when I'm actually going to start properly building it. So what the different controls do. We got grass, path, right? So the grass you can build towers on, the path you cannot, the balloons spawn from the path, just all kinds of stuff like that. It looks like blood spawn. Just what the balloons do, how they behave, things like that. They have a remove/freeze state that triggers when popped or reaching the end damage area. I love that. So these are the kind of things I want to focus on today, is starting to lay the foundation for my Bloons-like, so it can have, hopefully, everything it needs before I get right to the end of designing it. that's it. So yeah, the rest of the stream is gonna be like, it's gonna be like 8 to 10 hours of me just coding and building. I'm using Godot as my chosen game engine. I haven't actually even made the project yet. I am in Godot 4.4, so I'm excited to do that. Yeah. If you are new around here and you haven't subscribed to the channel, I do hope you'll consider doing that. It means a lot. Hit that subscribe button. You're gonna find out about the stuff we do. We do a lot of stuff on this channel, so you'll get more likely to be notified. YouTube doesn't always do the notifications, but hopefully if you're subscribed, you have a better chance at it. So thanks if you're willing to do that. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet. Go ahead and press it. It's so great. Okay. All right. Let's get into it. Yeah, Godot 4.4 is great. Welcome, Andres. Welcome, Nickba. Nickba is a member. I feel like, so I do want to try doing member songs again, but let me just get like my footing and then we'll sing Nickba a song. All right. Now, I need to create a brand new project from scratch. So let's call this, so I forgot to tell you, I actually kind of planned out my game on Monday. So I want to tell you, I planned out like visually, conceptually, how it's going to be. And it's pretty wild. So I wanted to find something to replace the balloons with. I didn't want it to just be balloons. I wanted it to be something else. And I originally was thinking like merge fruit, you know, like those merge fruit games where you like drop the fruit down and then if it's a blueberry and two blueberries touch, they become like an apple or something like that. I kind of wanted something that just had that, I don't know, just something like intuitive, something food related. So I'm going with candy actually. And we've got brownies. I don't know if gummy bears are what I'm actually gonna do. Enemy babies, not enemy babies. Kind of, sort of. Actually, the baby is you. Baby is you. Kind of. Gummy bears, candy bars. So on this, so this is like supposed to be a wood table. I did the best I could. Basically what this is a bunch of like, you know, free stock images that I just use to sort of mood board arrange everything into what I want the game to be like. And so for my path, it's going to be tables. It will have legs. It's going to be a table that's like just happens to be super long and windy. And then a baby at the end of that table who is hungry. Welcome, Fawn. Good to see you. I don't know, it's a little upsetting, but I wanted to indicate that something about its mouth, like that it's eating stuff. So it's like these sweets, this candy is going into the baby, and you, perhaps the parent, are tasked with buying toys, and these toys will attack the candy. So a little army soldier, a little toy soldier, right? Put that down, it's gonna shoot little pellets out at the toys. And then in, what you call it, balloons, you've got these like tech towers here, right? So this one, and it shoots out multi-directional tacks or darts. And so what I want is a spinning top. So it'll be just like spinning and like sparks will fly off and that'll attack stuff. I got a snow globe for the ice tower. A bunch of rockets that shoot out for the bomb tower, and then for the supersonic tower, the super fast like darts, it's gonna be like a water gun that just shoots really fast. So those are gonna be the towers that you buy, and other than that, it's gonna be very similar. Instead of money, you get brownie points, and then you have life. That makes sense. And then this is for the waves, each wave. So yeah, I pretty much got it sketched out. Something that I really want to figure out is like my color palette, because I didn't really plan this color palette very well. I just used the images that I found, and they just kind of happened to have like sort of like a pastel-y vibe. So I'm not sure exactly what I want to do with that. But yeah, so I've got pretty much exactly the same thing set up. I removed some stuff, like some of the description here, for the upgrades, but for the most part, it's basically identical. All right, so that's important context. And then besides that, I want to start my Godot project. So what do I want to name it? Right. Do I want to call it Toys versus Candy? There's something, I mean, it's giving very Plants versus Zombies, but maybe it's a good, at least like working name until I come up with a better title. All right, Toys versus Candy. I do want to use GitHub, so let's go ahead and set that up. I am going to make it in compatibility mode. I just find it's nice. I mean, it's ideal for web builds, but also just in general, I like it because I know it's going to be compatible with a lot of different low-end systems and stuff like that. Yeah, I could rename it later. So I want to make sure I have my GitHub repo set up properly. So I just named that Toys versus Candy. I just need to double, triple check that I have the name figured out correctly so I can set up my GitHub. Let's see. Toys versus Candy. Okay, so that's the name of the folder. I'm just going to put it on my clipboard there. And so here's how I'm going to do this. I use GitHub Desktop, and I'm just going to go to new repository, and for the repository name, I'm going to call it exactly the same thing that that folder is called, that I just named the game. And then here, it's going to find it at that same folder. And that's pretty much all I need to do. Sure, it can have a README, why not? All right, create the repository. So now I'll be pretty much good to go. We just have to publish it. And it should come with all of the files that are already in there. So we can test that in a second. You don't have to make it private. Game made in 1 month for a jam. Game based on Bloons TD made in 1 month for a jam. All right, done. Publish it. I named it GLJ002 first, and then changed the name to my game's name later on. Yeah. I mean, that's smart, you know, not to agonize too much about that. Sometimes the game's name, like, reveals itself through the process of development as well. All right, so let's make sure that that is working. I'm going to just make a change. Let's create a 3D scene and save it. And we will call this main scene. Okay, so hopefully that appears, and it did. So we're good to go. Create main scene. Done. All right, we are all backed up and ready to go. Now, I want to be smart about this. I do. And I want to plan out like exactly what the sort of 2D 3D relationship is going to be, because one of my like mood board influences is actually the modern Bloons games, because I really like the art in it and the way that they balance 2D and 3D. And I like the cartoony, I like the bright colors. There's so much I like about it. It has so many good things, and I want to sort of emulate that style. And not emulate, I'm not going to get close, all right? I'm only so good at these kinds of things, but I want to learn to at least approximate it to some extent. So I'm going to try my best. Welcome, Mystic Fragments. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. I've been playing a lot of Skyrim lately, and something about your name is just giving Skyrim. All right, so yeah, so you have like these monkeys, the towers are definitely three-dimensional. And then there are these balloons, which are looking quite two-dimensional to me. The ground, very two-dimensional. There are these like trees that are three-dimensional. I don't know that I care too much about that. I guess my game's taking place in like a kitchen or like a dining room or something. So maybe we could have that kind of stuff around. So what I'm kind of thinking, you love Skyrim, currently playing Avowed? Man, I was like, do I want Avowed? I don't know. Maybe I might. What do you think? For someone who loves Skyrim, is Avowed gonna scratch that itch? I was really thinking about it. But like, it's a lot of money. Getting Skyrim. I mean, I have my game file from forever ago. You know, I bought it a long time ago. And I got free mods coming out all the time. But Avowed, it's like, you better be ready to sink some cash. I love that. I love that. Like your name, like somehow just like flags Skyrim fan. Uh, So, I guess I want like the background to be like 2D. Now, I don't want my path to be 2D because I want like that table, right? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a spreadsheet. I love making the spreadsheets. I have a couple on the Jam page set up, so that way if you want to see like some of the data that I've gotten together, if that was as helpful to you, you can. By the way, here's a link in the chat if you guys want to join up on the Jam. Check out the Jam page. So, yes. Go ahead, take your time, Internet. Avowed isn't as ambitious in terms of NPCs in the world, right? But the combat is more fun, and the exploration is super gratifying. I love that. So I also really like Fallout games and stuff, and I played Outer Worlds, which felt like Fallout in space, and I loved Outer Worlds. So that was also by Obsidian. Obsidian made Avowed, and that honestly sounds like exactly how I feel about Fallout compared to Outer Worlds. Skyrim apparently compared to Avowed. I feel yeah, that sounds about right. Noted. Thank you. That's very helpful. All right, so I put up some spreadsheets. This spreadsheet has like all of the number of balloons that come out, and I do want to stick to this. So in round 1, there's 12 red balloons. By round 30, there's 250 green balloons. In round 31, 10 blue, 55 green, 27 black. I really like this because I am not interested in sort of like iterating on like how many targets spawn, what the towers do. I don't want to work on like balancing the game. I don't want to think about that. So I'm just going to literally plug in exactly the same numbers that Bloons has into mine. I also have this one for damage effects. That is to say the red balloon, how much damage it does, what it breaks down into, the speed. The black balloon, for example, breaks down into 2 yellow. It does 9 damage or gets you 9 money. In my game, brownie points, the speed, and all that kind of good stuff. Same thing here. Man, Outer Worlds was great. I loved Outer Worlds. I'm so pumped for Outer Worlds too. So I'm going to make a new spreadsheet as well, because I find this really helpful. And I'm going to make this before I get started, because to me, this is one of my most important decisions, is laying the groundwork for what's going to be 2D and what's going to be 3D. I think that is something I want to focus on. So let me actually add that as like a proper task up here. We're going to say... deciding what assets are 2D versus 3D. Okay. 2 and a 3 is in like a different font. That's all right. Okay. So let's make this a little bigger because it helps me see. Always nice. And then I'm going to say up here, we've got, I guess I'm going to want to say the asset and 2D, or we could even just say like, I guess I'd rather do it in columns, 2D, 3D. And so the way I'm going to represent this, I'm thinking some kind of nested like viewports of some kind would be nice. Something like that. Format view. Okay, freeze this row. So if we have the path / tables is what mine is. It's like one, it's going to be one long table. I'm going to say that that is definitely 3D. Then we have the targets, which are going to be candy. Oh, yeah, candy. I always thought candy was the towers. No, toys are the towers. Those are going to be 2D. I'm thinking, wouldn't they all just be 2D or 3D? I want one, well, yes. So what I would do is I would have like a sub viewport, right? So Oh gosh, I'm gonna draw a 3D thing. So let's say there is a brownie. Whoa. Let's say there is a brownie. Okay. And this is just a 2D asset. It is, it looks very 3D, so maybe I should just draw it like it's 2D. So I have this, it's a 2D asset, and then, you know, we can say the table is a 3D asset, right? 3D, look how three-dimensional that looks. Wow, such 3D. Okay, so I would want the brownie to be, like a viewport. So I'm going to contain it in a viewport. Let's make that, doop, and call that a viewport. Now this would be, the brownie would be a 2D asset. It would be a 2D asset. But the viewport would be putting it in a 3D world. So like the whole game will be three-dimensional, right? The whole game is 3D. But the 2D assets, I'm thinking, will be represented in the 3D world via viewports or sub-viewports. And what that'll let me do is, and I could, I don't even know if I will do a viewport. Another way, and I'm not sure yet, another way I could do it is I could have it just be a texture on a 3D mesh, right? That could be another thing. So it could be like a plane, maybe a box, probably a plane, and then it's just like a texture on the front. So in some, when I'm differentiating, it's a good point. When I'm differentiating between 2D and 3D, I mean more like the asset that I'm making. I actually do kind of want to make the 2D assets in 3D and then like export it as a 2D image and then bring it into the game, and so it'll be kind of like flat. So it'll almost, think of it like Paper Mario or something, right? It'll be like sort of a papery looking thing in still a 3D kind of environment. But then some things will actually look truly 3D, like the toys. So there's going to be like a toy soldier, right? So this would be like straight up, but that's a toy soldier, just trust me. That would be like a 2D model or whatever. It's a soldier. Yeah. Just to provide that like textual contrast. The floor on the ground, whatever that's gonna be like, you know, I would want that to be 2D, like maybe like a flat 2D kind of, again, just maybe just like this, like it'd be like a plane with a texture on it. So in that sense, it's 2D. So it's kind of unclear to word it this way, but it makes sense to me, at least for now. All right, so targets candy, yes, those are going to be 2D, represented in a 3D way. What other elements are there? There's the towers, toys in my game. Those I do want to be three-dimensional. There's also the baby. The baby is the thing that all of the candy is going towards, and basically if the candy gets to the baby, you lose health. The baby is losing heart health. It's unhealthy to eat the candy, and you're trying to eliminate it before it gets to the baby. So the baby, I think it's going to be weird if that's two-dimensional. So I kind of think the baby should be 3D. I just think it's going to be weird otherwise. So we're going to say endpoint slash baby 3D, yes. So far I'm only seeing the target slash candy. I guess there's the ground. That's like 2D. What else is here? The UI, obviously the UI is 2D, but that's like, you know, different. It's like on top. All right. Projectiles. So that's interesting. I guess the projectiles probably, I mean, they can be like 2D. I don't know. It's actually going to be a little tricky. What do they do in Bloons? TD6. Is it like obvious what they're doing there? Oh wow, it's just like it's like almost like a particle effect. It's like you don't even see it. Wow. They're just kind of flying like it's like a streak going across. So it's hard to even say that's like a projectile. Is that even? It's hard to tell because they're all kind of close there. But I guess if we have like the bombs, right? Like that would be potentially more artistically represented. Let's see if we can find that. Wow. I mean, they're like nothing. It's almost like immediate. Yeah, look at that. It's just a little like pew. That's really interesting. I do see like a small, I mean, those are looking very two-dimensional to me, if I'm being honest. Again, like it could still be a 3D object moving through 3D space, but just like represented in a two-dimensional way. It's kind of interesting that like particle effect on some of them. It's like almost like a smeared bunch of light. It doesn't even look like that. I feel like it's actually just a 2D asset. Okay, then there's this boomerang one. I don't think we're gonna have anything like that. That one definitely looks like it's staying kind of 3D. But maybe not. It might not be because it moves so fast. There's no reason to necessarily bother calculating that 3D or designing that 3D asset. Okay. Intriguing. All right, so we'll say that. We'll say projectiles are 2D. I mean, again, if there's like a bomb, I feel like actually in this there's even like a... Oh, these are cannons right here. What are they doing? Oh, there's a cannon. Again, you know, this isn't the one that I'm making, but I like this art style. It's so hard to tell. It all happens so fast. I mean, you just barely see anything because it's all so close. It's almost like you just see the animation of the tower shooting and then the result just occurs. Oh man, those missiles from the plane, those bullets from the plane are so 2D. Those look super flat to me. Absolutely. I don't even have a doubt in my mind that those are 2D assets. So that's going to be interesting, thinking about like how to have those come out like in 3 dimensions. I really want to see like a cannon or a rocket. Oh, I see. I kind of see. Oh, it's the whole thing. Oh, wow. And that's kind of actually what I'm already doing with the rockets. Interesting. So if it is the whole thing, that has to be looking kind of 3D. It's really interesting. So we might want the rockets to stay a 3-dimensional projectile. But all the other little bullets, not so much. Okay, very interesting. And again, I don't have to do it just like that, but we're going to say small projectiles, 2D, and then rockets, 3D. And this might change, but it just gives me a sense of like what I am, how I want to organize the code and stuff like that. All right. Helpful. Helpful. Mystic is about to work with a small team of 3 people. I've never used GitHub. Do you recommend it, or what would you recommend? I love GitHub. I definitely recommend GitHub, but there's other options out there. Yeah, I love it. And if you don't want to get too complex with it, GitHub Desktop is nice. You know, it does require some learning, and there are potential mistakes to be made. I've learned them the hard way sometimes, so it's good to practice and get started with it as soon as possible because it's really useful. So yeah, so I showed you earlier how I set it up. Again, I just have it already associated with my GitHub account and stuff like that. I've downloaded it, I've installed it, and then all I did was I created my Godot project in a folder already, and then I went to new repository and I made sure that I had the name of this be exactly the same as my folder. So whatever my folder name is, that has my game project in it. And then it's going to tell you at the bottom what the path is. And as long as that path matches exactly where I want it to be, then it will be great and fine. And then you just create it and you make sure it's public. And when you go to your GitHub page, you'll be able to find it pretty easily. If you made it public, if you've made it private, it'll be easy to find. So mine is now right there, as you can see. And it's now public. And so you can even go there should you want to. Yeah, and it's got all the files that are in there. And what's really nice is if I, like let's say, for example, I made that main scene, right? And let's say, you know what, that was a mistake. I didn't mean to do that. I can come up here to history. And so there's that create main scene.tscn. Now, something I would recommend personally, I just think that it's a little easier depending on the game engine. I'm going to actually close Godot before I do this. I just think it functions a lot better if Godot is coming into the changes instead of trying to change it while Godot is running. I find that to be a little challenging. So here I'm going to hit revert changes in commit. So this is the commit that I actually want to revert. Now this can get a little tricky if you're going back multiple commits. I don't recommend it or enjoy doing it, but it is doable. It just requires like a little bit more complexity, unfortunately. So try to only do it on the most recent change if possible. So I'm going to click on that most recent change and then go to revert changes here. And it's going to make actually a new commit for the reverted changes. And you can see so for the initial one, it has this like green, here's what you added. Before there was nothing, then you added this. And now in the revert, it's like you removed this and now there is nothing. So I'll come in here and we'll push it because that was like a commit itself. Push it. Now when I open up Godot, that main scene is going to be gone. So it's just really nice because if I ever make any mistakes, I can be quite confident that I can always go back and not have to worry about ruining it. So what's really important here is that you make the commits, right? So I think in practice, I tend to make commits. Well, I mean, anything does. GitHub basically is like you're saying, here's a folder, GitHub. I want you to track that folder. Any file changes that since you last looked at it, I want you to remember those and upload them to your cloud. And so if I need to go back to an old version, you can forget the most recent stuff and look at the old one. So it's not just about GitHub, or I mean, it isn't just about Godot or Unity or Unreal. It's anything that has a folder. Now, there are some exceptions there. So I don't know if this has changed, but at least for like Unreal Engine, right, like blueprints, I think that's a much harder thing to have commits for. But I think there are some like non-GitHub special blueprint repository things that exist out there that you can use, but yeah, so it won't be able to you can't back up everything, but you can pretty much do anything if the files change and can be updated again. Usually you can back it up and revert in some way. So yeah. As you can see, my thing is gone. There is one other resource. Now, this is for use. I'm pretty sure that this is a tutorial targeted at the command line, but it can probably give you some really good, basics for how it all works. This was shared by Jonas in the Discord, and it's like a. Oh wait, hold on, wrong link. Ignore that. Oopsie, I made a mistake. Let's remove that. It's got the old, there we go. Okay, there it is. So this is like a little tutorial that can maybe help a little bit. But again, this is kind of targeted towards command line, which is potentially a really good thing to use. You know, one day maybe I'll use the command line, but I've been good with GitHub desktop, so yeah. But there's probably a lot of good YouTube videos out there too that explain it and can help you just sort of understand the logic behind how it all sort of works. It's a good question. Yeah, it's so awesome. Yep. It's a good way to back up your project. Absolutely. I think again, I think it's confusing at first to like wrap your head around it, but once you get used to it, it's just so indispensable. Learning it branching. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, there you go. Learn Git branching. That's what it says. Yeah, I love the desktop version. Some people would scoff at the desktop version. I don't blame them. Devlog. I do, yeah. I stream pretty often. Or who? Andrus? Oh yeah, and I don't know if Andrus does. You know about me. I don't need to tell you about me. I think Andrus. I don't know. No. Okay. You have some games on Itch. Okay. There we go. Yeah, Andrus has a great stuff that they're sharing. Dr. Bad Guys, Bad Balloons. It's looking peak. Yeah, some explosion sound effects over there. It took you 2 hours to get through most of it. Nice. Good to know. I clicked back and saw you talking about 3D assets. Yeah. Fun fact, in the original version of Bloons TD6, the giant red balloons and giant black-green balloons were not 3D assets, but 2D assets would look super odd. Cool. I think they took the BTD 5 sprites and copied them over. Alright, interesting. It probably would look odd to have those be 3D, right? The one thing with Godot and Git is you can't work on the same file as someone else without big conflicts. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's kind of where things get really complicated is Teams and GitHub. So it's often important when you're working in a team doing GitHub to have like a lot of clear communication about what the rules are. So like, you know, do you make pull requests or do you disallow pull requests? That's a whole other thing that may be kind of confusing. I'm not going to try to explain it all. But do you want to make sure that people are only allowed to make commits if you know that you're working on from a certain version or something? Because it can get really rough trying to merge versions. So yeah, kind of negotiating that is something I haven't had a lot of. I have had a little practice with, but not a whole ton of practice with. It is important to think about if you're on a team. Yes, communicate. Yeah, exactly. Edutainment for grown-ups. yes, it's edutainment for grown-ups. We deserve a little edutainment, don't we? Something that's fun, but also informative. All right. They're all 3D models now? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of just intuiting like what I think could work. You know, again, I think to some extent I'm still gonna make all of my assets in 3D. So when I say I know that's confusing, but when I say 2D versus 3D, what I mean is sort of how they're going to be represented in the space. So what I plan to do for my balloons, which are going to be not balloons, but different types of food and candy, I'm going to model it in 3D, but I'm going to have it just be exported as a flat texture and then maybe apply it to a plane or something that's transparent except for the image and then have that going around here. And I will have the camera at a slight angle. So again, I'm not looking to emulate this identically. I'm just trying to like generally intuit what's going on here and try to replicate, you know, what's it gonna be. All right, so I'm gonna make my 3D scene. I don't actually want it to be deleted. So we're gonna call this main scene. And I'm just gonna start building out generally sort of what I'm describing here. You could do om nom nom from cut the rope that eats the candy. What is, I don't know what cut the rope is. Oh, actually, I think I know what you're talking about. I know what Om Nom Nom you're talking about. You know, I'm not a big memer. I don't know that I want my game to be a meme game, but that's a fun idea. That is a very fun idea. I know one of y'all would do that. I could hear that in your game right now. The only reason I know that is from the 1 hour game jams. Some of you guys have definitely used the Om Nom Nom sound effect before. That's why I know it. Okay, so let's do a um so I don't something I don't want at all in this game are physics. So I'm not going to worry about like static bodies, rigid bodies. I'm not putting a single drop of that as far as I know probably. I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. I think I'm not going to do any physics. So I'm just going to do a mesh in here. So let me update my task. We're just going to say building the game space. Do I consider Plants vs. Zombies a tower defense game? I don't know. I haven't played it in a long time. I guess. Like it seems like a tower defense game that's a little bit more unique than that. Like it's got like a few elements that maybe are unusual. It's kind of like a wave based game. Like it's tower defense, but it seems more so like focused on waves and placing things because it's not like there's a path that is followed. It's like you're kind of building like a defense and things are, I don't know, it's just different. I don't know. Do you? What do you consider it? All right, so let's make this a plane. And I'm going to make it quite large. Probably 1,000 by 1,000 will suffice. Now I do want to, something that, okay, before I do that, I really want to think more about colors. Color palettes. I feel like there's some good like websites that just like give you a bunch of like color palettes. Hey, good to see you, Ulrich. I am building out my game. I'm building it out. Give me some color palettes cuz I'm not really a big color theorist. I just want it to look good and not have to think too much about it. Okay. Yeah, show me some trends. I do like, again, this one just emerged from generally slapping together assets that I found, like free stock assets. Um, and there is like this nice pastel-y thing. I like the floor a bit, but I don't know that I do actually want to go with that. So I kind of just want to find something that feels appropriate for toys and candy. Illustration, UI, UX, architecture, game design. Well, I guess that's probably the most appropriate to look at. How is this those colors? It's so weird. You're happy with the progress in your game? Let's go! I mean, look, getting those like basic components put together is incredibly important. So nice work there. Wow, not a lot of pastel stuff. I kind of like am imagining more like you know, uh like a cozy game colors. How is this? I'm so confused. Like this image has not those colors in it, right? How do you even use a color palette? Like that's not the same. This brown, I guess you like think of it like a gradient in between these, and then white is in there somewhere. I guess it's like you think about like the hue saturation value, like there's black and white, and then this is like on there in some way. It looks like a ransom note. Take the candy, put it in the baby, and give me toys, or else. Um, I guess, give me the toys, or the baby gets stuffed with candy. It's horrifying. What's the lost spec? What is that? Lost spec. Oh. A home for digitally restrictive art. Oh, this is nice. It actually has like a few more colors on it, which I appreciate. This is nice. I've never even heard of this. I like this. Good looking outdoor mouse. I gotta give you a credit for that. I am gonna try to keep track of credits. I'm just gonna start typing them in a text document first, and then... No, I should probably put them in a... You know what? You know what? Let's go ahead and give you a proper one here. Oh, Dormouse, we already gave you one from the other day. Let's see. Asset visual design? Let's get one in a visual design right there, baby. You got it. Okay. Oh, this is nice, because it actually has all the colors. Now, I see that it's all very pixel, but at least I can see the actual full color spectrums in there. You know, I wonder if this translates differently between pixel art and 3D art. But these are great. These are so much more the palettes I'm looking for. Thank you. Thank goodness for you. Wow, I'm actually spoiled for choice. I don't really know. I guess I kind of like, see, that's a little too restrictive, which makes sense for pixel art. I kind of like this one's not bad. Think it could work. Again, I'm thinking like toys, candy, pastel-y, cozy game type of vibe. But I need like some vibrance too. Pico 8. Oh, that's the Pico 8 palette? Interesting. Or at least a Pico 8 friendly palette. That's a little bit more muted than pastel-y. I guess the more colors, the better. So I have some variety to work with. This is hard. This is a hard decision. Oh, I kind of like this one. Palette with some saturated colors. Dude, it just keeps going. There's so many. What am I supposed to do? All right, I'm just gonna go with one here. I think I like this one the most so far. So let's just rock with it. So now that I have the palette, what am I gonna do with it? Well, I guess I could like put these all as swatches in Godot or something. We're gonna have to get that out of there. That's brutal. This is upsetting. Let's make that just a little darker. I could add swatches, but it'd be nice if I could actually like program my own like color wheel in Godot. Look at some candy for colors. That's true. That's true. That's a good idea. I don't really want to because maybe I will. I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'm gonna keep that in mind, Mystic. But the reason why I don't want to is because I feel like I'm gonna spend a lot of time on it, but I should really make this decision, shouldn't I? Okay. But like, what kind of candy? You know? What kind of candy? Oh, that's actually a really good suggestion. No, but that's a good suggestion. It does provide some nice... Oh, look at this. Look at these! This is kind of nice. It's a great asset pack. Should I buy this asset pack? No, probably not. Can use placeholder programmer made art in 5 seconds and swap everything. You know what, Andres? I am trying to avoid that as much as possible. So yes, I am going to do programmer art, but things that I want to I want to have. I've just noticed like when I'm making stuff later on in the process, I get really frustrated because I'm trying, especially in a game jam setting, I'm trying to hurry up and get everything right, and then it's like, well, whatever. I'm gonna skip fixing all the colors because I have to make the actual game loop be finished. And so to me, I want to make sure I decide this as much as possible, as soon as possible, so I don't have to worry about going back and fixing it later. Is kind of my thinking this time around. That was such a great idea, Mystic. I'm really glad you said that. I'm definitely much more quickly seeing the kind of colors that I want. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to create like a gradient in Godot. I think I do like this. I do like this a lot. It's pretty nice. And then, you know, for some assets I want to like pop a little more. What if I kind of like combine some of these? Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do. So before I get too into it, let me make this not horrible on the eyes. I'm going to make a canvas layer, and this is literally just going to be my game palette, my color palette, so I can pull things from it as soon as possible. I'm going to make a, what do you call it? Let's do a texture rect. I'm also feeling like playing some music because I think we're about to get into some vibing, some working, some work moding. So let's add a 2D gradient texture in here. Rainbow bacon candy is super underrated. Oh, I love that stuff. Yo, I mean, look, I actually try not to eat candy anymore at all. That's part of the motivation for this game, is to inspire me to not want to eat candy, which is kind of a bad idea considering I'm just staring at a bunch of candy. But yes, this was one of my favorites. 100%. I'm just gonna like drag these in. Let's see if Godot will let me just, no, okay. So let's save them here. I'm actually gonna put them in the game folder. I need to pin my game folder, it seems. Let's unpin the Frogger-like. Let's open it first. Oh gosh, I'm lost in folders. Unpin the Frogger-like, that's old news. Okay, apparently that's harder to do than I thought, so never mind. Fine. Toys vs. Candy. Drop it in so I can quickly get to it. And I lost it already. Uppy, draggy, droppy. Okay, are we good? Are we solid? And then I'm gonna make a folder in here for reference, ref images, ref image 1, webp. Ugh. Yeah, that's not really what I want to do. Let's just screenshot it. Like this. Make it the track. So I do want the, wait, where did my other reference go? There. I do want the table to be the track. Oh, the the bacon candy. That's funny. Okay, they're all WebPs. Which makes sense. WebP is a very efficient format. But not what I'm looking for here. Okay, screenshot those. Then I'll have the files. I know it's taking me some time, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Let's open that. Then I'm gonna pop open my screenshots folder. I do want to keep these like backed up. I think it's pretty useful. I don't know why the screenshot isn't taking. Oh my gosh. Come on now. I think it's my mouse. I think this mouse is giving me trouble. Let's try this. Yep, that was it. Yeah, I feel like this mouse is on the fritz. It's this one. It's a weird mouse. Alright, then I'm going to drag this into reference image. Oh my god. Yeah, dude, this mouse has a mind of its own. It's slowing me down. Get out of here. I'm not using you anymore. You guys must think I'm like a mess or something. It's just the mouse, I swear. Okay, ref image 2. That one's 2. This is ref image 1. So I want the more saturated one to be for assets that I want to like stand out and pop. And then the less saturated one I want to be for like background stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna literally drag these in to my Godot project. And I'm just gonna borrow colors from it. Will be nice. Candies have that mindset ingrained into them by the king of Candyland. If I were a Pokemon, my weakness would be chocolate. That's super funny. Human Pokemon with human weaknesses. Honestly, that's kind of brilliant, actually. So I guess we do want like black and white on the ends, or like what's the darkest color? I guess we don't really want to necessarily go black. What is blue? I'm gonna look to my reference here, Bloons. Let's close all these. The Bloons TD6. I'm trying to see if they have like black outlines. They don't. The outlines are colored. Good to know. Great. So we won't even keep a black. So I just kind of want to find the most dark color on here. Just like guesstimate. I mean, on this side, it looks like this one. On the saturated side, maybe it's this one or so. And this is kind of more of a red. This is more of a brown. I think maybe it's that one. So I'm gonna grab my gradient, take this, and we're gonna do color picker and just grab that color. So that's literally gonna be the darkest color in the whole game. Now I wanna go a little lighter. And just kind of go down the line here and create a sort of palette out of it. Oh, look at that. I didn't even see this dark brown here. That one's probably even darker. Let's put that one on the end. So this is going to be kind of a chaotic palette. Let me pick the lightest color too. Maybe so we don't do white. Got kind of this like cream color. Again, I'm not a big brilliant color theorist here or anything, so I barely know what I'm doing. But use a color palette shader applied to the whole screen and you don't gotta worry about color picking all the time. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Very true. I guess I don't feel like setting that up. Make the sprites with colors that approximate the palette colors. That's true. That would be another way to do it. I like that. But you know, I'm very much of a mindset, once I get started doing something a certain way, unless there's like really a good reason to switch, I try not to switch. But that's just me. But that is a good idea. And I might still do that. And so I might do like a shader that, oh, you found a good one? Share it. Put it in the Discord live text or something. Okay, let's do... Start getting a little darker here. It's not darker yet. Yeah. Please do. Where did this color come from? I don't even remember this one. It's tough because with this gradient, you know, it's a little messy all over the place. But yeah, I mean, I feel like what I would want to do is use a shader, like take this palette and use a shader to sort of... Yeah, link in the description box, Mystic. We have a Discord. Take this palette, and then I could, in theory, use it like that. But I guess I just want to be a little bit more selective than just blanket applying a shader. But I'm open to it. I'm open to it. So obviously we got like a mess of colors here. But that's okay. Okay, so I'm missing some of these more like saturated ones. I almost want to make like two separate. I feel like I want to make two separate gradients. One with these colors and one with these pastel-y colors. Okay, we're missing like those yellows. You know, it'd probably be best to keep some kind of more rhyme or reason to this, but I don't really know what I'm doing, so it's gonna be like this. It's gonna be like this. I probably only need to get like some colors in here. I guess I should do orange. I guess I should do like a Roy G. Biv. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. Maybe we'll do dark to light, I don't know. Hopefully it's obvious, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, let's get that color. But I'm having fun. That color right there. I feel like we're missing this. This is a lot of colors. That's a lot of colors. I'm sure I could reduce some of these colors, you know, like algebraically. It's getting to be quite a bit. But it's kind of nice. I like it. And then what I'll do is I'll just sample from this gradient when I need it. Basically. So I'll come in here and I'll just color pick along this strip. It should be pretty good. So it has some general visual consistency. I think this blue is from the other palette, so I might actually remove this one. You joined, do you think? Nice. Welcome in. I think we've got most of the colors that I can see in there. I think the green, I mean, might be a little overrepresented, so like maybe even like try to keep some of the like dominant. You know, I see a lot of pinks in there. We see a lot of blue. The yellow's pretty minimal, the green's pretty minimal. Technically. just to like almost actually capture the distribution to some extent. That green really stands out, but that is the same green. Okay, so I'm gonna call that one done. So this is palette 1. I'm gonna duplicate it. We're gonna get palette 2. I guess I didn't really need to duplicate it. And for palette 2, so I'm just gonna get rid of all these anyway. Let's just reset it. For palette 2, oh, they're linked. We gotta make this unique in Godot. Alright. For palette 2, I'm gonna grab some colors from over here. We already used some of these in the other one, but not that many. We want that really rich, saturated blue for sure. And hopefully these will actually look quite different. Yeah, bring them over here so we can watch the transformation. Sort of. Give me that gold. I'll take the white, put it down here. Hey Lemon, welcome. How you doing? Oh, we got, well, let's get rid of that. Get that green. Get that darker green. You know, from an art, you know, the artistic stuff, I kind of like just kind of guessing and figuring out sort of the way I want to do it. Seeing what feels good, what makes sense for my process. It's weird, some of these like don't feel like they blend together very well. That's okay. Let's get that dark purple in there. There's also a very light blue. Kind of greenish, even. It's interesting. I mean, when, you know, looking at it in a gradient, it's so much less saturated looking than I thought. It's a bit more like muted almost. Wild. Give me this. It's like I don't even notice what colors actually are until I sort of break them down. I think this is pretty close. There's not really like a lot going on. I really thought it would look different. I'm quite surprised. And you know, maybe if I get a little better at this, more practice, more understanding of color theory, I could even think about how I order these in a more sensical way, like what would actually blend in to other colors. But it's also kind of nice just to like mix them around. I think this is pretty good. So again, I just want to kind of represent the actual most dominant colors that are in here with the distribution a little bit. Now, I'm not an expert on this by any means. Hopefully that's obvious. I guess you kind of want the greens closer to the blues. Technically. Alright, maybe something like that. A dark green really looks weird in there. Okay, delete these palettes. So I'll use this to base on my colors. So if I want like a kitchen floor which again, I just want to start building some of the art as soon as possible. For the kitchen floor, I kind of just want to start with like some tile, like a tile ground almost. It would be nice if I had saved all of these as swatches. So I could just put it on top or something. I guess what I could do... You know what I could do? I could save these gradients. I'm going to make a colors folder, and I'm going to call this... Let's call this pastels. And then I'm going to take this one, and we're just going to call this saturated. Then I'm going to come to the floor, and the floor, I definitely want to have the pastels. So I'm going to grab the pastels that I just made. The selected resource did not match any type expected for this property, texture 2D. What? Oh, yeah, duh. So we would want this to be the gradient, and then in here... load in the saturated. Cool. Reset this. And then we got a giant gradient. But obviously I don't want it to look like that. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm not gonna make it like this. I'm gonna make it a noise texture. And then in the color ramp is where I'm gonna pop in saturated. And then for the noise, I'm gonna make it cellular with no jitter. Well, that looks kind of insane. And yet, strangely, it works. And then maybe what I'll do, I'll save this as... And let's say... asset colors, I'm gonna call this ground 1. Welcome, Joshua, good to see you. Let's call this ground 1. Now I kind of don't want all these colors in there. I'm surprised when I deleted that, it didn't even like look that different. I wonder if we could even like invert the colors. Let's see, let's try some of these different ways of loading it. So just trying to make like a kitchen floor of a such. You know, I can try rearranging these. Adjusting how they're distributed, but now I have sort of these colors. I'm just gonna mess around with these different types. Ideally, I'd like it to be quite simple. It's looking a bit more complex than I really want. Oh, that's kind of nice. It kind of works. Does have like a bit more detail. Oh yeah, give me some tiles. Exactly. I'm literally just clicking things. Can we do like a fractional value here? No? Okay, cool. I love coming in a noise texture and just clicking stuff. Just until I think it looks like kitchen floor of a such. Oh. If it was just like a little less like random, I think I could appreciate this more. I think I could get into that with some different arrangement of these colors. So the other thing to think about is like, where's the camera actually gonna be, right? Now I think I'm gonna use a orthogonal camera. Which means I'm gonna have to make some changes here. Severely. Wow. Wow. Okay, I guess everything is a bit large. What if I make just like a standard like block? What does that look like in the camera? Like nothing. Cool. Because I gotta make it a block. Yeah, maybe the near and far. I always forget. I've used an orthogonal camera a couple times. So I still have a lot of practicing to do with that. And you know, it's kind of like once I get it set up, I don't really think about it for the rest of the project. Where's my little block? Where's my little block? Let me put the camera back here. Where is it? It's so tiny. Because really, that's like the kind of typical game space is going to be the size of that tiny itty bitty little block. Oh, that makes sense. It's in the wrong place. Let's grab this. Yeah, I guess something I'm really interested in caring about is like the appearance and the aesthetics. I'm not saying, there it is, I see the block. Yeah, I'm not saying that like this is going to end up to be a super great visual game, but I would like to attempt to improve my workflow for, you know, center it more around visual fidelity. Okay, there's my little block. So that would be like the size of the assets. We want to make that much smaller. There it is. Found you. So I need to make this texture, this pattern, a lot smaller. Or bigger, as you might describe it. Oh, the cat's not in the cat cam. Hold on. There he is. Let's put it at a bit more of an angle. That block is kind of underground. Let's bring it up a little bit. So if I'm imagining like kind of how big I want everything to be, I mean, you know. Maybe I'll take this mesh and like drag out the length of it a bit here. And we're probably going to want to make it have a little more space. Yeah, I think the size is the only way to actually zoom it out, so to speak. Oh, and then another thing, welcome Plague Heart, good to see you. Another thing that I want to do is I want to make it 4:3 aspect ratio. And I forgot the 4:3 aspect ratios. Common 4:3 aspect ratios. (1152 864). Oh, that's almost what this is. Great. Let's go with that. Okay, that's pretty important. That's pretty important. Guess I'll put the cat up here for now. I'm gonna go ahead and open this up. Oh, I want to set by default that the yeah, it should be on screen 3. Oh, it's embedding by default. Let's try this again. There it is. Kind of. Almost. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's just mostly... I see. It's mostly not visible. And I have my preview in like a widescreen shape. Okay. I'm trying to set up this so it shows up nicely and I can overlay it where I need it. Okay, so I don't want the 2D... Why is the 2D covering up everything? Because the canvas layer, something, invisible, this and that? Please don't be. Please don't cover up everything. I think you want to put the canvas layer underneath for that to be better. What if I just hide that? Where's... Oh, I know why. Because I don't have the sun and environment in there. Okay, now start it over. There we go. Now I see stuff. Okay, and then we can adjust things and actually see what the game is looking like. Is that the right size? Not quite. I'm gonna make my game a little smaller for now. Let's make it 1024 by 768. Just a little bit smaller. Oh, we don't want to do that in editor. That's gonna be in project settings. 1024 768. Okay, show me what that size is like. Much better. Okay, now it actually fits. Now why is there all that, like, empty space down there? Oh, I guess that it is, I guess it's like that. Because the camera is like cutting through the bottom. I see. Yeah. Alright, let's fix that. Gotta bring the camera up a little bit higher here. This is looking better. All right, now that I kind of have some general idea, I'm gonna make go back to my tile texture. Whoa. Okay, couple things. I think the mesh doesn't need to be as gigantic as it is. Let's bring this size down to, what about 200 by 200? Your version of Bloons is gonna have some crazy awesome vibes, all the colors. I hope so. I hope so, Josh. I am doing 3D, and I'm gonna use some 2D assets. I'm gonna kind of mix a 2D, 3D aesthetic, but generally, yeah, you would call it 3D. Welcome, Murphkins. Now, I don't know if these are exactly the colors that the floor is like going to be, but I just kind of want to get like a sense of how I'm placing all this. You allow it? Thank you. Okay. Why is there so many like bright? It just seems like it's not that bright, but like looking at it in here, it's so bright. I'm gonna get some of the greens out of here. I kind of want to keep it to like less colors. Let's get that out. No, actually that's bothering me. We don't want it to be super saturated, really. And then, you know, I'll come in here and I'll like adjust the like maybe the lightness or the saturation of things a bit. You know, I don't know. I don't know exactly if I like this. But I do know I want to focus on these visual components more sooner instead of later. Oh, that's much better. Wow. It's kind of weird. Welcome, Kai, because it kind of implies like an isometricism that isn't actually there, which feels a little weird. Yeah, it's almost like there's like a competing sort of effect. It's a little upsetting. Like the dimensions aren't in agreement with each other. It's trippy, right? I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I like it. And you know, art stuff, not my strongest suit. 2.5? Yeah, kind of 2.5. You might say that. Where is these? I just don't like understand where some of these colors are coming from. Oh, okay. I guess I do understand. Loop an animation of this? That would be awesome. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, you're right. It will be trippy. This is supposed to be a floor, like a kitchen floor, though. But, like, in general, I can appreciate some psychedelia. I feel like there's still, like, too many colors in there. Ooh, that's looking better. Much better. Just, like, simple. And I think we could even... bring in the kitchen, do a club. That's kind of awesome, though. I like that. Oh, this probably would have introduced some improvements sooner if I had just made it constant. Actually, I'm gonna re-add some of these colors in here. I should have been working on constant all along. Whoops. Perfection is tough. It's a tough one. Perfection is the enemy of good, right? That's what they say. There's something about this pink I don't like. I know it's not quite like following the palette, but I just kind of want to experiment with this a little bit. Maybe I should pull from the palette. That's why we have a palette. To be used. You can see a kitchen floor as well as a carpet. Nice. Oh yeah, I see that, like a rug, like a trippy rug pattern. Give me this color. Cool. And I just, I want it to be like non-distracting in the background. Not really pulling attention away from the game. Would be ideal. But also, I mean, it's very bright. It's much brighter than like what I would normally go for. I wish I could just subdue it all somehow. It's kind of nice, right? Let's see if I can add like a next pass on top of it to just like sort of reduce. I don't know. Maybe that's a weird idea. Oh, no, use the albedo. That would be the way to go. Just so I can get sort of a blanket color change on there. See, now it almost looks too... Alright, we'll see. We'll see. Let's start building some more stuff on top of that, and then I'll worry about fixing it. But I think for now, it's kind of decent. Okay, so I'm going to call this the ground. And this is just a cube. I actually would want this to be kind of like my path, my tables. So let me actually build out the path. Let me just do that. Now for the table asset, it's something I'm gonna want to try to make like in Blender. Like as like one big long, super long winding table, just an obnoxiously long table. Is what I'm imagining. So I want to get this exact shape here. We want the same one. That's my ambition. Let me actually restart this. And I'm going to screenshot the path. Let's pop this in reference images. Oh, I've got the path here. Perfect. Yes, I just screenshotted that. Okay, drop that in. Come back to the project. I do want to make a proper path, but this will just maybe help me know sort of what that's going to be like. Yeah, in fact, let's make a plane. When I had it with less colors, it was better. Yeah. Yeah, maybe there could be some adjustment there. Oh, I kind of like this a little darker now. That's not like what you meant when you said that, but I think that brings like kind of tones the blue down a bit. It's much less distracting this way. Something I like about that. Did I give you credit yet for helping me with the visual design? Oh yeah, I did. Okay. So I'm gonna make another mesh here. Another plane. And I'm gonna put this on there as a texture. I'm just gonna scale it up. Oh, we have to reset it because the runtime doesn't know about the new mesh yet. It's not hip to it. Okay, so we want this to kind of take up that space. Make it a little bigger. All right. Good. Then, now wait, Lise, hold on a second, girl. You better get the whole game in there because you need room for the UI. That was a close one. You gotta screenshot the whole thing. Welcome, Ruff. I'm just sort of building my game space, is what I'm calling this task right now. Let's make this the texture on here. I don't know that the dimensions of this are 4:3. How would I make this 4:3? Would I make this 4 and 3? Yeah, that looks great. Oh, okay. Very good. Yeah, I don't want it, exactly. And I think, as I add more assets on here, I can adjust that. We can just do like a, say like, oh, okay, you know what? Actually, we need to tone that down more because the table needs to pop. Yeah, I don't know if the table needs to pop that much, but a little bit. Oh, wow. With the perspective camera, that does not scale out very well. So let's actually do a stretch. So we're kind of just guesstimating. It's a little stretched out compared, but that's okay. Perfection is the enemy of good, after all. So we'll let it be a little stretched. That's all right. Okay, something like that. All right, now I'm gonna move my path mock-up here. I guess I could just start building the path. I could probably use like a spline to like generate the table. That would be an option. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should, I don't know. I think I don't want to. The thing is, if I'm gonna model the table, I have to somehow, I think it's gonna be kind of hard. Maybe I just make this in Blender. What if I just like make the table right now in Blender? You can try to look at the dimensions for the image using properties, but who will do that if it works for now? What? I think we're good. You're probably right. I'm gonna actually pop up in Blender. I've decided I'm not gonna do it this way. I'm gonna just make it in Blender right now. This table doesn't have to be super complex. It's just a table. We're bouncing all over the place. We're ADD in it. This is hyper game dev. ADHD is the way. Okay, get rid of all this crap. And I guess if I'm doing Blender, I haven't been in Blender in a few weeks actually. probably not that rusty. It's like riding a bike, right? I'm gonna try to put my keyboard on screen so you can see like the shortcuts and stuff that I'm using, which might be a little different than your shortcuts, but that's okay. Okay, so I want this image actually in there as a reference image while I build this out. I think we want to add an image. Yep. Maybe as a plane. Did I hear ADHD? You know it. You know it. That's what this channel is all about. Incidentally. Not specifically, but it happens to end up being about that. And, you know, I mean, I could start coding everything, but I really want to ground myself in a certain artistic approach. Hey, Camwin, welcome. By the way, since the member stream on Monday, I looked into geometry, the geometry class a little bit more. Geometry 2D is the way to go. I think I might actually try to use a geometry 2D. We'll see, because my game is going to be 3D. But maybe we can, because I really only need to draw a 2D thing. Anyway, I realize it actually might be really helpful. Welcome, Cam. That was a member stream. So every Monday, if you hit the join button, you can learn more about it. There should be a join button under this video, on the channel page, places like that. We have a membership. It really helps support this channel massively. It's basically the main source of financial support that this channel has. There's a few different tiers. The lowest one is pretty decently affordable, I think. It's cheaper than a Twitch sub, so there's that. But it helps out the channel a lot. You get an extra live stream every Monday on this channel. It's an 8 to 10 hour live stream, just like this one, working on stuff, learning about stuff. Often I'm workshopping new live stream series and things like that. And you also get emotes that appear on the screen while we're here in the chat. You get access to the special emotes and other fun stuff too. So yeah, look into joining, becoming a member. I'd appreciate it. You don't have to if you don't want to, but just check it out, see what it's about. And then that's where I was talking to Cam about the geometry class stuff, was in the last member stream. Good idea. You can calculate the x and y coordinates using 2D functions and keep the z constant. Oh, interesting. Calculate the x and y coordinates using the 2D functions. Oh, I love the way you say that. Okay, all right. I wasn't thinking that specifically because I hadn't been able to think of it yet. I gotta give you some serious props there. I guess that's Godot consultant, because you were teaching me about the geometry. All right. Such a great idea. Thank you. Thank you. I need to remember that. How am I gonna remember that? That's gonna be on each tower? Okay, wait, I'm taking a diversion here for a second. Because that's such a good idea. I'm gonna make a tower real quick. Towers are probably gonna be... I mean, I think it'll just be a mesh. I don't need... We should make it a node. Well, yeah, let's make it a node 3D. That's probably the safest way to start it out. Yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna call this tower, and then I'm gonna add a script to it so I don't forget about that. Tower script. And I'm literally just gonna put a comment in here. That is what you said. Calculate x and y using geometry 2D functions. Then keep the z constant. I gotta keep a note on that one. I don't want to forget that. But I do want to not work on it just yet. Possibly later today, probably. About the ADHD, my ADHD brain got self-hobby for today, making matcha merengues. Ooh, cocoa custard and rose merengues in the last 2 to 3 hours. That sounds amazing. I love that. I mean, you gotta follow your hyper focuses. You have to. And that's cool because it's so creative and like it gives you a nice reward at the end. Nice one. There's a thing called Sprite 3D. I've never used it, but it sounds like it might be good. Yeah, true. You know, I haven't used Sprite 3D very much. I use Sprite 2D when I'm doing sprite stuff. I think if and I could be wrong about this, but I think like with Sprite 3D, like that might be good for like if you have like frames that you want to animate, possibly. Someone else might know more about it. But if you want to do like frame by frame animation, like sprite, like a sprite sheet or something, like have a sprite sheet except for 3D. I don't know, I haven't really ever delved into it, so I was just gonna kind of stick with what I know, which is having like a 3D mesh and then, you know, animating that separately is probably how I would do it. How about a member song? You know, I was planning on doing them, but there's actually so many members right now. I feel a little overwhelmed with it, and I'm kind of trying to like I'm trying to you know, get my footing, getting this game built. My brain's a little scattered today, so I think I might not actually be up for member songs today, unfortunately. It's tough because there are just so many members right now because some of y'all were just so generous and gifted a bunch of memberships, which is good. But there's a point where it's like, oh man, I don't know if I can do every member song here. So, you know, who knows? Maybe we'll say like if you have a minimum number of months, you get a member song. I might need to reconfigure that so we can still do some member songs here. I'll work on that for sure. Make only one balloon. Other ones can be made by changing materials and sizes. Yeah, so my game isn't gonna be balloons, but you're right. That would be actually. You know what? I would probably be wise to do that. I should have. I think I'm over. I will be honest. I think in some ways I'm overscoping. Now that you mention it, because that would be so easy and so smart. But instead, I've decided I'm gonna have different types of candy. So this is my little mock-up for my what you call it, my Game Like Jam game, and it's my Bloons-like, and it's going to be about pieces of candy and types of sweets that are moving towards a baby, and you are trying to destroy it before it gets to the baby. So unfortunately, just switching out the materials and stuff won't work, but I immediately am thinking maybe I should have done that. Maybe I should have done that. I could always switch. We could make it all about brownies, because the point system, like instead of money, you're gonna earn brownie points. We could have like different colors and shapes and sizes of brownies if I wanted to keep it super simple. That would probably be a really wise choice. I might want to consider that. It's good advice. Very solid advice. The merengue thing went perfect. At least some experimenting came out good. I'm happy. Heck yeah. Like different cakes. Ooh. Yeah, you know, but then I couldn't say brownie points. It wouldn't be brownie points anymore. Like the currency crumbs, but it's not brownie points. Crumbs isn't as nice as brownie points. Yeah, it's Baby Wars. When a candy takes damage, will it be Q-freed and you will add child the next candy? Or will you keep the same candy alive and change its appearance? I don't know. I think what I'm going to do is object pool. And I think I'll just have all of the possible candies off screen, and then they will just get teleported onto the path. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So there will be like 250 brownies just sitting on a pile off camera, and then they will teleport onto the path. And then when they go off the path, they'll teleport back to their sort of off-screen pool. That's what I'm planning. I'm excited to see the baby too. Hopefully it won't be as scary as this. That's that's a fun mock-up moment. First one with different scenes, more versatile for modifying different enemies. The first ones with different scenes. Yeah. So you have like if in this case there's brownies, gummy bears, cakes, whatever. Let's just say that there's those three. You would have one scene for each of them, and then you like duplicate those as needed. I think that's what you're saying. Based on the Tin Toy Baby, that old Pixar animation. The what? The what? Tin Toy Baby? Is that a real thing? Oh, that is creepy. That is, wow. Wow. Maybe I will. I think I'd like it to be potentially cuter than that. But God. I mean, that is definitely a creepy, unsettling baby. My God. It's like getting me. Get away from me. Alright, I'm gonna make this table. So, I want to bring in an image reference. I'm gonna go to the Toys versus Candy folder. Wherever that is. There it is. Oh great, I can't tell which one because I didn't name them. Probably this one. Nope. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, use that. That's perfect. Okay. Why would it be at that weird rotation? Why wouldn't you come in flat? It's so weird. Okay, thank you. Alright. Now, I'm gonna make a mesh, a cube. I do want it to actually look like a table. Would be ideal. Some creepy kind of music. It's beautiful, but also a little scary. You're probably gonna have to adjust the size and stuff, depending on this or that. Once we get into the game. I'm gonna go orthogonal. That's gonna make this a lot easier. Oh god, I forgot all the shortcuts. It's been a minute. There we go. Okay, great. Now I'm not gonna worry about it being like curved. Make sure that's, yeah, that's correct. It's supposed to be a table after all. Could probably do a path with like an array modifier. That would be another way to do this. That's okay. Make sure we're selecting that correctly. We are. We got both of those, yeah. Cut that. Drag these points, extrude. Loop cut. Extrude. Loop cut. Select. Extrude. Loop cut again. I wonder if I'm gonna regret the way I'm doing this at some point. It's just a hunch. Because I do have to add the legs. What I'm not sure of is if I want to do like multiple legs throughout the table, or just have the legs on like the two ends of the table. I mean, from a physics, real world physics standpoint, it's gonna need more than 4 legs to stand up. But from a cartoony representative standpoint, you know, what's gonna look more table-y? If there's a bunch of legs, or if there's only 2. It might just look like mostly a floating block of wood. If I don't, add a bunch of legs. But it also might look less like a table that way too. Alright, so now we got that. Now here's where some of the scary part comes in. Am I going to easily be able to select all these? Let's see if we can do a select similar. I'm not really sure what select similar would give me all those, like just the bottom. There's other ways to do it, but I'm just curious. Select similar polygon sides? No. Alright, so how about this? We're gonna do it this way. I'm just gonna select all of these. Now I should have all the ones on the bottom. Great. Now for it to be table-y, I don't think we want to make it longer per se. It's kind of long enough. It's gonna be tough because we're gonna look at it like maybe from like, you know, a slight angle like this or so. But what would be nice too is if maybe it even had some... Oh yeah, I'm definitely regretting this already. Let me check a... And it doesn't have to... I don't really have to make this a perfect table right now. I think I should not focus on it being a perfect table. I think I should just get the general shape and then design the table a little better later. That's what I think. Yeah, because we're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. All right, so let's just do that. Let's just make it good enough for now, and then I can iterate on this design. So this is the programmer art version for right now, because it gives me the 3D thing, and we can just sort of move on and have it. All right. So I'm gonna come back to my toys versus candy folder, and let's make a new folder for objects, path, assets. I guess we can say assets, path, and we're gonna say table 1. Okay, now I come back to Godot. It's gonna import it for me automatically, which is always nice. We'll see how overly large it is. See you later, Mystic. It was nice meeting you. I'll see you in the Discord. I'm going to make this a new inherited scene. Now, it would be nice if it had like a wood grain texture. I am not going to obsess over that too much right now, but maybe we can get just like a general thing. Certainly want to go back to the color palette sort of idea and make sure it does have colors that are good. Am I creating it as much like your Frogger-like with the same tower types and such? No. So the Frogger, with the Frogger-like, I borrowed assets from my another game project I'm working on called Harvest Earth, where you're an alien who's invading the planet and abducting humans. And yeah, and then I just used like assets from that and like concepts from that game instead of making fresh stuff for the most part. And the idea too was that I would take these game-like jam games and embed them in my Harvest Earth game as like mini games basically. So this was my Frogger-like, in case you didn't see it, anybody. So this is for the last game-like jam. This is the Frogger-like that I made. And yeah, so, you know, in retrospect, there's a couple things. Number one, because it's a game jam, you know, there's a lot of corners that get cut. Not as bad as it could be, but a few. And there are a couple like lingering bugs and stuff. And so the idea of like putting this in Harvest Earth, I realized was actually overscoping Harvest Earth, right? Because I don't know that I'm quite good enough to make a perfect game that has no bugs yet. I don't think anybody does, but you know, I realized that it was going to present some extra work for me, because if I'm going to put this in Harvest Earth, there are things I need to do to fix it up. There's other aspects too, which is, you know, Harvest Earth is still like an evolving concept, and you know, the art style might change for Harvest Earth, like the shader over the top, and you know, not a lot isn't gonna change for Harvest Earth, but still it raised the question like, okay, well then do I need to adjust the art style for this? The lighting's gonna change for Harvest Earth probably, you know, and so maybe it doesn't have to change for this, but again, it's just like another thing that's like, I don't know, will it fit the game anymore? Probably, but it just felt a little weird. But the main thing for me, I mean, I guess it's that. I guess those are the main things. Is like, will it stylistically fit, and do I want to worry about putting the effort in there? You know, it's just like an overscoping. There was another thing, but I forgot it. I guess. Oh, and yeah. Well, I guess the main thing is that I feel like it does a bit of a disservice to me. Like I'm not getting to make. I'm not getting to practice the skills of coming up with like new art styles and stuff. Yeah, the enemies, they eat you alive. So it's, I mean, look, it's really fun, and I really enjoyed doing it, and I'm really glad that I use these assets. And maybe for the next game like Jam, I'll decide, actually, let's go back and use the assets and the concept I already have for Harvest Earth. That may happen, but I'd like to try making something that is original conceptually, artistically. It just, I don't know, there's like visually, there's just something that I don't already, I don't know. Yeah, the power pole is a platform. So I don't know. I just want to try something different than just constantly doing Harvest Earth stuff. So we'll see. I might go back on that, and then the next one use assets from the game again. But for now, I kind of want to try something different. I don't know if all that makes sense. What about the gameplay? Tower types, cost, enemies, balloon speed, etc. Yeah. So I've planned out my game a bit, and it's going to be about basically taking candy from a baby. So there's going to be a baby at the end of the level, and if the candy gets to the baby loses heart health. So the heart points go down, or that's your lives, if you will. And then instead of balloons, it's going to be candy, the lowest level of which will be brownies. And so every candy you destroy will earn you brownie points instead of money. Uh, and so there'll be like bigger and bigger sized candy or whatever that breaks down into smaller candy, the brownie being the smallest. And yeah, so the tower types are going to be toys. I want like a toy soldier as like the basic tower that shoots some bullets, and then a spinning top that is like the tack tower that shoots out multiple. It's going to be like spinning and sparks coming out. It should be veggies that take points. Yeah, that, it could be, it's just, yeah. Yeah, but it's fun, right? It's fun to like think of like that concept. So I'm excited to work on it. Toy rocket that shoots out explosions and things like that. So a snow globe that's the ice tower, like has like a freezing component, and then a water gun that's like the super fast shooting. So yes, that's my concept. And other than that, it's gonna stick basically the same to Bloons. Everything's gonna be the same, numbers wise, mechanics wise, UI wise. I'm just replacing some of the assets. At least that's the plan. All right. So, right. So I'm gonna make this material here. Let's give it a noise texture. It's not gonna be a great wood grain, but that's okay. Not the pastels. I want our saturated gradient. I'm gonna save it. Need to make it unique. I didn't mess up my other gradient, did I? Oh, I did. Dang it. Oh, I thought I might have done that. I just kind of realized that I messed up my other texture. Dang. I don't think there's any way to go back. Oops. I hate that about Godot. It drives me nuts. I always have to remember to make things unique, otherwise stuff gets overwritten. And it's so irritating. Alright, probably the easiest thing to do is just to rewind the stream and I guess one by one borrow all those colors again. Not my favorite fact of the day. This is where using GitHub commits might have been wise. I could have rolled back, but I didn't. I didn't. Yeah. But I overwrote it on accident. That was a mistake. Okay, so here's the point in the live stream where I had it. Let's see if I can recreate that color palette here. Before I do that, I need to make sure we make it unique. And then let me just make a big change to it real fast. Come back to this. Okay, there's no black in there, so that's good. Okay, then what I'm gonna do is we're gonna just try to, oh gosh, it's a little harder than I thought I was gonna, I mean, I guess here's what I'll do. Let's screenshot it. Oh, every time I try to screenshot it, it grays it out. Cool. Okay, hold on. Let me just make this super large. Screenshot it. Okay. This is sometimes an unfortunate reality of of using Godot. I see we got 18, 19 people hanging out with me today, and 11 thumbs ups. Oh my gosh, jeez. Well, hey, if for those 8 people who haven't pressed the thumbs up button, I hope you'll consider doing it. Like the stream. Go ahead, thumb it up. Yes, Rorik, I need to push it. But push that like button too while you're at it. It helps so much. It means people will find out about these live streams. So make sure you like it. It makes a nice animation. It goes boing, and it's really satisfying. So find out. But only press it 1 time, or 3 times, or 5 times. But not 2 or 4 and other even numbers. Like the stream or else. Alright. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. So let's fix this. Oi, 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 oi. Just happens sometimes, you know? Sometimes it just be like this. Okay, there's the gradient. Let's move it into the project folder. Pull it in. That's a lot of colors, man. Oh, it's a lot of colors to get right. Okay, bring this. And obviously it's got some, it's never gonna be the same, but maybe that's okay. Maybe it adds a little intrigue to it all that wasn't there before. Okay, come up here, grab something like that. You know, because we're grabbing like this sort of blended version of it. Okay, grab this color. I'm gonna try to make it quick. Get that blue. It just kind of happens in Godot, you know? Because Godot has this, basically by default, Godot makes sure to, when you reuse something, so if I load in the gradient that I saved as a file, even if I make it unique, I don't know, it just does this, I don't know, it just does this thing that I kind of hate. Where it links the same thing together, and so if you change one, it changes the other. And it can just lead to a lot of accidents like this, because I would say maybe 6% of the time I actually want it to be referencing the old one. The vast majority of the time, I don't. And usually what I want is for it to be something totally unique. So the idea is that it's like saving you memory. It's like a performance decision. I think that's kind of like a philosophy of Godot's, like generally, is to ensure that by all the defaults are as performant as possible. But something about that really bothers me is there's just not a lot of flexibility, and if you don't want that performance check, to like tell it, you know, hey, what if for my project every duplicate isn't referencing the old duplicates? Alright, we'll say that's good enough. Okay, then just maybe adjust the distribution to be a little more... Actually, let me bring it back real quick. Just to match that distribution. That's pretty matched. Alright, looks good. Now we're gonna make a commit for sure. But first I'm gonna save this gradient. Now you gotta be careful. You don't want to go overwriting the saturated, because then that's gonna mess up my floor. So that is saved as ground 1. Alright, just making sure. And then this, I want to save as my saturated palette. Okay, now we're gonna make a GitHub commit. Well, first, I do need to save this first. So back on assets, path, this is table1.tscn. Okay, now I'm going to go to GitHub. And we're just gonna say, initial building, added a floor, added color palettes, the ground, a table, and other initial sketchings. Okay. And then push it. Now we're safe. If I mess up, I can go back. Easy. Alright, now my saturated gradient is looking good here. We're gonna load that in. But I don't want it to be that one. So I need to make sure I make it unique. I'm gonna just poison it real fast. And make sure that didn't mess this up. It did not. Is this the original one? Now I'm kind of confused. Why does it look different? Like the if I load, okay, hold on, I just have a question. If I load in a mesh and I add a material to it, I'm just making sure I'm not bugging here. Let's make sure that's a gradient. Is it going to not be... I just didn't realize that it didn't have the... Oh, wow. So it doesn't save the interpolation data when you save a gradient. Because I guess that's... Oh, because that's not on the gradient. That's on the texture. Gotcha. Okay. Just making sure. Okay, cool. Alright. So now I don't actually want my table to be all these colors. Make sure this is unique. In fact, I'm just going to save it now. I'm going to go back to colors, asset colors, and this is going to be table. Again, I'm just going to poison it. Just double, triple check. I'm paranoid. Okay, we're safe. Now I'm going to isolate my table colors. So let's get rid of all of these. We don't want the pinks. I don't even want those, but I probably want like these in here. Okay, so we got a color ramp. Let's add a noise texture in. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't make a UV map. I got a UV unwrap it. All right, let's do that real quick. So I don't think we really have much complexity here with the UV. It's pretty simple and straightforward. So I'm just gonna unwrap it as it is. Whoa. It's kind of interesting, these other options. We're just gonna do smart UV unwrap. Let me check that UV. This just basically tells it, like, in 3 dimensions, like how do you want to apply a 2D image. Let me get a view of the hotspots on here. Blue, it looks perfect. It looks totally fine. Okay, so we're gonna save that. Now it should look different. Over here, it should apply it a little bit more evenly. Excellent. So that's just telling it, hey, this is where I want you to put 2D textures. Before, it's just like, where do I do this? I guess just, I'll stretch it out in a horrible way. Please don't. Texture reset somehow. Oh, because I reloaded it. Okay, let's get our table back. Whenever I import the new asset, it gets a little confused. I think that this is probably too bright. Probably just want to keep these two colors on here. Let's make it a lot finer grain. That's an awfully bright table, if you ask me. Okay, now I want that to look a little more woody. Maybe a domain warp will help. Kinda. Really, I kinda just want to stretch it out. What if I just make the width really high? Nice. Not that high. Maybe that high. Yeah, maybe actually that high. So it just kinda has like a wood-like texture. It's not bad for a table. It's not great, but it's not bad either. We don't want to get too advanced with it for now. I'm going to save this whole texture too for the table. Make a textures folder. We'll say that's for the table. Okay, now come back to the main scene. And let's add that table on in. It's interesting. In Unity, I do the texture stuff in Blender, but I'm a Godot noob. Neat way to do things. Yeah, I don't know. I don't enjoy doing it in Blender that much. I like just keeping it as simple as possible, because then also, you know, Andres was sharing like a shader before, that like a post-processing shader, I'm guessing, that, you know, will change all the colors for everything. But I like also having the possibility that I could change the project colors, right? So I could actually adjust the gradient and have that affect the entire game. So if I reuse that table gradient for a different asset and I adjust one, it'll adjust the other one too. I don't know, I like building it more procedurally, but you know, there's so many different ways to do it. Okay, so I'm gonna get the table from assets. The scene that we created. It's so tiny. Wow. It's itty bitty. It is positively itty bitty. Let's make, yeah, we're doing Bloons tower defense today, you know it. Let's make a node 3D. And I'm gonna add my table scene into that. I'm gonna call this the path. And we're not gonna need like collision or anything. Oh, I kind of want the grain to be the other direction, honestly. Okay, then we're just gonna try to line this up correctly. BTD6 is one of the games of all time. I'm not fully basing the art style on that, because I don't think I'm capable of making the art style as good as that. But to some extent, I'm taking more inspiration from that one's art style than the originals. I've never actually played BTD6 though. Check finally came back for you? What's up, Pawn? Your chat hasn't been working? That sucks. So one thing we have to consider is that this is probably not looking quite so good in the actual render. Yeah, it's looking squished over there. So I do have to stretch it out a bit. Basically, just like the image on the ground. This is gonna be a little tricky, isn't it? Because I have to like scale it up proportionately at first and then stretch it out after the fact. Really stretching it long ways, so as long as the width is good, then you can unlock it. Oh, that's almost 8. Just make it 8. It's kind of crazy how that worked out so well. Sorry chat wasn't working. You deserve chat to work. Should probably pull this down a bit. If it wants to, maybe. Just like lie it flat on there. Then start stretching it. I guess we want to stretch it this way too. Wow. That turned out quite a bit different. It's been a black box the whole time. What the heck, YouTube? Well, welcome, Pawn. It's good to have you. It's a good thing I'm not doing anyone's member songs today, or you would have been really left out. Why is this so different? Okay. Squish it even more. Oof. Ow. Ouch. Non-linear transforms. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's mesh hurting juice for sure. Okay, this is kind of working out. Yeah, it's kind of the thing about doing like this orthogonal camera. Not even just orthogonal, just like perspective in general. This is pretty much as close as I care for it to be. .675. Let's do 6.5. I'm just trying to get these numbers a little more clean. Great. I think that looks fine. Now, okay, so something that I do have to think about, right? I want to add in a baby at the end of the table. How are you gonna do that? How are you gonna do that? It's a good question. I hadn't thought about that very well, truth be told. Maybe like this? What if we just like rotate it 90 degrees? I think I'd rather rotate this 90 degrees. Oh, sorry, not 90 degrees. Negative 90 degrees. This is giant baby head chomping the table. It's something silly like that, right? That's totally what I want. Now, some of it's off screen. No, you can't go rotating it, because now it's not gonna... Okay, we got problems. I spent over an hour trying to figure out why my tack-like tower wasn't spreading its projectiles, and then I realized I had their spawn markers parented by a node instead of a node 3D. Yeah, nodes don't have positions. That'll do it. Oh, I'm glad you figured that out. Okay, lunch. So, I'm in danger. Where am I gonna put this baby? I perhaps didn't plan that out very well. I could make my path like shorter. I'm also gonna adjust this ground while we're looking at it. That's as bright as it gets. Cool. What if we do like a next pass on top of this? And then the next pass has... I'm concerned. I'm concerned. I mean, really, you know, I just might have to change my design for the track. This is hard. I probably should have just not added the baby. I think the baby might have been a mistake. Okay, there we can make it a little lighter so the table stands out on the top a little bit more. So I just did like another like texture layer on top of the existing floor. Now one thing I'm definitely not happy with is the angle, because it's like very top down, and I kind of wanted it to have more of a 3D angle to it. So I think I'm gonna try adjusting that camera a bit here. The camera is way over there. It's wild. Oh, and guess what? That gives me room for my baby. Although, you know, the shape is... No, the shape's a little different. And probably to get it to look correct again, it's gonna end up taking space up. Am I gonna loop that Johnny Johnny song in your game? That's all I can think about with your theme. What's Johnny Johnny? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, we don't really want to lose that space down at the bottom because that's potential tower placement. I think if we could like scale it all down more. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna add another node in here. We're gonna say table. No, not an add. Oops, I always try to name it in the add search box. It's gonna be hard to have a 3D perspective with an orth camera. A little bit, not too bad. As long as it shows the, I'm just kind of looking, it's a lot of the kids' YouTube videos. I just want to see like this edge of the table in there, and I do see it now. Should be okay. Like my, my Frogger-like, for example, has that 3D perspective, but it's an orthogonal camera. So it still looks like you're looking at it from an angle, but it fits into a nice square shape. So you see what I mean? It like, you can still see like the aliens from like this angle, but this is an orthogonal camera. It just keeps it all a little neater with the orthogonal camera. So the camera might end up getting adjusted. I should probably make some like mock towers. Like just pop a mesh in here. Yeah, that's interesting though, Murphkins. Maybe I should take some inspiration from some children's music for the game. We'll see. Be thankful you don't know it, I guess. It's up there with Baby Shark. I probably do know it. I just like would need to hear it, but maybe not. Yeah, I don't listen to a lot of kid stuff. No children. No children in my house. Yeah, so you can tell that block is kind of three-dimensional. And almost, looking at it like that, I kind of almost want to rotate the camera even a little more. But to me, this is stuff I really like to set up as soon as possible. Because it's just gonna define so many decisions in the game. Whoa, this looks awesome. Wow. Why does that look so good? Wait, this is great. I mean, where am I gonna put the UI though? We have to make room for it. I kind of dig this though. This is kind of working for me. We're gonna lose a lot of space, potentially. I guess if I'm gonna do the UI, I would have to like kind of make it slanted instead of up and down, which was not in the plan. I like it too. Or the board has to be a bit smaller. I kind of want to make it widescreen instead of a square. I almost want to make it like a vertical or something, like a mobile game type of vibe. But I mean, mobile games aren't always vertical. They're often forced landscape. What does Bloons do? Bloons is like a mobile game these days, right? Bloons mobile gameplay. Like, does it force a rotated perspective?
Hi guys, this is F1 Rapper.
It's horizontal. I mean, that's not really a widescreen perspective. So it probably has black bars on the sides. I doubt many phone screens are that square these days. It looks to me a little wider than 4.3. You've been playing it? I probably should. I guess I'll stick with 4.3 and just make it work. Yeah, share it. I'd be curious. You know, they're also using the bottom. I guess I could reimagine the UI a little bit and use the bottom and the sides, potentially. They've got their, like, shop at the bottom now. We could have other information over here, but they also have, like, a whole, like, overlay that pops up. I like the perspective, but it's getting very small too. It's like rather tiny. Which is just something to think about. Everything's gonna look kind of little. It's tough. This is stuff I like to do as soon as possible, since like a lot of my code is going to be probably wanting to keep in mind these positions and stuff. Oh, this is the shader Andres shared. For canvas items. Interesting. Palette row scan, palette column scan. Does this work on 3D? I guess it does. Because I guess... How would this work on 3D? I guess you would just... I don't even know how you'd use that. Oh, that's pretty much filling it up. Wow, that's super widescreen. Oh my gosh. That's very widescreen. A lens you put in front of the camera. Oh, I see. Post-processing kind of thing. I've never really done post-processing, but I really want to. So this is not the same as BTD6. So is BTD5 just more wide than BTD6? I wonder why they would go back to a less wide version. Because this is someone else's Android gameplay for the 6th one, it's looking very square. Borderline 4:3 or something. And you don't have that. You do have the sidebar, but the sidebar, it pops up sometimes and it even covers up the map a little bit. So it appears and it disappears. And that's just for the upgrades and things. Yeah, don't buy it twice. And it's like a separate pop-up that you find. So you like normally just click on the ones that you want to buy. Down here. And then if you like click on a tower, maybe it'll give you the upgrades over here. This is interesting. Maybe I'll do something like this. I don't know, there's something about the 4:3 that I just want to experiment with. You know, I don't know that it really needs to be that much information for upgrades. Oh, the cell is over here too. It's just like a bigger image. So then where do they tell you your lives? Oh, up here. So they've got lives and money up at the top left. There's something I kind of like about all that. I think there's something quite good. I didn't really want to base it on the modern games, but I'm kind of liking that other setup. So let me do some more sketching. I'm actually going to resketch my UI a little bit. I'm all over the place, but I have to be, because everything I do for the next month is going to, or the next few weeks, is going to be centered around how I design this. Okay, so we've got some changes at this point. So this is the UI stuff. Let me just bundle all that together. Oh, that's not quite all of it, is it? For now, put all this together. Okay. Select everything else. Bundle it. So we've kind of got it like this now. More or less. Then I'm thinking of adding like a bar at the bottom. Where this toy shop will be, or the tower purchasing will happen. And it's nice because then we can make these a little bigger. We don't even need the toy shop text. We can make these a lot bigger. And spread them out. You know, or something like that. And then do they have like a start wave button over there too? Oh, the play button in the bottom right? Cool. We can keep that kind of the same. Now I was gonna use this for like options, like menu stuff in the top left there. What are they doing these days? Oh, there's a, looks like there's a little gear in the top right. Oh, and it tells you the wave that you're on up there as well. I like this UI. I'm copying this UI. This is good. Okay, so my settings would go over here. My brownie points and the life would go over here. How are they making that stand out from the background? Okay. They've got like an outline on there. Yeah, I just want to kind of visualize it now. You guys know already. Okay. Oh yeah, it's kind of nice. Wow, it's crazy how that opens it up so much. Like just bringing that little corner down. It's so different. And better. I like that that's like a little gear symbol now. It's kind of nice. So not exactly what it's gonna look like, but just as a way to sketch it a bit here. Something like that. Now this is for when you are purchasing them. So it would have like a little pop-up here that has like a preview. In that version of the menu. Now the baby is also needing to be up at the top. Separated it from its mouth. Okay, put this up here. You know, this isn't what it actually looks like, but we do want to imagine that it's going upward. So there's the baby. I still want this to be kind of coming off screen. Cool. Could probably pull that up more. Okay. Then, for the upgrades, I'm gonna want that to be a little different. Let's grab all of these. And add that in. Again, just to have it ready to go. Nice. And just keep that the same. So in this case, you might be selecting something quite different. Let's say we're selecting this. And then technically we'd want to see its range as well when you click on it. So if that's the one that's currently selected, it would show you its range as well. All right, cool. So those are the new sort of designs. I think I'm gonna map this out. I'm gonna map out how the text boxes are gonna be in Godot. Think that'll be nice to have. Whoa. Download this. Give me page 2. Download that. Alright, just so I have them easy to open and check out as needed. I like this a lot better. I'm glad I made these changes. Alright, so these are the new references. Design references. Are you not going to show them both to me in there? Okay. Alright, that's fine. Great, so let's make it. Back in Godot. We're going to add some more 2D stuff. So we do have this. I'm going to call this just color palettes. Or just color palettes. Let's just say palettes. This is more of like a debug thing. It's not really something for the game. Let's make the proper UI section. So I'm going to call this UI. I guess it's really like the HUD. Let's call it the HUD. Is that a HUD? No, I'm going to call it a HUD. And then in there, I'm going to add a margin container. Let's make it stretch out along the bottom. And I'm gonna fill it with a panel. Now I might want to make that look nicer. I mean, at least don't. What if you don't make it look that nice? Maybe I'll do a texture rect. No, a panel could be good. I think we can do more with a panel. Because we can put like a texture on a panel and then maybe do other stuff, potentially. Not flat. We want a style box texture. For the texture, I guess I'm going to just pull in one of our gradients. Hopefully not overwrite it this time. Oh, this is a good point to commit. I'm just going to say changed the perspective, begun HUD. Okay. So for the HUD, I guess I would want the more saturated palette, perhaps. Now immediately, I would like to save it. Just call it HUD1. Now, did you actually make that unique? I'm actually a little afraid I didn't make that unique. It's so easy to mess up. Oh, you saved the texture. This is still saturated. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. That's so easy to do. Alright, do over. Come back to colors. Delete that. Not gonna make that mistake again for at least a couple hours. I've decided. Okay, then add the saturated palette. Now we want to make the actual gradient itself unique and save that as the HUD colors. Okay. Now I can come in here and change anything and it won't affect other stuff. But to be certain... Okay, good. Black, is it in there? So how do I actually want this to look? nice to just see what the game looks like and then maybe adjust it based on that, so I can have it in context to the other stuff. For some reason, blue's really jumping out at me as something that's gonna like stand out against everything else. So maybe I'll get rid of some of these colors. And we can do some configuration of this somehow. Oh, I forgot to make it a noise texture. That's okay. So we're saving this as our HUD gradient. So that means I can actually change this to the noise texture that I actually want. For the color ramp, load in the HUD palette. And then add this. I don't know if I really want a noise texture though. Do you really want a noise texture? I don't think I do. Hold on, back it up. Actually. What if you do it like the fill as square? And then bring this in the center. And then can we invert it, or do I have to do that myself? I guess I have to do that myself. That would be nice to be able to invert that more easily. Looks like I got a lot of duplicate colors in my palette. It's okay. So let's make this interpolate a little nicer. It's not the most beautiful HUD, that's for sure. Perfection is the enemy of good. Let's make sure this is actually centered correctly. So we're going to put this at 0.5, 0.5. It'd be nice if the center was not so dark. You know, I can remake this later as a proper, pretty designed asset, but for now it can kind of give me a sense of what the colors are going to be. Yeah, the worst part about it is how stretched it is. You almost want kind of like a border. I think we could do that. Let's make a border for it. That's kind of also why I wanted a panel, because I think with a panel we can do that, right? At least I thought so. I thought there was a border option. Am I bugging? Oh, maybe if it's a style box flat. So we could add, let's do this. Let's add a margin container inside of this. That's like a little bit smaller. Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about this too. You know what? I don't really want to obsess over this right now. Yeah, I just don't want to. It could look better in so many ways, but like I could do like a tiering kind of effect. It was pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I hate it. I despise it. Okay, I'm just gonna not worry about it. I've decided to let it go. But I'll tell you what, those colors don't look very good down there. Get rid of this blue. Maybe we can make it a little lighter. Or stronger. Maybe get rid of the browns in there. The browns aren't really doing it for me. This is better. Nice. Alright. It's not great, but it'll do. So there's the shape for that. And then I want another margin container, so we're going to say this is bottom UI. To duplicate it, we're going to call this side UI. I'll fix this stuff in the member stream, or I do more like visual art type of work. So for this margin container, I'm going to change it to be hugging the side. Kind of want it to be like a little thicker. Let's restart the gameplay so I can see how it's fitting. I think we kind of want this to be smaller. Not the final design here by any means. So I was actually connecting them in my mock-up. But I think the gaps go a long way. Now I have a lot of space on the left. Don't think we need that. In fact, I really want that path to go off over here. So I need to extend my mesh a bit to get that to fit. We still want room for the baby though, which means the play area is going to get even smaller. I don't love that. I almost wonder if I don't love the perspective anymore. What is that like? Is there going to be a giant baby head at the end? 100% yes. Absolutely. Unquestionably a giant baby head at the end. There's a 100% chance. It might be, I mean, the head will probably have a body. Probably. I can't guarantee that it's going to have a body. But there's a good chance that it does. Just the Godot head. If I consider having the UI scroll in and out, I have thought about that actually. So it's not there all the time. I think 100% I will do that. Yeah. Right. But that's a good point because then I don't need to make sure this fits perfectly in here. I was planning on doing that. Right, so then it can overlap a little and it's not a big deal because you can just close it when you don't need it. Thank you for saying that. That just like kind of helped me do this better. What am I gonna call this? I mean, this is kind of weird because this is, your suggestion was about UI. I'm just gonna say layout. I'm just gonna say overall layout. Game layout, we'll say. Don't worry about the perspective too much now. See, I disagree. I don't agree with that. Because in my experience with my own process, changing the perspective later for me has caused a lot of grief and headache So I kind of like to lock it in as soon as possible. And that's just the way that I've come to do things. Maybe it's, not the best, but for myself, it's saved me a lot of frustration to just decide the perspective as absolutely soon as possible. It's a cool idea. Can the Godot canvas stuff like slide in and out like you're sliding the whole canvas? Yeah, absolutely. Well, yes, technically not the canvas layer node. So I have these different nodes here, right? This is a canvas layer node. This actually doesn't have any position data at all. It doesn't know where it is in space. It doesn't exist in space anywhere. However, this margin container does. So I can move this. Well, I've anchored this down. Okay, there we go. Hold on. So I can move this anywhere I want, and it's totally fine. I can animate it. Godot has animation players in here, so I can have it like change its position. I could change its size. I can do all kinds of stuff with it. Really anything I want. But so I'm using this margin container to hold children of it in there. And what I like about a margin container is if I want to add some space around the side, which, I would do to make it look prettier anyway. Yeah. I can sort of do this, like, these margins in here, and it'll just adjust its children to fit within those margins. And then no matter what's going on in here, it'll fit within those margins. I have a question for you. What makes a Bloons-like different to other tower defense games? Well, from what we've kind of talked about, the nested, like, balloons, I think is, like, a big one. So the fact that when you... Where's my balloons? You start off with red balloons, but then there's like the blue balloons, and when you pop a blue balloon, it breaks down into a red balloon. If you have, let's say, a black balloon, it breaks down into 2 yellow balloons. So I think that's a primary thing that makes balloons different. Yeah. There's probably other stuff too. I don't really play enough tower defense games to know. Yeah, I am using the same. I'm trying to keep it as similar to the first Bloons as possible. But I'm wanting to take some influence from other Bloons games too. Especially with regards to the UI. So I'm gonna also add a container for the UI at the top before I go back to aligning my camera. And so this is just gonna have like an icon, numbers, stuff like that. So in terms of just like quickly slapping in an example of what the icon will be, I think a panel will be fine. But I'm gonna do an H box. Right? Yeah. I'm gonna do an H box. So that way everything will order itself. So let's do a panel in there. Oh yeah, when this happens. I always forget why this happens. Do I need to set like a minimum size for it? Probably. Yep. Okay. So say that's a little too big. Let's do 50 by 50. can always change that later. Now that's just the minimum size, so it is stretching it out a bit there. The way the Matryoshka impacts, the Matryoshka meaning the like, it's like the Russian dolls concept where you got the one on the outside, one on the inside, one on the inside, one on the inside, one on the inside. The way the Matryoshka impacts how the units work is really unique. Like in the sequels, a lead balloon is immune to piercing, but eventually turns into a black balloon, becoming immune to explosions. Oh, that is cool. Wow. There's only a very little bit of that in the first balloons, with the exploding and the frozen and stuff. Oh, there's a cat. I forgot. There's a cat. Most tower defense games have a fire immune unit or a fast unit, and Bloons Tower Defense has every unit cycle through every type. Wow, that's such a great analysis. Wow, I love that. Thank you for answering that question so well. Okay, so let me add some text. I'm going to put a label in here. Not as a child of the panel. We want it right next to it. So this would be health, basically. So we'll start out with 40. I might want to use a theme override or something. I don't know if I'm going to want to... I kind of want to like make a theme. I think I want to make a theme. It's a little annoying to set up, but it'll be really nice for changing all of them simultaneously. So this is just like a feature of Godot that lets you say, okay, so in this theme, every node that's a label will look this same way, as long as that label has the theme. So font-wise, I haven't really decided on a font yet. I'll probably want to think about that. I like using font variation type, so I can deal with like glyph spacing and space things like space the actual separate letters or characters out from each other. Font variation allows that. So we're not gonna think too much about this. And the thing is, I don't really want to put this in here. We want to add this over here. I'm going to go to the font, and we're going to make this font variation. Here we can adjust the font size till it feels good. I am going to want an outline on there. So that's just like one of these other, it's a little clunky, but once you kind of know how it works, it's pretty awesome. I think we can make that a little bigger. Maybe a slightly chunkier outline. You know, I can get those details down later. And then with the H-box, we can do some separation. Oh, wait, is there a different type? The split. Ooh, I need to make it a split. That's one you guys taught me when I did the Frogger-like. That one is awesome. Let's change that to the H-split container. And what this will let me do is have a left side and a right side. I just can't remember exactly how it works. How does it work? How do you do the split container again? I kind of gotta look at my Frogger-like because I don't remember how he set it up. Oh wait, this is Godot 4.3 or 4.4. I made my Frogger-like in 4.3. No point in converting it if we don't have to. So yeah, I know it seems like a bit of a detour, but I'm gonna find it much nicer if I can just base it on that, because I just don't remember how to set it up. And I think I'm gonna have a nicer time just copying what I did before than muddling through it right now. But basically what the split container will do is it'll let me have UI on the left side and UI on the right side, but it's still one container. Sort of like making sure that one side is like justified to the left and one side is justified to the right, I think, is what I'm trying to do. Okay, so we're resurrecting the Frogger leg for a second. I did use a split here, right here, on the bottom. Okay. So down here is where I used it. Oh, okay, so I could have the lives on the bottom left, and the level and the time on the right. So I've got a split offset of... Oh, the dragger being visible could help just make that a little easier to visualize. Split offset 324. That's pretty much it. It's pretty much as simple as that. And then there's a flow container for the lives. And then that. Okay. I wonder if it's weird because there's an odd number of things. Like, let me add another label in here. You should do... So here's what I should do. I should do different H boxes. So this I'm gonna make be the lives, and we'll put a panel and a label inside of that. And then I'm just gonna duplicate this. Oh, I need to save the theme, by the way. Theme isn't much good if I don't save it. Okay, this is UI1. Make sure this label is using the same theme. It is? Okay, good. Alright, now if I try to split it, there we go. That's much better. Okay, great. And so then you can see it kind of snaps to the far right there. Now probably in here, I could duplicate this further. Perfect. That's what I want. Okay, so let's name this. We're gonna say this is icon lives, label lives, icon money, label money. And then I can separate these a bit from each other. Perfect. And if I want to separate it even further, we can add a separator, a vertical separator in here. And make that a certain width. Something like that. I don't want it to be visible though. So I'm going to modulate it, its alpha to be 0. You know, some of these decisions aren't super important to make right now, for sure. But I do want to generally know how it's going to be laid out so I can make sure my game is laid out similarly. Okay, so money would in theory be a bigger number probably, potentially. And then we actually want a couple things on the other side because we also want like settings. So we'll put this here. I mean, I think actually I'm just gonna duplicate this and we're gonna call this, how about instead of lives, this is top left. And this is top right. I know the cat's kind of in the way there. It's not really a great place for the cat. Okay, so I've got my top left container over here, or my HBox. I'm actually going to call this HBox. Sometimes it just helps me to have the type of the node described in there. And this is actually an H split. Okay, HBox top left, HBox top right. Okay. We don't want a money label for this because this is just for settings in general. I think I will duplicate the separator though and move that down so it's not hugging the side too bad. And then this will be like the wave number that you're on here. Okay. Oof. So there's probably changes I'm gonna want to make to that in general. It's a little tough to resize it now. So this is where the theme is useful, because now I can adjust all of these font sizes at the same time, which should enable me to make some changes. I kind of want these panels. Okay, they don't have a minimum. Wait, maybe they do. I have 50 minimum size. Kind of like for them not to have a minimum height. Debating whether you want to join, because you're not super into tower defense games, but at the same time, you want to try to make something that you'd enjoy despite the genre. Yeah, and I think that's what's nice about this being the game-like jam, because as many of you know, this was originally the copycat jam, and the idea was like, you make a one-to-one exact copy of the original, but I didn't really like that idea. It sounded a little plagiarizing, so instead, it's the game-like jam, which does mean you can sort of go for your own interpretation. I mean, it's interesting, you know, we were just talking about what makes a Bloons game different from a normal tower defense, and to me, you can think of it like those tiered balloons, right? Where if you destroy a black balloon, it breaks down into 2 yellow ones. If you destroy a yellow one, it breaks down into a, whatever it is, green one. Break down a green one, it goes to a blue one. Blue one goes to red. And then they can have different properties. So like, I don't remember what it is. What, black ones are immune to bombs, but like other ones aren't or something? And so there could be different properties for the different tiers, and the fact that every unit type could be other unit types, that you could consider that to be the most Bloons-like aspect of it. And maybe just say, forget the tower defense stuff. I'm focusing on how the balloons, or the targets, you know, maybe it's like a first-person shooter game, and you're just like shooting enemies, and they keep changing into different tiers of enemies, you know? And then that's your Bloons TD-like. So, you know, and so then we got the best twist on the original, most like the original, both categories that are valid to aim for. So I think you could go for a different concept than a tower defense, if you like, you know. Your first idea was a third-person shooter roguelike. Nice! That sounds awesome. Yeah, and part of the jam's purpose is to limit you to the game, the theme game, so you get to benefit from the scope being decided for you. With that said, it's nice to be able to participate and make what you want and use it as a jump-off point for something else, which is still valid and fair. You don't have to use it that way as a known scope opportunity. I'll give it a brainstorming session, see if I can come up with anything. Yeah, see what you come up with. But that's fair. You know, there's going to be 6 of these a year, every other month. So hopefully there'll be another one that you'll be more immediately interested in. But I want to also put forth this, that for me, I want to push myself into a genre that I would not usually make. Now again, not everyone has to use this jam this way, but I too would never make a tower defense game. I don't really love tower defense games. I don't generally play them. I wouldn't have made it. But what I like about this jam is it's saying, forget that. Learn the skills that making a tower defense game can teach you. And then for the games you do like to make, maybe it's like, hey, well, because I made a tower defense game, now I know a little something about waves and whatever else comes with that, towers and aiming at things and shooting things and placing stuff down and doing upgrades. You know, there's so many components that can be taken out of the context of a tower defense and put into a totally different game. Even just the little coding strategies. You know, maybe you used an array in a way you never have before and only would have really been relevant in a tower defense. Now you know that. And if you had never made a tower defense, you wouldn't have learned that. So for me, that's where a lot of the benefit comes from, is pushing myself outside of my usual. So, you know, if I could push you back into trying a tower defense, even though it doesn't interest you, maybe that gives you some motivation to consider it. But motivation is important. You should be motivated if you want to actually work on it. It's less about making the genre. That sounds fun, but it doesn't sound fun to play. That's fair. Games don't have to be fun, also. And I don't know that I can vibe with making a game I wouldn't like playing, if that makes sense. That does make sense. That does make sense. I mean, it depends on your goals. You know, why do you want to participate in game jams? Why do you want to participate in hyper game jams? What are you looking to get out of it? Are you looking to expand your skill set? Or are you looking to vibe with the game that you like playing? You know? Like, if that's what you want, then yeah, go off and do something quite different, or skip this one. But if you want to like push your skills, I think sticking to the genre has a lot of benefits, even if it's not a game that you look back at and say, this is a fun one that I like playing a lot. Create opportunities to use your tools in a new way. Yeah, exactly. Games don't have to be fun. I mean, well, thinking of like things that you've brought to us before that I would call like a rage game, right? That's not really fun explicitly. Like, the point is that it like it's so hard. The controls are jank and it's like difficult and frustrating, and that's part of like what's entertaining about it. Some like social deduction games, you might not call those fun, but they have an entertaining experience that's still there. Yeah, there's a lot of variety. Even like creative games, right? Is being creative like necessarily a fun game, or is it creative? So games can also be telling stories, right? Like entertaining in the sense that like you're being taken on a journey narratively. Games might make you sad. You know, games like Paper Please, right? Where the idea is you are approving or not approving people's passports. It's kind of like work. It's like a job. There's so many job games, but like what's interesting about it isn't necessarily that it's a raw, you know, mechanical dopamine hit fun. I have ideas. I like pushing myself and getting ideas and stuff. Nice. I'll see what I can do, but you've convinced me to try. Yay! Try! Just try. See what happens. But, you know, it's important to be motivated, because if we start something that we're not interested in, that can, especially if, I don't know, I'm not speaking for you, but I know for me, with ADHD, if I don't have an excitement to work on it, that can really slow me down in the process. But, you know, whether this is going to be fun or not isn't really driving me as much as what I can learn from trying to make it, personally. Alright, so I'm trying to get this UI put together sooner than later, ideally. So this is probably sufficient-ish for now. Someone once told me to just start making games because the first 100 games I make will suck. Absolutely. I don't know about 100. Oh, it's quite a lot. But yeah, your early games will suck or whatever. I feel like that there's something kind of like negative about that I don't like. But um, I think that's true with any discipline, right? Is like you're going to make subpar, not perfect things. Yeah, probably a little jaded. Uh, but that's where you learn, in my opinion. Like doing something badly the first time helps you learn what you can improve on the next time. So yeah, super super valid. I mean, if you're learning to cook, you know, you're not gonna make like a Michelin star beef Wellington the first time. It's probably gonna be a doughy, separated, flavorless, dry mess. But that's okay, because now you're one step closer to knowing, okay, well, next time I'll make sure I put something in between the dough and the beef, so that way it binds together better, or whatever. You learn from making those mistakes the next time. Now I'm hungry. At 100 games, to get good, I might take the rest of my life to make a good game. Yeah, that's too long. That's too many. I'm not saying don't make 100 games, but it's a bit extreme. First 5 to 10, yeah. Not bad. This game's to learn from. It's practice. It is. Yeah, it's practice. It's the concept of practice. I love that. How is this looking, by the way? I think I need to restart it to see some of those nodes appear. And then part of setting up this UI was so I could more easily... Nice. Oh, it's looking like a game now. So I could more easily design the placement, or adjust the placement of the camera and the map, incidentally. And then we're also keeping in mind that I'm going to be hiding and revealing the UI. Now what won't hide and be revealed are the numbers there. So I don't want things to be on top of that. That's looking a little tough, because the baby's gonna be covered up by the numbers, unfortunately. So you might want to adjust it a bit. You've always wanted to make games. Glad to be participating. Yeah, let's go! I wasn't, Murphkins, I'm not sure on your, like, game development history. Is this, like, are you participating in this one and it's, like, the first game that you've made? Or something? I'm not sure. I'm sorry if I forgot something that is like, oh no, Murphkins did this. Okay. So I guess I need to also be, like, hiding the UI here and there. So the bottom and the side specifically. And then maybe adjust the camera around that. So really it's the top that I'm trying to avoid being covered up too much. I mean, I would think that even in the Bloons game, they're still avoiding stuff at the bottom. Yeah, they are. I mean, they've got the one path here. That's kind of interesting that, like, where you take damage is, like, behind the UI. If you think about it, that's kind of like the least important area to be focusing on. I mean, it's important, but by the time it gets to here, like, you're dead already. I think we could say the bottom is always there. And then it's just the sidebar that hides, just like in this future Bloons game. You're in the jam. I looked at your game on the member stream. Right. Dang, I don't remember which one it was. It's pretty far off screen even. Yeah, yeah. So let's come in here. Which game was yours, Merv? I've had tower snipe stuff that it should have been hit by. What does that mean? So I'm gonna actually keep the UI down here at the bottom. Because I don't think I actually want to hide that. I think it could be a little smaller. We kind of don't need a ton of space for that. Oh, I forgot I did kind of want to move around. Oh, I do remember checking out your thing now. I see, it was your Bloons-like. And that's your first ever? You're making great progress. I thought you were saying some game other than Bloons. I was like, I don't remember that. Gotcha. I wouldn't remember it because it's not real. Alright, I feel better now. I'm like, usually I don't forget these kinds of things. I have been tired lately. Yo, you are doing amazing. I'm so proud of you. Let's go. You've got so much progress. Holy crap. Nicely done. The balloon goes well off the screen and it still gets cleared. Oh. Yeah, I guess if they're okay with that, I'm okay with that. I know I'm spending a lot of time on this part. Yeah, I mean, there's so much about this design that is not ideal. Honestly. What if I rotate the camera around? I should probably be doing that. Have I been rotating the path itself? Okay, I haven't. That's good. Oh, I started to make another node here. I guess I didn't do anything with it. Because you can put the camera wherever you want. Have an area 3D and make towers unable to attack things which are not in the area. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really feel like that's a problem yet. Hopefully that doesn't have to be a problem. Ideally. But I guess you never know. Use geometry 2D to see if the enemy is in your rectangle? Yeah, totally. Nice. A tutorial? Nice. Oh, this is kind of working for me. Even though we're like flipping it around a bit. We're kind of changing the start and the end. There's something kind of cool about that though. Obviously our stretch is all over the place now. But I think this fits a lot better with the UI that we're going for. And then we have plenty of room for the baby down here at the bottom. And obviously our stretching is kind of strange. But we can fix that. You know, maybe we could make that one a lot longer. You like the camera a lot? Nice, thanks, Ulrich. The baby was a no-go or a go-go gaga? Total go-go gaga. I'm trying to set it up so that way it can be ready for the baby. Oh, I think I know what I was gonna do with the other node. so I can scale it proportionately separately. Yeah, let's do that. Make this node, call it table, drop the table in there. Oh, I'm gonna have to restart it. Oh yeah, this is much better. This is the way. I like this. I like where this is going. Now the baby is gonna be kind of cut off down there at the bottom. And you're gonna be seeing the back of the baby's head. Which is not my favorite fact. I kind of liked better the idea of the baby being at the top because it's like closer to where the heart is. The hearts are. I guess I could move the UI at the bottom. I could swap the top and the bottom UI. That's a bit of effort though, isn't it? And then what does it look like if we get rid of the side? Let's scooch it a bit. Maybe kind of like that. I think this is pretty good. And then if I'm gonna make adjustments later, at least now I kind of have, you know, if I might nudge it one way or the other, but at least now I have a general idea of what the layout is going to be like, which is nice. It's perfection. It's tough. I don't even know that I need to hide the... Yeah, but it's so small this way. But if I make it wider, I might, you know, I might just like remake the mesh too. So the proportions make more sense. I'll tell you one thing I am gonna do. I'm gonna make one end a lot longer. This end. So that way it actually extends off the side. I'm gonna make it quite long, actually. Overly long. And then I'll make this one a little shorter. Then I just have to unwrap it. Did that actually unwrap it correctly? Okay, there we go. That looks better. Okay. Come back to Godot. It should adjust those sizes automatically. Reset the runtime. See where we're at. Nice. So now that starting path goes off the side. I almost kind of want to make it, I kind of want to adjust this a bit. I'm not happy with how this is laid out. Just knowing, now that I know what the camera angle is like, I'd like to adjust this. So this is why I want to do this. This is why this is so important to me. Because when I start coding it, like one of the first things I'm gonna do is making a path that everything's gonna follow. So if I go and change this mesh, then I have to change the path, and the math, but the path, right? And so if I figure out exactly how I want the camera to be and how I want the mesh to fit within that camera, that's less changes I have to make later. I definitely want this to stretch out a little more. I'd almost even want to pull this in a bit. Perhaps. Maybe all this comes down some. Yeah, it is 3D problems. I mean 2D too, even if it was 2D. I'd still have to adjust things, but yeah, maybe it's more pronounced in 3D. Okay, then we want to unwrap it again. See what that's like. Nice. I think we could make that baby section a little shorter. So again, we just have plenty of room to fit the baby in. I think we could pull this in more. Pull it out this way. Unwrap it. Now UV unwrapping, that's definitely a 3D problem. Where did my unwrap stuff go? Oops. There it is. Here goes the golden eye OST. Oh yeah, it is. It is very golden eye. That game was hard to play. I didn't really realize it until I went back and tried to play it more recently. Those controls were jank. There was just like no blueprint for the best ways to design FPS controller stuff. Nice. I like this. And then if we pop up the side panel, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. I like it. Alright. I'm gonna make a commit here. I think I can move on to something else now. You need a wonky, loose N64 joystick to play it well. For real. At least. And to like unlearn modern FPS controls. UI and layout, done-ish. That's my commit. Alright, so now that I know that stuff, I want to get into some of the more technical side of it. Now that I kind of know how it's laid out, I know where the UI positions are going to be. I kind of feel like the ground, it's a slight distraction, but I kind of feel like the ground angle is a little weird against the... Yeah, I feel like it should line up here. Like, be the same direction. It's kind of weird otherwise. Well, that's pretty dang close right there. I think it just kind of flows better this way. This doesn't have a nice, neat, clear number. 45 degrees. Perfect. Let's go. I love when numbers are clean. Okay. I'm actually gonna do one more commit. Okay. So what I want to do next, I've seen a lot of folks focusing on like the path first. Something I really want to like prioritize sooner than later is upgrades, tower placing, because the path stuff feels like it's gonna be more on the easy side. And I guess I like to start out with more of a challenge. Now let's set up a path. It'll be more fun. Okay, so how's my node structure looking these days? We've got world environment, palettes, ground, camera. This is not useful. This is not useful. That's a tower example. That's the path. That's the HUD. Okay, a little cleaned up now. Oh, we got another cat. We got the other cat. It's Lili. So I guess next I would like to add, I guess I'll put it on the path. So I'm gonna call this actually table mesh. And let's add a path on here, a path 3D. So I started exploring how to do this a little bit in the member stream on Monday. Now I get to see if I remember how to do it. So we need to add a point. And then I think y'all were saying if I look at it from up high here, it makes it a lot easier to fill it out. And we want to start. It's kind of confusing. Oh, you're not gonna give me that rotation? Cool, 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 cool. Okay. So the start point is actually gonna be over here. Well, I kind of want to think of it more where it actually is. Okay, wait, bring the runtime back for a second. Where is actually where it starts? Another reason why I want to figure this out. So now I know exactly how it's going to fit on the camera, and therefore where the starting point should be. So the starting point, I probably want a little bit off camera, so maybe right there is where we can start it from. Okay. So I'll take our first path point. Oh, we were close. Now I would like to stay on a grid as much as possible, just because I like to. So actually I'm gonna reset this position. Move on a grid. I'm not sure that everything actually really fits on a grid anyway. That's okay. Alright, so there's the path, first point. I'm gonna add another point. Oh. Didn't actually add another point. Add another point. Adjust it. Now we don't actually need curves on these points, but it might be nice if they did kind of curve. just a little bit. So I think what I'm gonna do is kind of wrap it around like that, and then we'll make this curve. I think I'll do the control click thing. That'll probably be a lot easier. So if I do control click, it'll auto place a point. Kind of just get all these spots here. Yeah, it's a little harder to make sure it's like nice and even. I'd rather just... Can I just like duplicate like the currently selected point? Oh, we got 2 cats. Double cat. Clear points, close curve, delete point, add point in empty space, split segment in curve. Interesting. Select tilt handles, select control points, shift click to drag out control points. What? I don't care about that. Yeah, I wish I could duplicate it. Hey, what's up, Timeless? Even like from here, insert new after. Ooh. Wait, did that actually do that? That didn't really do what I wanted. That's okay. I wish there was a duplicate here, just so I don't have to like have everything all over the place. It's a little disappointing. So I guess I could do insert after. If I right click on this, insert new after, then I could copy like all the properties, I guess, and paste it. So copy the position, paste it on there. Now it's in that new spot. Of course I don't, that's not the one that's selected, unfortunately. Oh, this is kind of tricky to get this the way I want it. Okay, so I'll move it, we'll move it manually. And even like, I don't like how this is different. And I could just like match them or whatever, but, oh, are they at the same, oh, they are at the same point. Okay, good, great, okay. I just couldn't tell visually. I'm just trying to get like a good workflow for adding this path on here. Okay, so we add a new one, copy the old position, paste it on the new one. This one I didn't really need to do that with, but it's still a habit I'm trying to get in. Okay, put that there. This one we can scooch back a bit. Like, I wish I could just press Control D or something. That's fine. Add a point. Add a point. Wait, where does it keep? Oh, it's a new page. Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. Come to the new page. Paste it. It's a little, you know, it's a little tricky, but that's alright. Oh, oh, this one isn't where I thought it would be. Why is this so awkward? This is clunky. Okay, I mixed them up. Put this one down. That's the newest one. Copy the position. Add a new point. Paste the position. Then adjust it. Okay. Add a new element. Copy the position. Paste the position. Then adjust it. That's how we're gonna do this. copy the position, add a new element, paste the position, adjust it. Copy, add, paste, adjust. You're doing your path reversal balloons, or are you starting from the end? What do you mean? So mine is looking at that bottom left or the bottom right there. Mine is gonna start right here. Boop, 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 boop. And then it's gonna end right here. So if anything is particularly different, instead of it going from the left to the top, mine's going from the left to the bottom. But this is the beginning, and that's the end. And I'm marking, right now I'm making the path right around here. I see what you're saying, because you're looking at this in the center. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not letting me, like, rotate it without losing the orthogonal perspective. So what you're seeing here is not the same positioning. Down here in the bottom right is my actual game, where the camera will actually be. Okay. Carry on. Okay, put this down here, copy the position, add an element, paste the new position, copy the old position, add a new one, paste it, adjust it, copy, add, paste, adjust. It's gonna take some time. So you mean balloons walking backwards from the original balloons? What? So look at the bottom left. The balloons are gonna start right here where that arrow is pointing. Boink, 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 boink. Right there. Right at the tip point of that arrow. And they're gonna follow along this path, just like this. Just like that. And then that's the end. Does that make sense? Copy the position, add an element, paste. Your start point is the end point in the original? Yes, 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 yes. I mean, yes. So yeah, I am actually rotating the map around. That's right. I see what you're saying. Yeah. The reason why I did that is just because it worked out better with the concept that I'm doing, with the baby being at the end and how I've set up the camera and everything. I didn't really do it, like, for any reason other than that. So hopefully it doesn't negatively affect gameplay. I may find out that it was a mistake somehow, but yeah, technically that's right. Yeah, I'm switching the end and the beginning. Copy, add. Oh yeah, I knew. I mean, you know, you could say I did it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose in the sense that I'm like, it's gonna work out so much better this way. The original should have been this way. I just did it like, it fits my map better. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Alright, copy. Yeah, the baby will be more comfortable. Exactly, exactly. It just fits better. Okay, we're almost at halfway on here. It's a bit tedious, but I want to get it right. Or at least attempt to get it right. And the reason why I'm setting up 2 points in between each segment is because I want to curve. I want to like make a curve in between here on each one. So they kind of round the corners. Copy the position, add a new one, paste it. Copy, add, paste. Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? Welcome. Thanks for leaving a thumbs up. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, so I'm working on my Bloons-like. I'm just kind of like generally setting up. I guess I've set up the game space at this point. I always forget to change the task. Technically, I am building the path for balloons. For the balloon. Building the path that the balloons follow. Oh, that's not. We're actually way further than halfway because it's just a big straight line, so that makes it easy. Okay, pull this over here. So many errors. You're designing it in 2D, but looks like an orthographic isometric 3D camera view on it? Yes. It is a 3D game, but it will have 2D-ishness to it. But I'm essentially designing it all in 3D, with some 2D elements. It is kind of like what I generally like to do. I thought about making a totally 2D game. You know, and, you know, we were talking about that earlier with solar pellets. She was saying, like, you know, not sure that I'm interested in making a game that's a tower defense because I wouldn't, like, enjoy necessarily playing that. For me, I lose motivation working on something if visually it's not challenging me in the way I want to be challenged. And 3D is just, like, kind of what gets me hyped. It's what gets me excited about doing game dev. I do stuff in 2D if I'm like just trying to like learn a specific thing or just doing like an example or something, but the kind of games I want to make, I want to do with a basis in 3 dimensions. So even though it's more difficult, I find it more rewarding and it keeps me going. Okay, almost there. So then I do have to go back and add all the curves in. I love 3D versus 2D. Yeah, for our learn along last week, I think, I did use a 2D project, which was wild. It was blowing my mind because I like never do it. And I was like, you know, I could like this. Yeah, I know, I can't help myself. I'm the 2D girl, I can't stop. Or the 3D girl. No, 3D, not 2D. Okay, copy, add, paste. Almost there. Just a little further. Back it up. And man, this is going to be satisfying to see the little targets racing around the track. You gotta start with this. I tried to convince myself I didn't want to start with the path. Nah. We must. 2D Freudian slip. I got 2D on the brain. I can't help it. I do have a lot of admiration for 2D. I just find it quite difficult to be interested in working with. Especially, I find it difficult to make the assets. Isometric look and colors. Thanks! Yeah, I tried to be really, really intentional about the colors. So I like picked a couple references. Chat made some suggestions about where to get references from, and I found a lot of value in focusing on like, so I just like searched up like candy, basically. Where'd my references get off to? Oh, I cut them. So I just like searched up like candy assets. Where's my toys? There it is. Toys versus candy. So I took these images here, this one and that one. So this for like things that I want to pop and stand out more, and this for stuff that's more in the background. Candyland. Yeah, it's giving Candyland. Totally. Because candy is like a central thing to the game. And then based on those two images, I made these palette strips, which you can kind of see there. I made those two palette strips. So the top one is the more subdued one, and the one on the bottom is the more saturated one. And then I'm just sort of pulling colors from there. I haven't really ever like approached my game design with this like focus on color before. And it's kind of, it's one of the big reasons why I'm not doing the Harvest Earth theme this time, because Harvest Earth, I did not plan any colors at all. And I think it kind of suffers from that. And so I don't really want to work with that anymore. I want, at least not for the game-like entries, I mean. So I wanted this to be an opportunity to experiment with a different way to approach visual design. Yeah, so my theme is candy and babies. Yeah, one baby. So here's my mock-up of it. And the idea is there are candy or brownies and cakes and things like that that move along this path. The path is going to be a table, like a kitchen table, and it's junk food. It's like sweet junk food. And it's going to move along the table, and at the end of the table is going to be a baby who will eat it, and it will damage their heart. It's bad for the baby's heart. And so your hearts will go down when the candy gets into the baby's mouth. And so your goal is to buy toys with brownie points that you get. So all of the sweets will break down into brownies ultimately. And you get brownie points whenever you destroy them. And you spend those brownie points to buy toys. And those toys are the towers. So you put down like the toy soldier, and it'll shoot like pellets. It'll shoot pellets or whatever at the sweets. That'll destroy them. And then there's like a spinning top, like for the tack tower, which shoots out like multiple things. It's gonna be a spinning top that maybe has like sparks or something that fly out. I got a snow globe for the ice tower. It'll just have an aura of cold. Rockets for the bomb tower, just shoot off rockets, toy rockets, and then a water gun for the supersonic tower that shoots really fast. So yeah, that's my concept. Trying to protect the baby's heart from candy with toys. Another thing I'm kind of experimenting with, you know, is like trying to have like a consistent theme in my game and try to like represent that through assets and the concept and stuff. Alright, so I think this is good. I might want to not have that be so far out. I'm not sure exactly where the baby is going to be, but that's generally what I want. Well, I don't know what the target vector can't be 0? What does that mean? What are you talking about? Is that an actual problem? And protect that single baby tooth, yes! That's right. Oh, teeth would be a creepy hit point. Just like a floating tooth. Why do I want to make a game about teeth now? Alright, I'm going to assume this error is fine. It's always safe. Whoa! We're under the map. Okay, we should probably pull that up a little bit so it's actually on top. Could be nice. Alright, so now I'm gonna make the curves. As you see, hopefully, right now, they're just like these straight angles. But I want it to have more of a curve in between the corners. So, let's do it. I could probably do this with like gizmos, maybe? I don't know. I'm not actually sure if I could do that. Control points, shift click to drag out control. Maybe I'll just do it over here. Yeah, so let's start at the first one. So that's the first one. That's the second one. We still got some time consumery here. Okay, so I want the out point, there we go. The out point to be curved a bit. There it is. Nice. Curve. Bam. Something like that. Easy. The hardest part is just kind of knowing which one is the one. So for this one, the out, we just want to, or no. Okay. There we go. Yeah, and I think some of these I might want to adjust because it doesn't really have a lot of room to move. Can I select multiple of these and adjust them? No? Cool, 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 cool. Alright, okay. Oh, I can! Oh, thank goodness. Excellent. Great. So yeah, this is gonna take a bit of effort and care. That's okay. This is kind of hard. This is kind of difficult. We'll see. Maybe I'll wait until they're actually moving to decide if it's a problem or not. This is kind of difficult. Truth be told, this is a little difficult. It's okay. We got this. We can do hard things. Okay. It's not that difficult. It's just like I'm just wiggling them to see where they're at. To tell if I'm moving the right one or not. Okay, there we go. Not that one. Not that one. I'm sorry, do I have multiple stacked on top of each other? Oh, whoops. Luckily, it looks like we can just remove it. Well, there's another good reason to be here. Going through each one and wiggling it. It's not just a goofy way to check which one I'm grabbing, but it's actually a valuable double check that I don't have two stacked on top of each other. Wow. Great. Love that. Okay, so make that curve. You know, this is sufficient. But if this was like an ideal, amazing tool, it would have a way for me to click on these gizmos and adjust their curve without having to come over here into the inspector. But I'll take it. I'll take it. It beats coding the curves. You know, like at least there's something. But it's a little rough. Okay, pull that out a bit. Check the next one. Looks good. I'm never sure which is the right in or out, or which is the, if it's X or Z. I'm sure there's a way to like know, but that would be too easy. That would be a little extra brain effort. Luckily, we can select multiple and move them. I appreciate that a lot. Okay. Oh, you can deselect them now. Thank you. Next page. Okay, that's that one. Looks good. Curve it. That one looks good. That one looks good. I'm gonna select both of them. Push them out a little bit. To hopefully have a little more room to round that curve. Okay. Oops. Did I want to do this one? Oh, okay. Curve it. Looks good. Looks good. Curve it. Nice. Oops. Okay, look for that one. Next page. I guess I'm glad there's the pages. That would get pretty nuts if it was like super long. Okay, next one. Good. Good. Curve that. Probably gonna want to move these out a bit. Maybe these two. So it just has a little more room. We'll see, you know, once I get assets in there, they might not go around the corners as well as I hope. Or it could be perfect. Almost there. This one looks good. Rotate it. Alright, and then that goes into the baby's mouth. Phew. Curvy track. I'm gonna save that. I'll make a commit. Added a curvy path on the track. Okay. What's next? Well, I'd like to put something on that track. So let's add a follower. I'll make it a node 3D. And in that node 3D, hold on, I gotta move these cats. In that node 3D, well, no, you want to do a path follower. Path follower, path follower. That's gonna be the top level. And then a node 3D inside of there. In that node 3D, I'm gonna do, for now, just a mesh. I will want that to be a brownie at some point, at least. I think I'm gonna change my tower example to like a cylinder or something. I don't know, it just feels weird having two cubes. It just bothers me. So we're gonna make this a cylinder. Just feels correcter. Let's give it more of a radius. Give it some height. Okay, there's our tower example. And then for the balloon, or the target, yeah, it's just like a little brownie. It's a very little brownie. It's kind of a big brownie. That's alright. It'll be interesting to see how that rounds the corners since it's a square. Maybe we should make it a little smaller. Now the other thing too, I might want to add some like billboarding on here or something, because otherwise it's going to kind of like turn around, right? Like when it's following the path, it'll kind of like if the front of the brownie will like face the direction, when I kind of want it to like face the camera the whole time and go around a bit like this. Now that means I would want some kind of billboarding or something on there, which is probably going to work better on a 2D asset, where a sprite 3D, so I think, yeah, someone mentioned earlier, I think a sprite 3D is going to be right, since I want there to be billboarding where it faces the camera all the time. That way, its perspective isn't constantly changing, and it's kind of easier to spot and see. I hadn't realized it, but I think that's part of the advantage of making it two-dimensional. The targets of the balloons specifically. So like if we look at the latest Bloons game, when the balloons spawn in, now this person is playing so well that you never see the balloon really go past the beginning. It's interesting. Yeah, you don't really see them move at all. But in theory, they would sort of stay the same orientation wherever they went. I wish we could see it go all the way around. Okay, that one kind of went around. And yeah, it doesn't like the balloon isn't facing a different direction, which is going to be different. It depends on the asset. So I kind of want to actually get that set up today and get something that faces the camera the whole way. So in order to do that, I am going to need to have like a 2D asset sort of in there. So I don't actually want this 3D brownie. In fact, I don't want to do that at all. You know what? Give me an actual asset. I don't like this. I'm okay with placeholder stuff, but I want that placeholder to be as similar to what the final result is going to be as possible. So what I'm gonna do, let's actually make a new thing here. I'm gonna take that brownie, I'm gonna export it, and I'm gonna make it square. Let's make it 512 by 512. It doesn't have to be a square, but I'm gonna get that brownie asset, slap it in, export it. Because again, you know, if I know that I'm going in with the plan of it having this billboarded 2D thing, I want to be setting it up that way. Now, I don't plan on using this brownie asset. I'm going to make my own brownie asset. But it'll be nice to have something that generally is what it's going to look like. Oh. Let go of my keys in the wrong order. Okay, there we go. Looks good. Brownie. I think it'd be nice if there was a little bit of border there. Okay. I'm gonna make sure it has a transparent background. I don't like those crumbs. That's not part of the vision. That's okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem, Canva. I got you. Okay. And we're gonna call this target brownie. I'm gonna say temp target brownie. Maybe even target 1 to indicate that it's the first tier, the lowest tier. We're gonna say assets. I'm gonna make a new folder called targets. We're gonna say temp, and I'm gonna drop that in. Okay. Back in Godot. We've now got that. So I don't actually want to have this type of mesh here. I want to do a sprite 3D. I don't even think we need to do a sub viewport at all. I think a sprite 3D is going to be fine. Whoever said it earlier, I was like, I don't know, maybe. Nope, that was the way. So I'm gonna give it a flag that it is billboard enabled. So this way, no matter what, when I'm looking at it, it's following us. Let's make sure it's above the track. I guess we kind of almost want it to be a little bit lower, so it like fits in there, more or less. Now it doesn't really stand out well. I'd want like a border on it, probably, of some kind. Not exactly the assets that I plan on going with, but let's improve this a little bit. I'm gonna add a border onto it. Oh, it's kind of crazy. I really don't like those crumbs. Those crumbs are irritating me. I gotta deal with the crumbs. I can't take it. I can't take it. I don't know if cropping it is gonna work well. Not quite. So we're gonna get a little weird. I could just go into an image editor. Yeah, just do that. Alright, it'll take a second to load. It's a little slow on this computer. But I'm gonna boot up an image editor. I'm gonna get those crumbs out of there. Because especially with the outline, it's messy. Even though it's a placeholder, I think it's gonna confuse me. I'm gonna be like, what's that? Why does it look like that? I can't have that. Yeah, by setting a lot of this up now, I'm definitely leaving a lot of the harder work to later, which is gonna be like coding the towers, the detection, the movement, the upgrades. Okay, let's get those crumbs out of here. No more crumbs. Okay, save that. Right on top of it. And then we're gonna re-import that back into Canva. Now, no more crumbs. Let's add the outline. I guess we could try to like match brownie color a bit. On the outline. I feel like, why do I feel like there should be like a highlight or something? There's something about it that I feel like is still, especially since the table is brown. Like the brownie and the brown table are kind of not a great combination. There's really not much that makes the balloons stand out other than their art style. Didn't think about that. The brownie color might be a problem if it's too similar to the table. We could adjust the colors. Maybe darken it. This is kind of a bright colored brownie as far as they go. So maybe we could make it a darker brownie. Just so it stands out a little better. Okay, then I'm just gonna adjust the outline color. We could probably just go black with the outline at this point. Okay. Export it back out. You know, and I like it too, even though it's placeholder, like, it's starting to show me what the challenges are gonna be once I do add in the proper assets. Like, okay, I'm gonna need to make sure it stands out against the table. The brownie, I gotta keep the brownie in mind, right? Because if I go and I model a whole brownie, set up all the textures, you know, at least now, actually, let's just replace it. At least now I know what I need to be considering before I model it. Okay, well, messed this up. Okay, paste that on there. But to me, doing like aimless placeholders that don't somewhat approximate what it's actually going to be, I lose the opportunity to discover problems that might come up. This looks a lot better. We want to do a full billboard, not just Y billboard, actually. The whole thing. Looks good. Looks a lot better. I think we want that to be much smaller. A nice small brownie. Okay. So there's our current follower. We're gonna call this, I'm gonna say 1_brownie_1. Okay. I guess we don't need to do that. I guess I want to call this, because I want them to like share something quite similar between them. Like if I'm going to set these up and set up multiple things, it'd be nice if they like inherited from each other to some extent. On the other hand, having all the information about every type in one, I don't know if I love that. I think we're fine to make multiple. I don't think I need the node 3D. Get rid of that. Okay, we're gonna say follower 1 brownie. Great. That's about all I need there, other than its movement. So I'm gonna add a script. At last, 5 hours in, almost, the coding has begun. Let's add in some things. We want like a speed, which isn't really gonna change. No, it will change. Nope, it's variable. I think it would be nice if this is a class. So I'm gonna say I kind of want to call this a target, not a follower. I'm gonna say target 1 brownie. Even though I usually like to do the names, I want to call these targets. So on the top level, so I'm not actually going to attach this on here, though. We're going to say speed float equals, we'll just start with a 5. That's enough for now. Yeah, we got a cat. Sometimes we even got 2 cats if we're lucky. Welcome, Mr. Fu. So I'm going to have this moving in a pretty simple way. I think all we have to do is move like 1 position. This is Trappy. He's a very sweet boy. He's the most sweet cat I have ever had the pleasure of meeting. So really it's progress we want to advance on the follower. So we're going to say progress plus equals speed times delta. So even just with that, I think we should have something cruising around. There it goes. Alright, so it's a little wonky. Wow. What is happening? Why is it this way? Oh, it looks bad. Oh my goodness. Yikes. Wow. Okay. What? Why are you like this? Maybe no cubic interpolation? Oh dear. This looks so bad. It seems like the curves are where it struggles. So perhaps I have set up the curves wrong. Maybe because I just did like an out and no ins. Yeah, I'm using 4.4 right now. It's what lets me even do this, where I have this. So this isn't actually the usual floating Godot embed or pop-up. Because of the new 4.4 features, I'm able to do some fancy stuff. Namely, I can have my screen, that is to say, when I do the runtime. Yeah, it's so cool. When I do the runtime, I can have it be in the editor, right? I can have, so this is actually telling me like if I'm on monitor 1, 2, 3, next screen, whatever. So I've got it on my third monitor, which means I can have this nice little cutout that I can move around wherever, and I can change the code and I can do whatever I want, and I don't have to manage Windows in the same way. It's hard to explain why this is nice, but it really is. And obviously, a nice thing is you can do an embed, so we can actually embed the game in the editor, which is super cool. But they didn't have this awesome like screen feature, and I love it. So yeah, I'm getting some use out of it already. Stuck at work? No. Working on a tutorial for a game project. Nice. At least when you're doing work, at least it's like still game dev. It's kind of nice. All right, so we got some serious problems here. I think I might have an idea why. I think it's because on my curves, my points, maybe I didn't set my ins and outs up correctly. That's what I'm thinking. Because I haven't tried to do curves yet. I did practice setting up ones that don't have curves, but actually setting up ones that do have curves, yeah, I haven't done that yet. Your coworker made this really nifty objective list feature that we're using like everywhere now. It's awesome. Objective list. I don't know what that means. But it's kind of nice if there was like it helped everyone's efficiency. Nice work, coworker. Oh, it actually looks fine when it's faster. Why? It's still like off the path in a weird way. A quest log. Yeah. Gotcha. I wonder if it's because I adjusted the position here. Oh, that's better. Push that up. But I don't want it to be that fast. That's too fast. that may not be too bad. Wait, why is it working perfectly now? What did I do to make it work better? That's weird. Go back to the slow speed. What happened? Why is it functioning correctly now? I'm so upset. I'm so upset that I like don't understand what was wrong before. I mean, I'm glad it's right now. Something I'm not sure I understand is why the brownie is semi-transparent. That's very strange. There must be some weird import thing going on here. Would be my guess. But okay, got an objective list for a quest log. Sounds useful for sure. Makes sense. Fix alpha border. Do not fix the alpha border. Brian just wants to be really honest and transparent. It wants to be like really honest and transparent. I can respect that, you know, for a brownie. Transparency is so important. Okay, that didn't do anything. Why would you do this? Hey, what's up, Stoner? How does it look here? I mean, here it doesn't look see-through. Like, am I bugging? That's definitely partially invisible. Why? Why are you like this? You don't have to be that way. Billboard transparent on. Well, yes, some of it's transparent. The edges are transparent. But not the inside of it. So I was just clicking on this, but that's no good. That's not what I want. Shaded, not helping. Double-sided, not helping. No depth test, definitely no. Alpha cut. Oh, that's better. With the discard alpha cut, that's a lot better. Not a lot. Trying to think if you even know Bloon Tower Defense. Yeah. Well, luckily the game is on the jam page. So it is certainly there to play. Now, unfortunately, the embed hasn't been working. I think, I don't know why. I did reach out to their support team, but I haven't heard back. I probably won't. But if I do, that'd be nice. My theory is that we did so many calls to this, playing it, that they just like automatically shut it off. Because it probably costs, they probably have like a quota, like an API token limit or whatever. And so if too many embeds are calling in, because it's a lot easier for them to do that. It's super easy on their own website. But when you do an embed, it can get a little more complicated. So I think maybe they couldn't keep up with that somehow. And then they just had some automatic thing that crushed it. So it doesn't unfortunately load in here anymore. But there's a link right above that on the jam page that opens up the game. The one that we're actually doing. So go to the jam page, find that, and the game is here. And we've decided that one of the things that makes it so unique versus other tower defense games are the tiered targets. So the fact that you have these colorful balloons that change and have different properties. So some balloons are faster than others, have different resistances. There's the blue ones. When you pop a blue one, it breaks down into a red one. When you pop a black one, it breaks down into 2 yellow ones. Pop a yellow one, it goes down to a green one. So that like tiered structure of it, I think is kind of what we agree is the most Bloons-like component that sets it apart. But of course you can take whatever else you want from it, inspiration-wise too. I'm trying to keep mine as similar as possible, but I have maybe gone a little too far out in my plan for it. I have gone for a toys versus candy concept. So it's going to be like sweets that are going along a table into a baby's mouth. And you're trying to avoid the sweets from getting to the baby so it doesn't get sick or whatever. This is quite different, right? Because in Bloons, there's just this disembodied place where things go and you lose health. Which is pretty cool, actually, that they just like have reduced the number of assets, the number of logic. There's no explanation. It's just like, don't let it get to the end. But I've apparently decided to add an explanation for where it's going, which is some effort. That's extra work. I've kind of like added some scope, unfortunately. I also, instead of using balloons, I'm using like these sweets, which are all going to have different shapes and stuff. Which the balloons are nice because they're literally the same shape with different colors and sizes. So like, I've made it harder for myself there as well, unfortunately. But, that's my idea. And you're going to be putting down toys, like, for example, a toy soldier that shoots at the candy. Just kind of trying to go with like an artistic theme. Yeah, it's like a cute concept. Thanks, Stoner. It's something I want to like practice in this Bloons TD Jam, is just like thinking more about the artistic concept and the message and stuff, instead of kind of slapping whatever together. And I've spent today laying out my map and my camera and the UI and things. There's some placeholder stuff going on, but generally I've got the idea. So that's going to be the UI menu on the side, and it'll like pop up if needed. At the bottom is going to have all of the towers that you can place. That cylinder is a placeholder tower. You've got life, money, wave in the top right, and then there'll be a settings button there too. And so I'm just now setting up the path and how the targets will move along the path. So far this is looking better. Now obviously I'm going to want to change like the speeds of things. I'm not sure exactly what speed I want as like a base speed. I guess I'll kind of like feel it out. Like, what does it feel like the speed is of red balloons in Bloons? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good base speed, I think. It's maybe a little fast, even. Maybe I'll bring that down a bit. Hey, Frank. Yeah, we got balloons. You know it. Well, I'm taking out the balloons, but generally speaking, we're doing balloon stuff. I'm actually going to get rid of the monkeys so I can just observe it on its own. This is kind of hard. Let me actually pop up a window capture here. Just so I can see it separately. This is gonna be your first actual game made with an actual game engine? That's exciting! Good luck, Stoner! There's good learning ahead. A love that. And you know what I think is so nice about this jam is you don't have to think about what your game is gonna be. The game is already figured out for you. Now this is a trickier game, so if you can simplify it, especially if it's your first time, do it. But y'all are smart. I think you can still figure your stuff out. Okay, so now I've got these both here. I just kind of want to observe the red balloon speed and compare it. Oh, it stops? Okay, I gotta actually move this somewhere else. Hold on a second. This is a little trickier than I thought it would be here. Okay, hold on. I'm running out of monitors. To put these on. Yeah, we got a kitty cat. We got a kitty cat. That's how we do it around here. Cats and balloons. And candy. And babies. Well, one baby. It's scary, yeah. I'm gonna try my best. I'll have something, hopefully. You got this, you got this. There's a lot of learning to be had here. I know it. Proud of you for diving in. Facing that fear. It feels like my brownie's going a little faster. But 5 feels too slow. Actually, 5 isn't bad. Maybe it's a little slow. What about 7? Maybe 6? I'm just trying to like eyeball the speed. See if it's about right. Maybe 7. And in the blues, they go just a little bit faster. I almost feel like this is too slow. It's so hard to like compare speeds and like guesstimate it. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good speed. I think that's pretty close. Alright, so we'll say 8 is our base speed, because I think that's going to be the slowest one too. I posted some resources on the community page on the Discord, or not the Discord, the jam page, just with some data that I'm finding helpful in theory and in practice. Like the speeds, the relative speeds of all of them. So for the red one, we've got a speed of 1, and then blues 0.4 faster. Greens are 0.8 faster. So if I want to make the blues just a little bit faster, and then the green and the black would have the same speed, stuff like that. So R1 is 8. Okay, good. So that's just one. What if I want to spawn a bunch of them? I am gonna save this though and make a commit where we're at. Brand new follower made. Now I don't actually want that script to be on here. Well, I guess I do, because there's really not going to be any difference. Actually, there is. But if they're going to be separate instances, I don't know that I really need a class. Like, because... I mean, I can keep the class. Let's just keep it like this for now. So I do want to load in different data for the different speeds. I kind of want to start setting that up as soon as possible. So if I have a different one, let's see here, this is Path 3D. I'm going to save this branch as a scene. So we've got assets. I don't think this is an asset. I'm going to make a targets folder. And we're going to call this target 1 brownie. I think that's sufficient. Oh, wow, that's new. That's some new godot stuff. Did you see that? When I went to save this as a scene, maybe you couldn't because I had the game in the way. Check this out. When I go to save it as a scene, at the bottom here, there's some new stuff. Reset position, reset rotation, reset scale. That's really convenient because often when I'm setting something up in the, in here, I've messed with its transform. So I've like put it over here or something. But when I export it as a scene, normally when I saved it as a scene before 4.4, it would save in this position. That's how it exports. So I'd have to make sure to reset it either once I exported it or before I exported it. But now they have those nice little checkboxes, and by default, they put it back to the origin. That is so nice. There's so many quality of life changes in 4.4. I love it. Okay. So if I'm going to make another target, I don't even really want to call this brownie. That was kind of a mistake, actually. I'm going to delete this. Yeah, I don't think I want to call it brownie. But how are you going to pull the... I know how. We'll make export variables. I know what we're going to do. So I'm going to not call this target 1 brownie. I'm going to close this, and I'm going to rename it to just target. Just keep it simple. And I'm going to make an export variable up here for the sprite texture. Can I make an array of textures? I know I can. I've done it before. I did it with my... So I made this for a learn-along stream that we did a couple weeks ago in a member stream. Those will be public soon. For this learn-along stream, I made this a little example of how to load levels. And it's just got a bunch of doors, and you go into the doors, and the doors correspond with certain numbers and different scenes. And they open up when you go over top of them and press the open button. And I stored all the different backgrounds, or maybe the levels themselves, I can't remember, in an array, in an exportable array. So I kind of like to go look at that, because I think that's going to be pretty useful here. As much as I can reference the way I've done something before, the better. And I do find it helpful to try to like learn the new way to do it too, instead of just always copying it. But maybe it's like the first couple times, it's nice just to borrow from the way it was. But it's also not like this is code I'm copying and pasting. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to just remind myself how I set up an array that is exportable, so I can just drag the different sprites, like the brownie versus the cake versus the candy or whatever, drag them in and then have them set depending on if the target is supposed to be a brownie or a cake or whatever. Here, there it is. So we've got this array of packed scenes. And so this actually has the entire levels in there. And so all I had to do is just drag and drop it in here, and it could pick which one it was supposed to be and just change it to that. So this, I guess it is a line of code I'm copying and pasting. Which is fine. Okay, so this is gonna be, I guess, sprite array. Not a packed scene, but what? I guess just paths? I don't want paths. What would this be? Well, you need to figure that out. Like, so it's a sprite, so it's a texture, right? So whatever this is importing as. Compressed texture 2D. Okay. So be it. So an array of compressed texture 2Ds. Then we can add one in, get our brownie image, and drop it. And so instead of having something in there already, I'm going to put nothing in there. So the game is actually not going to look like anything is happening until I assign it. So that would definitely be something I would want to do like in the ready function. And we're going to say, well, I need to make sure that the sprite 3D is accessible. I'm just going to call it sprite. And what do we just say, like texture? Returns a texture 2D. We might just be able to say equals. Now it needs to pick a certain one, right? That's gonna have to be set up with like a dictionary or something. So something has to tell it what type it's going to be. You know, I think we do. This actually is a good reason to have a top level. Now that I think about it. I mean, if I want it, I'm not really trying to spawn things. We're gonna teleport things. So this is more set up for me to build it, not for it to instantiate it and have different properties that are necessarily stored in a dictionary or something. Although it'd probably be a good use case for like a resource or something. I think I'm okay with doing it manually. So the sprite itself, we definitely want there. What is a class instance but a miserable little pile of properties? What a beautiful thing. I wish that could be a quote. Miserable little pile of properties. The array, I definitely want to be a miserable pile of the properties, or in the pile of properties. The speed, I want as well. The sprite, I do not. No, we do want, no, we don't want the sprite. I think the sprite needs to be on the children. So I'm going to pull this out for now. The process we can keep on there. All this can stay on there. Okay, so I'm going to now detach that script. From the target. I guess it's miserable because it doesn't get to be in the action. So this is going to be target 1, we'll say. Wait, that's not what you actually want. That's not how I actually want to do this. I guess we'll say this is... I guess I'll call it target sprite or something. Something I don't like about that. Target individual, target child, target itself. I kind of hate that. Yeah, let's say target itself. Okay, so the target itself doesn't extend to path follow 3D. It's going to extend target. That's the class that we made. So now in here, we're going to onReady the sprite 3D. And in here, we're going to set the sprite texture. Well, actually, I'm going to put... Here, let's put an export in here. Well, you don't... No, you can put this over here. Put this in the... Target script. Where is that? Wait a minute. Where'd that script go? I lost it. Did I murder it on accident? Oh, it's in here. Follower1 brownie.gd. No. Rename this target, please. Okay. So in here, we have a speed, we have the sprite array, but I'm also going to want, we'll say target tier. This is an integer, and next we want this to be a range. So I'm going to say export range. It would be like more programmery to start with 0, but I'm not going to. Let's start with 1, and there's 6 of them total. And then I want it to have a step of 1. And then we're going to set it by default to 1. So now, when we look at our target here, let me fix this error. Now when we look at our target here, we've got a few options. I've got speed, target tier, and then the sprite array. So which tier is the target on? It's kind of confusing, that wording. Maybe we could just say target number. Target type. Something like that. It would be nice to have this as an enum, but I don't know. It's kind of boring. So now because it has that, it's boring to set up. It's actually much less boring to use. Maybe I'll do target level. That way it still kind of makes sense with the number. Okay. Oops. So target 1, if we go back to our target itself, target 1, we want the texture to match. Oh, we should make it 0 because it's in the array. I knew it. I knew I was going to want it to be 0, but I didn't want to admit it to myself. Okay, so it will be 0 through 5 because then it's going to just line up with the array, which is much easier. So the sprite texture is going to pull from our sprite array, and then we just want to say target level right there, just like that. So now every target we click on will, I kind of wish I could say that the children didn't have the export, because I don't really need them to have their own export. Is that gonna work? Oh, because there is no export there. I see. You don't need to start at 0 because it's more programmery, just because you want it to match up with the array. Yeah, well, I mean, it's just, yeah, because just because I want it to match up with the array. That's why I want it to be, yeah. Which makes it programmery. So I just realized, if it's a class script that isn't attached to a node, I don't think I can set up the sprite array. So for example, if I add the brownie in here, I don't think we need the array. I kind of don't need the array though, actually. Unless I load the array. It's hard. Sometimes I don't know how I want to set things up until I get in there. I'm actually not going to do the array. I've decided not to. Instead, I'm going to do an export variable for the sprite. I think we can actually do this here on the top level. Actually, I don't think I need to do this any differently. This is confusing. The array starts at 0 because the guys who wrote C thought, how many bytes from the beginning is it? And the answer was 0 bytes from the beginning equals the first element. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah. Programmery. That's a programmery reason if I've ever seen it. But I think you're also implying that it doesn't really have like a purpose. They just needed to make a decision. And so they decided that. So if I'm just going to duplicate the same thing and change the values, I don't really need an array because I can just drag it on each one. In that sense, I don't really need a class because what's different about them? Nothing. The only thing that's going to be different is their speed and what they break down into. It's tough. I have a hard time like thinking ahead, so I just kind of have to try stuff and see what feels right. I think we could make a base target and then save new stuff from there. I don't think we need target itself. I'm going to detach this script. And we're going to go back to attaching target on here for now. A variable breaks down into equals brownie. What? So I think I'm just going to say that this is a compressed texture 2D. What would a compressed texture 3D be? And then if we click on the target, we'll have our sprite. Drop that in. And then I can just change this based on whatever. So I don't have to do any calculation here. we just have that. And I can just call this target. And now in my main scene, what I'll do now, I don't want to actually put these on the path. What I want is to move things onto the path. So they're actually going to be separate. So let's make I'm going to say target collectors. This is where I'm doing like the object pooling. And in here are going to be more collectors. So this is going to be, I guess, I always try to name in the search. I'm going to call this 1 brownies. Then we'd have 2, whatever it's going to be. I don't know what 2 is going to be yet. But just go down the line like that. Until we have 6. And then that's where I'm gonna put all of them. So how many do I need? What's the maximum that there would ever be? This is kind of crazy. I think we should instantiate them all at the beginning. So that way they're not all sitting in my node tree, slowing down the editor. The maximum that I'll ever need of reds is 50. There's only, 70. There's only at most, whoa. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. There's at most, the tribulations of using a trackpad is accidentally zooming in. 70 is the most there'll ever be at once. I don't really need to worry about that right now, but maybe I do. Maybe I will. That'd be kind of fun. Stress test 70 of them in there at once. So on the target collectors, what I'd like to do, what if you pop all the blues and have 70 red spawn? I don't know. I hadn't thought about that. Oh! You're right. Oh, I didn't think about that at all. Oh my gosh, I gotta give you credit for that. Oh dang, I was not planning ahead correctly. Humbled. Okay. Wow. Shoot. Oh, I gotta plan this differently. Uh-oh. My little brain don't think ahead good. How do I even describe this? I'm gonna call this target spawning. Ah! If I can make it there. Okay. Wow. Did not consider that at all. Wow. I mean, that kind of brings me back to having it all contained in the same one, in the same target. So it can just pull from that array. Okay, I guess I do need the array. I do need the array. The array is needed. It must be used. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking there's a global pool, which would be like the target class, that has the array. Yeah, okay. All right, fine. Then if I'm gonna do that, I do want the export. I just don't want there to be that like set for the property on each one. So I don't think I'm gonna get to enjoy dropping in. I mean, unless you make it a node. But that's silly. So I guess what I'm gonna do is make it just be a list. I think that's what it's gonna be. Okay, all right. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. You've convinced me that this is the correct path. So then we will set the sprite. So welcome back, target itself. You have been resuscitated. Welcome. And we come to our target itself. And I'm gonna drop the target itself script on there instead of the target script. Then on the target script, we're just gonna set up a regular old-fashioned array that is array compressed. The collector will have several arrays of currently not in use candies. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I don't know. I don't actually know anymore what it's gonna be. It's a good question. What is it gonna be? Maybe on a round per round basis. It loads in all the necessary ones. I mean, or it just has 200. There's only ever 200 at once. Yeah, exactly. I think the most that there ever is 200. So I think there's just gonna be 200 like brownies, like default base level targets just sitting there in the collector. And then when it needs 10 red, it'll pull 10 out of there, put them in, teleport 10 of them in, and assign them to red. And then it'll take 24 of those, assign them to blue, and if blue gets hit, it gets reassigned to a red. If a red gets hit, it gets sent back to the collector. Now it's possible I don't actually need 200 in there. Oh wait, 250. I just saw 250. 250 is the most at once. Probably. So I might have to adjust that number. But yeah, 250 just placeholders spawned in right at the beginning. And then those get moved around. Wow. Good lines of questioning. Thank you. It helps me so much. What if you only create new ones when you run out of available objects in the collector? So, and this is like maybe unnecessary, but like my interest is to approach it where I'm instantiating nothing. And it's just like, it's a bit of an overabundance of caution. Like, it's like kind of like pre-optimization stuff, which is often like frowned upon or whatever, like whatever. But I kind of want to make sure that all of the assets that are going to ever load in are already there. Which is maybe not for the towers, maybe except for the towers. even though those are probably like the most important ones, those will probably have the most need for optimization. So maybe I would do that for the towers, but there's really only so many towers you could possibly spawn financially, because there's a fixed amount of money you can get. If the smallest price for a tower is 250 money, and actually on the wiki, there's info about that. Hold on a second. Let me pull that up. Object pool saves you from calling queue-free and load add child too much, but in the end you still have to create the objects. Yeah. This, but not TD6. No. Give me the original one. Maybe in here? Pre-TD5. Tower defense. Here we go. Okay, so in here, it's got the cumulative money. The most that you would have by the end is basically 30,000 money. That's a lot of towers to have in the background. So if I had 30,000 divided by 250, that'd be 120 towers, base towers. Just chilling, ready to go, which is quite a lot, especially if those aren't needed, just to like be there. Realistically, I don't think anyone's gonna put down 120. So I could do various stress tests and just say, you know what, we'll say there's only ever 30 or 40. And then like you're saying, if it starts to approach that limit, then it'll instantiate new ones or something. Wow. This is kind of crazy. Oh, I'm still saying build in the path. I'm telling you, man, these tasks, sometimes I just gotta get rid of them. Alright, compressed 2D, compressed texture 2D. The sprite array. And in there, I would like to... Can I do... You wouldn't want to do preload here, right? That doesn't make a lot of sense, does that? I guess it is okay. I guess I do want to do that. So then there would be other assets too. I don't have them yet. I guess I could do placeholders so that way there's something for now. I still haven't decided what the different things are going to be on each tier. I know the last one's going to be a cake. But other than that, I'm not exactly sure what each tier is going to be. So let me just get some kind of simple placeholders in for most of them. And then I'll do a cake for the last one. So we'll go more classic balloons, which would be nice if I had made it that simple on myself, but I didn't. We'll just make it like a circle. We'll even homage it even more and make it a little elliptical. Then we can make these some different colors. Maybe we'll go further with it and make it blue, green, and yellow. And there's a black one. And then finally, the cake. Which I should have up elsewhere. Maybe, maybe not. Alright, that's cool. We'll just get another cake. Oh, it's probably in recent. There it is. Cake. Just so that way we can test this whole system of swapping them out and stuff. Okay. So I'm gonna download all of those. That's 1 through 5. Transparent backgrounds. That's gonna put it in a zip file, which I'm gonna want to extract. Oh, I should have named them. That's okay. So what were we calling them? We were calling them Temp Target 1 Brownie. Okay. We'll just say this is Temp Target 2. Lost the dot. Temp Target 2. Temp Target 3. 4. 5. 6. Cake. Okay. Drop all these in to the folder, the import folder. Back to Godot. Let it all import. Then we'll fill all these out. Oh, I always forget. I don't need the double quotes yet. One, two, three, four, five, 6. Get the green one. 4, 5, and 6. Need some commas in there. Might be good. Okay. Hooray! Hooray! Okay, so then we can test setting them and having them actually try to change, like based on the tier system. So it holds all that information, but on the target itself is where it's going to make the choice of what it goes down to. So we're unreadying the sprite. Oh, we don't want sprite here, so get rid of that. Target level will determine which sprite goes in there. Yep, that's right. Expected an oh, we gotta restart it, I think. Okay, let's see if at least we see a brownie running around. No. Do I have a brownie in there? Oh, I think I got rid of the brownie. Yeah. Okay, so we want that brownie. All right, we can have it transport. So I don't actually need all these different target collectors. I only need one. So we can just say target collector. And then in here, I would get, well, I don't even want to put a target. I would actually like to spawn it. So in the target collector script, what I'm going to do is say, in the ready function, we want to instantiate a whole bunch of targets. So if I were to say, let's say variable, I guess we could do this as a constant. Constant. Oh, that could be a constant too. Did I set this up, this array as a variable? Can we make this a constant? It's never gonna change. So over here, we're gonna say constant, what you call it? Target, which will be a pack scene. Then I'm gonna find the target file, scene file, pop that in there. Then in the ready function, I would want, so let's just, I mean, it would depend, right, depending on which round we're on. So we would need some information. I'm gonna set up a global script now to feed into what that number should be. I'm gonna use an auto load for that. So I'm gonna go to project settings, globals. And then I'm gonna call something globals. I'm gonna add it. Leave it at that. So then I'm gonna pop open my global script. And in here, I'm gonna make a variable called wave. I guess instead of round, let's say wave. Wave number is an integer. And we'll start out on wave 0. And that'll increase every time you press start round. Then I'm going to want to contain the data for how many things are on each wave. So if there are, I think I'm going to use a dictionary and just have like a massive dictionary. Now I know that there's like now, I think we can like have export dictionaries so I can build it over here in the inspector. I should probably do that. It's probably going to make my life a lot easier. But to be fair, that's going to be hard on a globals auto load because I can't really access the inspector. Can I? At export variable something integer. Yeah, I don't think I'd have to. I don't know if I can. I think it has to be a node in the node tree if I'm gonna access that. So I don't think I do get to enjoy that. Unless I made like a resource. I don't mind doing it in here, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call this wave data. And we're just gonna make that a dictionary. And the dictionary can include there's 50 waves. I don't think you need, I think you can keep the numbers in here. I think that'll be fine. I think that'll be good. I think you could just probably do like 0 equals happy. No. Okay. So it doesn't really matter. We can name this whatever we want. I'll say wave 1. Well, wave 0. Blah, 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 all the way to 50. So what do I want in wave 0? In wave 0, I want it to contain the number of each type of thing. So I kind of want to make this its own dictionary. Where we keep track of... We can again do 0 through 5 for each, like, type. So that can correspond to the type. So type... Whoa, what is this? Type of? That's crazy. What do we end up calling it over here? Target level. So that's what this will be. Target level. Meta programming. Yeah. I tend to get sometimes a little deep in these dictionary nestings. Maybe too deep. Hopefully it won't be too bad. So technically we'd want this to be 0. This gets chaos. This is chaotic. Like this is gonna be nuts. I honestly, this should be, it's like, I should really learn to make a resource, honestly. This is pretty brutal. Well, here's what you can do. You can just say, no. Make it an array. Don't make it another dictionary. Make it an array, right? And so we'll say 12, well, 0 of everything. Okay, I know what we're doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This makes a lot more sense. And then wave 1 would have 12, 0, 0, 0, 0. It kind of sucks, but oh well. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to fill this out for me, because there's no point in me spending all this time doing it when it can do it much better, much faster. But I'll set up the initial one so that way it's ready to go. Okay, one more. All right. I mean, asking it to fill out all this data is probably going to be a little tough. There's probably some way I could get it to have the... I wonder. Well, I do have to log in. Let's see. You know what? Maybe I will log in. It would be nice if I could upload the CSV. I could if I use Codium. Let's actually get VS Code. Did I set up Codium though? I think actually VS Code is going to be a really useful, the AI built into that is going to probably be really good here. Because I think I could just give it all of these numbers and tell it to build an array based on it. JSON. Oh, probably. Oh, maybe I should do that. That's actually pretty smart. You know, just because it'd be easier for me to manage in Godot, I think I will put it in there. That's a damn good idea. Just ask ChatGPT to make a hello world in GDScript. You told me to open a text file, save it as GD, and open it in Godot. And even I know that's wrong. Why not just do it in Godot? Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna struggle a lot with those kind of asks, but yeah. That's a tough thing. Like you really have to like learn. It's like a weird relationship between the things that you're gonna need help with and knowing what it's able to help with and figuring out how to help it help you with the things you need help with. You're just playing balloons, you suck. And it also releases the balloons at different times during the wave. I'm not sure how you would mimic that. Releases the balloons at different times during the wave. Yeah. So, yeah, what I was thinking is it's going to just randomize like the time. So actually I set this up in an example project the other day on Monday. I'll show you how I did it once it loads. Basically, I just had it instantiate them on a randomized timer between a certain range. Here, this one. What else was I doing? Oh yeah, VS Code. Do I even have Codium set up in here? I don't know if I do. I do not. That's what it's called, right? Yes. Let's install it. And again, I'm just asking the AI right now not to figure anything out for me. I just don't want to input all of the things that I'm gonna need to input, because it just feels like it's gonna take forever and I don't feel like dealing with that. So I gotta get this set up. But yeah, so this was the example project, and there's actually not much variance in how they're spaced right now. This is the wrong one. In the game, they clump balloons into groups. So wave 1 will have a group of 5 at the start, and then a big group of 20 or something. Yeah, true. They do. Yeah, so I'm not gonna mimic that exactly. Personally, I feel it's a little unnecessary, but that is how they do it. So here you can see they're pretty evenly spaced apart, but if I change this value right here, this divisor that we came up with, that we devised, you can see they spawn faster or slower. So if we just had this value, like changing dynamically, then we would mimic that. So here you can see I'm just like dragging this, and they're coming out in like different rates. Again, this was something I just set up in the member stream as like an example to try to learn a way to mimic that. Now it's not like Nickba is talking about where it's always the same every time, but I don't really care. So yeah, I'm fine with it being randomized. You added a stagger value too, but hadn't thought about dynamically adjusting it during the wave. Yeah, just have like it, you know, like on a curve or something. It's just randomizing how frequently it goes. And then that code is somewhere in here. If you want to let me know, I can show it to you, but eventually I'll be remaking it. Built-in ability where it reads CSV. Oh, I wish it did. I don't think it does. I've never actually checked to see if it does. Godot import CSV. I doubt it very highly. Wait, maybe. Maybe! I never even thought to ask. I never even thought to ask. Opening your CSV file, edit the first column to a language key, importing translations. Godot will treat CSV files as translations by default. It will import them and generate one or more compressed translation resource files. What? Importing will also add the translation to the list of translations. Wait, I don't care about translations. Wanting to use CSV for other purposes like data sets, this will cause unintended problems. Oh, okay. It will not add the CSV to the PCK file. Okay, yeah, that's not good. There's a better way to achieve this since 4.3. Oh, okay. Set the CSV import modes to keep in the import doc after selecting this in the file system doc. This way you don't need to rename it to TXT and change the non-resource export filter. What? What? You what? I guess I need to understand the rest of it to figure that out. Something about this is kind of stressing me out. I don't know if I have the brain capacity to figure this out right now. But this is actually a great learn along topic. So I at least got to take that note down to come back to this at some point and try to figure that out. But I don't know. I feel like I already see another way to do this, and I'd rather do that. So let's just take a note down. CSV import. See comments too. And then drop this in here. It's definitely something we could look into at some point. But I'm game jamming. I want to sort it out. Wait, what was that? I didn't even see what that said. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chill. Do I have to log in? Okay. Okay. So what this will hopefully be... Oh dear. Now I gotta learn this. Yeah, maybe I should learn the CSV import. I set this up on my other computer, but I haven't set it up here yet. Oh dear. Alright, you know, maybe I'll just add it in manually. Maybe at this point I could have just done it manually. Do I have to log in though? I don't think I have to log in. Here, let's try this. I'm gonna export this as a CSV. However you do that. How do you do that? File? I've actually never done that before. How do you export it as a CSV? Export Google Sheet as CSV. Download. Oh, I'm looking for the word export. Save as. I was looking for something like that. No. Evidently. Okay. Now that says red, blue, green, yellow, black, white, so I'm gonna have to tell it what these all mean if this is gonna work correctly. So what I'd like to do What I'd like to do is drop this in. I'm not sure if this is gonna work like I want it to. Drop this in. I need to create another... I mean, we could just do this here. We could just tell it to restructure it a bit. Oh, CSV, comma, separated value. I gotta be honest, I never really knew what a CSV meant, but I get it now. Comma, separated value. Huh. Wow, and that's like the columns and the rows. Neat. So did I actually get Codium added in or no? Now I gotta remember how to open it. VS Code, shortcut, Codium. Can't remember how to pull it up. Right, but how do I make it pop up again? I forgot. I forgot. Oh dear. Command palette. That's what I wanted. Open chat. There we go. Got it. Phew. We didn't need a login. How dare you? How dare you make me think we need a login? Monster. Okay. So we should be able to get it to see the currently opened file. Oh, I do have to log in. Dang. Okay, let's try it again. But I already have it installed. Oh man, this isn't going well, is it? Alright, cool, cool. So you know what? Cool, cool. Cool, so this is not going well. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I think I can post this in a ChatGPT, guys. I apologize, but you know what I just realized? Dude, I don't have to do any of this right now. I can set that up some other day. Here's what I can do. I can post all of that into Copilot. Okay, we're gonna cook. We're gonna cook. So here's what I've got. I've got in Godot this setup. So I'm gonna say in GDScript, please complete my dictionary based on the data below. Here's the dictionary now. Or so far, we'll say. Each wave number corresponds to a row in this CSV data. Each slot in the waves, in each waves array represents a color from left to right. E.g., red is the 0 slot, is the first slot. I know, I'm just gonna say this, is the first slot. Blue is the second, etc. please fill out all of the data based on this. All right, let's see if that's enough for it to understand. Here's the CSV stuff. Okay, then I'm gonna paste all of that in there. Oh, we don't want the needs verification. And then let's just rename this to wave number. Or we'll just say this. Oh no, we do want to keep that wave number. Alright, here we go. I don't know if I need to... Yes, it did it! I don't think I need to nest any, do I? The only information I need is... I mean, I could put like... No, I don't think I need that. I think the only information that each... I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I think all I need is it for it to know which position it's in. Alright, so we didn't need Codium. I was going to do Codium because then I could just say, here's the CSV file that's open. Take what you see there and add it into this other thing. Yes, the way I'm doing it is not the worst. So, but then once we had the CSV data, I'm like, wait, I could just paste that in here and it'll figure it out. So it did it perfectly. Again, you know, I'm not asking it to figure something out for me, which is, you know, can be fine too. But in this case, I just didn't want to have to go punch in all of those numbers. Like, super boring, super dull. Easy for me to make mistakes, much less likely that it's going to make a mistake on something like this. So... I think that's correct. Yeah, good. All right, so now we come in here and we're gonna paste it down. Just right on top. And now we've got our dictionary all filled out. Great. So now that that's done, I can actually come back to other things. So in the globals, I was setting up the wave data for how many it should spawn. On wave 0, nothing. On wave 1, 12 red. So over here on the collector script is where I want to fill some of this out. So we are establishing that a target that should be instantiated is called this. So how many targets do we want to instantiate? Well, we want to check the global script. So I would want to say globals. I guess we'll start with target. I guess we should run a function a certain number of times, right? So maybe for, let's say spawn targets and make that a function. In the spawn targets function, one of you guys shared something like this in the Discord the other day. And it's not something I do that often, so I always forget it. But you did like a range for loop. I think I want to do something like that. I think it was Sable who shared that. Here, for index integer in range. Yeah, I mean, it's actually going to be quite similar to this code, in fact. And it's going to add a child. And that timer, well, we can set all that up, but let's do this first for now. And then for the range is going to be globals. Let's make that a variable. It's kind of crazy not to. Yeah, variable. We'll say wave range. But you would want this to change every wave? See, this doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? This isn't where I'd want this to go. Because the wave, what this is going to do is this is going to decide which ones it moves. We want to spawn, we still want to spawn a bunch of them. So we're not actually at that point yet, my bad. I would want to say, well, we kind of are, because I do want to do a bunch of them, right? I want to say 250, which is so many. Let's make a variable, and that's going to be max targets and we're going to set it to 250. So I'll put that in the range, max targets. Now this collector, I do need to be like off screen, but we'll deal with that. We want to add the child target. What is create? Is that something that they made? That must be their own function. Right, so we don't want to do that. We need to instantiate it. So I guess up here, variable target to spawn. This is going to be a follow, path follow 3D. And it's going to be target instantiate. I guess we can just say, am I doing this right? I don't think I am. I think I'm doing something quite wrong here. This can't be right. Surely that's not right. So it's going to add how many and where? So the collector's at the center. I'm doing something really wrong here. Surely. Oh, look, there's a bunch sitting there. Okay. Why did it pick the blue one? Let's look at the remote tab. See if they're all in there. It created one. All right. Okay. That's all right. Target level 1. Oh, because we need to do 0. We changed it. That's why. We want the default to be 0, not 1. That's why I did the blue one. All right, we got it to spawn 1 there. So that's something. We want 250 times more, approximately. So in the target script, I want the default to be, right? Isn't that where the number target level is? Yeah, we want the default to be 0, not 1. So that should at least give us a brownie instead of a blue balloon. Nice, we got 1 brownie. And then I need to fix the code so it actually spawns 250. Apparently I don't know what I'm doing with the for loop. So what if we take this and we put this in here? What is that like? Does that spawn more? If I put the for loop running the function all those times? Nice. There they are. Bam! 250. Let's go. That's all of them. That's all of them. Sweet. And that didn't really take that long to load either. Okay, so now we've got 250 spawning in, but depending on the wave, I want those to actually move onto the platform or not. So in wave 1, it's supposed to be 12. Now currently we're on wave 0, so we want to actually move the targets or teleport targets, add targets. Add targets to path. We only want that to happen based on whatever wave we're on. So how do we establish what wave we're on? Well, at the start, I would like it to establish that we're on wave 0, and then when the player presses a button, it's going to take us to the next wave. So actually, let's set it up. Let's set up the buttons for going to the next wave. So I think I would want to put that down on the main bar. Let's do that. So we're kind of bouncing around, but it would be nice to just have some way to move on to the next wave. So in the bottom UI, right now we just have the background panel. I'm going to add a HBox. I think just a regular HBox probably will be fine here. And we can add a button. And I just want this to be like start the next wave. In the modern Bloons games, it just has like a play button. I'm just gonna do start wave for now. I am gonna put this theme to the theme that we set up before, which isn't gonna change anything because I haven't actually set up the theme for buttons. So let's do that. Let's add a type for button. I want the font to be quite a bit bigger. We'll set a font variation font file. Let's make this quite a bit larger. Now I do want that to be on the other end, so there would in theory be other things here, so I can put those in. Let's say, let's do a, maybe I do want like a split. Oh, I knew it. I knew I might want to change it. Okay, let's actually do the HBox split. So I'm going to say this is HBox buttons. I don't know why there'd be more than one, but if there is, great. I'll be ready with the name. I'm going to make this an H split container. I'm going to put the HBox in there. Into the split. Let's add another HBox. This would be all of the towers that you can buy. For now, we're just going to do a placeholder panel. Let's duplicate that. There's gonna be 6 towers, right? Dart, tack, ice, bomb, 5. Okay, there's 5 towers. 3, 4, 5. Let's give them a little more separation there. Not that much. But we do want to establish the split, so let's do that. So that goes on the end there. Very good. Then we can split this up. Kind of like this to be centered. Okay, so those are our different tower choices. Just gonna mildly design it ever so slightly. So I guess these should be buttons too, now that I think about it. Would probably make the most sense. Now I don't want these buttons to, if these were going to be in a theme, I'd want them in their own theme. So let's do that. Let's give it its own special theme. And I'm going to save it as UI towers, tower buttons. Maybe just tower? I don't know. Then I'm going to add buttons in here. I don't know if that makes the most sense, because I do want them to have like a different images in there. Maybe I won't do a new theme, actually. Because they might all be quite different. I'm not really sure how I want to do that yet. So for now... What is icon? Oh. Okay. Can I just do like a gradient? Oh, it's like set in there? Weird. Okay, I guess. Oh, we can expand it? Nice. Oh, cool. Oh, I like that. Let's give that a square fill for now. Put it in the center. Just for now. They'll look quite different just to have something in there. So in theory, that's where the different tower buttons would go in some configuration. Then back to the start wave button. I'm not going to design this too much right now. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. Let's just keep it kind of messy. Now I'm kind of feeling like that background is looking kind of ridiculous with that context. So I'm going to adjust that. Again, it's going to look really different, but now I'm deep in the code. I want to work on building and stuff. Okay, where's my bottom UI? Right here, there's the background. Let's make that fill. Not be a square anymore, because it's looking pretty silly. It's looking a little silly. Oh, we have like a repeat going on or something. That we do. Alright, so that's absolutely subject to change. But just so it isn't absolutely horrifying in its appearance. Andres is thinking of whether you should add a mechanic to your game, but you're conflicted. I mean, on one hand, adding a mechanic means scope increase. On the other hand, it could be nice. It's tough because I want to say, make it a stretch goal. But the problem with that is you might have to build systems around it even existing in the first place. I will say, Andres, you do seem like you're really making a lot of progress already. So you might be safe to add an extra scope. Yeah, what are the variables? You did finish adding the mechanic, but you don't know if it's good for the game. Oh, I see. What is it? You put a vid of it? You're conflicted on whether you should add this, so you need our opinion. I'm thinking of adding a timer sort of thing, and if time runs out, this big laser ring closes in. Whoa, like a battle royale. Beating the round before you die. resets the timer and removes the ring. It's pretty hardcore. Hurry up. Whoa. This is nuts. What is happening? So what about it are you not sure of? Like, I guess like visually I don't really understand it. Like what, how is that what communicates that you're almost out of time? Like it's just like a visual thing? Like, for example, in like a battle royale game, right, you have like a storm, or Fortnite, you have the storm, and if you get caught in the storm, it causes you damage until you die. But in this case, the closing in, is it just like a visual cue that you're running out of time? It is cool. It is cool. I think the pressure is not a bad thing. My first question is just like, what does it mean, like, conceptually? Not like to help you decide. I'm just trying to understand. But for sure, the ring kills you. Who are you? Are you the person who's placing towers? Or does it like destroy your tower? Like will like you have towers all around, right? And then as the ring touches the towers, they like get knocked down or something? That's pretty cool. Or is your game, are you like a player character? Like I see there's like a little like square in the center, and then we're almost moving around it like a player character. The towers stay. Oh, okay. So you're sort of this architect flying around, plopping things down, and it's coming in to kill you. And then your health goes down. So are you So, okay. Alright. I mean, conceptually, I'm confused, but I guess I understand. Because if the balloons are going to the end of the level, and that hurts you, why would it coming into the middle hurt you? You're the white square in the center. So, but your health is also determined by the balloons getting to the end? Does that somehow hurt you in the center, or it's just like both hurts you separately? Like you're a disembodied creature. Your head's over here, your body's over there. If either gets attacked, you lose health. All right. I mean, look, I think you feel the timer thing is a bit of a turnoff for some people. I see. So that's why you're not sure about it. Yeah. It's definitely like some extra pressure. But maybe that's what you want, you know? I guess you have to ask yourself, what kind of game do you want to make? Do you want to make a game where people can take their time to think about every decision they make? Or do you want to put pressure on the player so that way they're not just sitting there leisurely planning their next move, you know? And if you want the player to feel pressure, then you should keep it. If you don't want the player to feel pressure, then maybe you don't. Or, you know, if you're thinking, well, I would like the player to have the option to feel pressure or not, you can have it be a mode or something. An entity chasing you instead of the laser. Neat. And you gotta keep moving. Whoa. So, like, where you're moved at is where you can put a tower. Or like in Vampire Survivors, when White Death comes and just like follows you, like it's inevitably gonna get you. Unless you hurry up and finish. It's pretty cool. I think it's cool, but it just comes down to like the pressure. Do you want to put pressure on the player? The laser hurts your health, and the balloons reaching the end hurts the same health. Alright. I think it's too crazy. Nikva does. Because if you put all of your towers at the end, you die. Oh, I see what you're saying, because it would touch you sooner. That's a good point. Well, then the chasing would work better in that case, so that way it's coming to where you are. So maybe with the chasing, that would make a little bit more sense in regards to Nikba's suggestion. So yeah, I mean, like, me personally, I don't know. I think the pressure adds an exciting thing and it changes the game. You know, it's hard to say without like playing your game and like understanding where it's going, but yeah, I think it just kind of depends on what you want the player to feel. It's awesome though. Interesting. For now, I'm gonna have the normal be empty. I think I'll make it a laser that follows you around instead to not waste the laser graphic. There's a laser graphic. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, just use like one of those little like ball things. They almost remind me of like the I don't even remember what pattern it is. Paisley? It's like a little paisley thing. Kind of what it looks like. Looks like one of those. Alright, now because I hate the chaos of the colors, I am gonna change it to a color that is slightly more like... Sorry, where did I do that? Did we do icons? Yes. Okay, here we go. I gotta do this right again. Quick load. Saturated. Save as. Buttons 1. Let's make sure that's unique. Let's put that in there. Check. Okay, looks good. There's a lot of colors in there. I say I just leave it like that. For now. Alright, so now we got buttons. The buttons for the towers don't really do anything at all, literally. But aren't gonna do anything at this time. But what I do want is to get that start wave to move us to the next wave. Oh, I can't run my game yet because I got bugs in there. Okay. So for add targets to a path, I actually want this to be connected to a signal. So actually, let's get the cat's head in there. And I'm going to add some code to our UI. So for the HUD, let's add a script. And I want this to be keeping track of the start wave button. So where did we put that? Right here. I'm gonna call this button start wave. Make it accessible as a unique name. And then on ready it so I can reference it. Oops, I said butto. Butto. Okay, button start wave. And we're gonna connect a signal, so let's say func ready. Button start wave pressed. Connect on button start wave pressed. Funk on button, start wave pressed. So when it's pressed, we want it to add 1 to the wave number. I actually want it to emit a signal. So this is when I'm going to set up my signal bus that just contains all of the signals that I'm going to move around the project. Just a way I like to do things. I'm calling it a messenger. So let's open up that messenger script. I'm going to say warning ignores, because otherwise Godot might get mad at me. At least in 4.3 it did. I have a feeling it still is. Unused signal. And then we're going to say signal next wave. Start next wave. Okay. I'm going to come back to the HUD, and we're going to emit from the messenger. Start next wave. And on globals, we're going to connect that. Function ready. Messenger start next wave. Connect. On start next wave. Funk on start next wave. So when that happens, I want wave number to be increased by 1. Back on the target collectors, now I want it to check, okay, so what's the current wave number? And what should I do now that that's different? Hopefully the order of operations goes correctly here. We'll find out. So on wave 0, it's not going to do anything because we're on wave 0. So when we're going to add targets to the path, I actually want to... Let's add a function. We need to connect all that up. Messenger, start next wave, connect on start next wave. Funk on start next wave. And we're gonna say add targets to path. Now we actually want to reparent, right? So there's already in this collector is going to be 250 targets waiting to move. But we only want to grab 12 of them in this case. Some certain number of them. So I want to say 4 targets in get children. So all the children of this. And I guess this is where we do the range. I still don't really know how to do that. Let me go back to Sable's code. Oh, you have it right above. We just did it. I forgot. Four targets in get children. Range. So we do range right after that? Oh, in range. Oh. So will we iterate? Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. No. This doesn't. Wait. I guess we'd say on start next wave for... Maybe we put this up here. 4 targets in 4 targets, integer in range. Whoops. And so here we would do globals. Yeah, it'll work. I just think I put it in the wrong place. That's all. Right. Yeah, it's just not the right thing. But that's a good point. I was just like actually doing it wrong. I think. 4 targets. I can't deal with this. This was from Sable's code. I gotta do it like this. Okay. 4 targets, integer in range. Globals. Wave data. So what this needs to be, the wave number. Whoa, okay, no, okay, oh god, okay, globals, this is gonna get wild. Globals, wave number, I need some more space here. So it's gonna pull from the index in the dictionary based on the wave number. I'd actually want to, this is, I didn't think about this. I need to add something to my dictionary. Because something that I found you can't do in Godot, as far as I can tell, is run like a math operation. I don't think so. I don't think I can add all the numbers in an array together. So something that I think that I would like to add to the globals, because what I want to do is I wanted to say, okay, so if in wave 10 there's 30 targets, 10 of them are this, 10 of them are that, 10 of them are that, I would want it to say, okay, so I need 30 targets, I'm adding them. And then of those 30, 10 of them need to be red, 10 of them need to be blue, 10 of them need to be yellow. So in order to do that, it needs to know what that maximum is. And I don't actually, I mean, I guess I could, I guess I could. All right, maybe we can. Let me see if I can do that. You know what? Maybe we can. Yeah, it'd be weird, right? I think I'll just do the weird thing to write. I think I will do that. And then this will be nicer because then we can pull this out of here. So I'm gonna say range. Yeah, exactly. Number of targets to move is gonna be our function here. Number of targets to move. And then this is going to, oops, I forgot to do my void returns. This one is gonna return an integer. This is gonna return nothing. Make sure that's formatted correctly. So in number of targets to move, you showing it reminds me to type the funcs? The returns? I think so. I mean, I did it only because I was gonna return something here. That's really what reminded me. But you could be someone who reminds me. That's true. You do remind me. That's true. And then we'd want this to return, whatever number. So variable number to move. We'll say number to move. Make that an integer. Okay, this is where it gets wacky. Could you put a lambda in the dictionary to calculate the balloons in a wave? I have no idea. Could you? I don't even remember what a lambda is. Alright, hold on a second. I'm sorry. Let me know. I have to do something real quick. I gotta use the loo. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. It won't take long. Enjoy Kit. Probably, but lambda capture is poorly explained at best in Godot. Yeah, I just don't know how to do it. Enjoy Kit. Be right back. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Hit that like button while I'm gone. Hit that like button while I'm gone. He's being so cute. What? What's he doing? What's up, Wiener World? Welcome. What's he up to? He's like, where am I? You're gonna test it? Does a lambda capture the dictionary that contains it? I have no idea. I don't know nothing about using lambdas for arrays or dictionaries. So we're gonna do it the hard way if Cam doesn't figure it out. Okay, so let's see. Oh, his ear's itchy. Probably his itchy ear woke him up. Yeah, itchy ear, buddy. Maybe other mommy can clean it up out for you. Okay. So let's see. Globals. We want to add all of them together. This is gonna be nuts. Globals, wave data. Specifically, we want to fetch the wave number in here. So I guess we want to say for amount integer in that. Do I have to say like keys? I don't think so. And would I like kind of assign it to something, like give it... How would I even add those to each other? I actually don't know how I would do this. I don't think I would do a for loop. I think I would just... I mean, this is way even more horrifying. But, forgive me. Forgive me, somebody, for this horrifying thing that I'm about to do. I think I'm just gonna add these together. Like, I'm sorry, okay? I'm like really sorry. Nobody deserves to be this obnoxious of a function. But it's what I got. It's hideous. You could probably run another function here and just have that be the number. Now that I look at it. Construct. I mean, really, that's just... Anyway, I don't care. I'm just gonna do it. So we're gonna say this is, I mean, just do that. Just add that right there. Just loop and make the computer do the counting. I know, but I can't off the top of my head figure out how to do that. Like, I'm sure there's something obvious I'm not thinking of, but like my brain isn't making that leap. But you know what my brain is doing? This plus that plus that plus that plus that equals this. So I bet you there's a way to write it that way. I guarantee it. I just like... Right now, I'm just going forward. What do I know that? I don't want to be like, wait, how would I do that? Now you're like, oh, I know how I would do that. I don't know how I do that. And if you told me how to do it, I'd be like, oh yeah, that makes so much sense. And I'd paste it in, and we'd move on. Okay, variable number to move is that, and then this returns number to move. Now, will it actually work? I don't know. I don't know if I've actually done this correct, but we'll see. So maybe if this works, we can look at rewriting it differently. C# has an array sum. Welcome, Sean. See, I knew that there's like other languages that do just add an array together, but I'm pretty sure GGScript doesn't have that. Howdy doody. So now that we have that, we want to iterate through that number and then add the target to the path. But we need more than this because we need to know which of those are supposed to be red, blue, green, yellow, and stuff. So that's fun. Maybe we'll just start with this. Let me just see if this works. Now, they're not gonna be placed at different times. So if I want to stagger them, I'm actually gonna look at my code that I did for my other example here. Right, that like puts them all out, spaced out a little bit. So the way we did that is we created a timer. I say you just get exactly this code. In this case, spawning happens. When does spawning happen? We emit a signal. that then runs that function. Then it instantiates. So that happens when the timer hits 0. Okay, gotcha. Understood. So we don't need our spawning. We do want that signal. Basically, we'd want the timer to start. That's a little tricky because we'd want it to start multiple times. In this case, it's just when a timer runs out. At the end of the timer running out, that's when it emits it. So we'd really want to actually queue that up, and we'd want that number. We wouldn't want a for loop. Well, we would want a for loop. We just want to say this is kind of hard. I don't know if my brain can handle this right now. What are we, 7 hours in? Oh dear God. Oh dear God. So it'll know it needs to spawn some things 12 times, or move 12 things from the collector onto the level. Right? It knows that. We just need to tell it how frequently should it do it. So we would want to start the timer. I guess we'd want to keep count. I know what we do. We'd keep a counter. And then when that counter, we don't need to iterate through. The timer is doing the iterating for us. And then we'd say once so many have happened that go with that added number we did, it stops. That would make the most sense. So instead of saying, not just if it reaches, well, I guess we'd want to check if we want to run stop timer. So if it ends, we might want to check if count is greater than or equal to the max to load or whatever. Then we'd want to stop the timer, basically. Something like that. Other than that, it would be pretty much the same as this. Okay, yeah, I can figure that out. So let's add this timer. This timer is set up in the process function. And the way that it works is... Oh yeah, we added a move toward in here. That was such an awesome idea. Who came up with that one? Was that Camwin? And then Dormouse originally gave me this idea, where we have a timer variable, and we just move toward 0. God, that's such a good idea. In the process function. So every time it gets to 0, it spawns something. And then it chooses a random timer length based on that. I think it should be more random than it appears to be. Random timer length sets the timer length to the length divisor times a random range between the minimum and the maximum. I feel like it turned out a lot more uniform than it was supposed to somehow. Like the divisor made it uniform. Anyway, all right, let's copy all this. We're going to add it in, make the changes we need to make. It'll be a little messy, but we'll get there. In the ready function, we want to start the timer. We need to initialize all the timer things. So let's... We'll say this is... I should really be calling this reparenting and not moving. Add targets to path. I'm going to say reparent targets to path. Just to like keep that language consistent. So it's our reparent timer. Reparent time. It's gonna get long. Probably should just do a replace. But it's giving me a chance to look through it all. This is some long names for stuff. Dear God. Okay, so that all can be the same. In ready function, we start the timer. We set that the timer is running to true. We'll keep that just a timer. Start reparent timer. Stop reparent timer. Reparent timer. Random timer length. That's gonna set the timer length to the timer divisor multiplied by our random range minimum and the maximum, and it's going to return the timer length. Then in the process, we check to make sure that the timer is supposed to be running. We update it to be moving toward our timer value, from our timer value to 0 via delta. We're going to check to see if that timer has ended. And then if it has, now we want to what? Reparent a target to the path. So we're just gonna say reparent target to path. On start next wave. Oh, I guess we want to start next wave? Ooh. This is weird now. Yeah, we don't actually need this anymore. When we start the next wave, what I actually would want to do is have reparent timer running to become true. No, start timer. Start reparent timer. And I guess we'd want to assign the count. Max targets, variable. I'm going to refactor this to max total targets. And then we're going to say X targets current wave. Man, these variable names are unhinged. That's just going to be some integer. That works. Variable something equals. What is that? Lambdas do capture dictionaries that contain them. What about that is a lambda? I don't understand what I'm looking at. Probably don't do this, just make a function to sum them. Why not? It's beautiful. Oh, lambda, a function nested in a function. I see, I remember what lambdas are now. Right. Thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot what a lambda was. But look how beautiful that is. I mean, it is gonna confuse me. But it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. And then I just have to define these. Ugh, I'm bored with this immediately. But it's kind of interesting. I don't actually want to do it anymore. I changed my mind. It's very interesting. You can store function in dictionaries. Use this wisely. It's super cool. I just like, what am I gonna do with it? I'll tell you what. I'll slap it down as a learn-along topic. Just to be like, look at this nuts thing that Camwin typed. This amazing, beautiful thing that Camwin typed. Let's learn that. Camwin's Lambda Dictionary summing. Adds values in a dictionary array. Dictionaries array. Somehow. Via a nested function / lambda. That's too good and interesting not to come back to. Function baby tooth greater than or equal to chocolate candy lollipop. Amazing. Honestly, that is beautiful. That Kai Guy script is looking good. Well done. All right, we'll just keep it like this. Okay, so we start the reparent timer. It gets to true. It's then gonna set it to a random timer length. God, that's looking horrible. And then that's gonna return the timer length. Then we're going to, in the process function, check to see if the timer is running. If it is, start the timer. Now, if that timer ends, I would then want to check, well, we want to set up the count, right? Max target current targets in current wave. This is nuts. So then we want to say variable current targets in wave. Let's just call it targets in current wave. That's also an integer. If targets in current wave is less than max targets in current wave, then we want to increase targets in current wave and reparent a target to the path. And then we also want to update the timer to a new random length. Okay, but we still have a lot of things we're missing here, for sure. So when it starts the next wave, we start the reparent timer. We do not want it to start in the ready function, please. Thank you. Wait, why is the reparent timer... I think this is where we have an issue in my code, because it's changing the length, but not at the same time it starts the timer. I think what we'd want to say is when it hits 0, stop the timer and then just start the timer, right? I mean, yeah, that kind of makes sense, right? Okay, but what we don't have figured out is how we're reparenting the targets to the path. Now, I can do this with just one right now pretty easily, but we don't have just one necessarily. We might have, again, 10 blue, 10 red, and 10 yellow. So it needs to keep track of that somehow. Well, I would say that we could probably consolidate here. Yes. Yes, we could. Wonder if we could make variables for that. So not only would we be getting the number to move, but we would want to establish on start next wave. When it starts next wave, we want to assign and what do we call target level? Is that what we're calling them? I keep forgetting. Target level. Target level 1 count. Targets level 1 targets count. Can't believe I'm so unhinged right now with these. So let's say assign target counts with these variable names. I'm never this unhinged with my variable names. Assign target counts but if you're gonna call number of targets to move, where do we call that? Nowhere. Oh, okay. Well, that has to be called somewhere. That should be assigned to the max total max targets in current wave. Okay, we haven't actually referenced that anywhere yet. Oh, we have. If targets in current wave less than max targets in current wave. Okay, so I guess we could do this in assigned target counts. We could say max targets in current wave equals number of targets to move then this will work correctly in theory. And then if we want our level 1 targets count, I kind of think this needs to be like a global variable. And so when it goes to reparent a target to a path, I mean, we can have separate counters for each one. But wouldn't you want to? But right, so this is where it gets weird too, right? Because in Bloons, as someone was saying before, it'll maybe put 4 red out, then 5 blue, then 4 red, then 10 yellow, then 4 red, right? asking it to like randomly choose those clumps is kind of a lot. Actually, defining those clumps is also a lot. I say pick random. That's what I think. I say it just goes randomly every time. So I'd almost want it to construct an array that it's going to determine which ones it does. How am I gonna do that? Like a for loop. Maybe have for loops that append to an array. Okay. This is nuts. Variable current wave array. An array of what? Integers? And that's just empty. So how is that going to be read as which type? Well, that would be the number. So we wanted to assign a number between 0 and 5, right? If you want the array to be random, shuffling once and popping the front one might be faster than picking random one each time. Ooh, shuffle. I forgot about shuffle. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good suggestion. I like that. Credit worthy. Okay. Totally. Think back to randomizing the abilities for Harvest Earth. Whoa! How did I do that? Whoa, I forgot how I did that. I do not remember at all. that is exited my brain. It exists none. Not a single bit. It's gone. Not that it can't be jogged. Okay, power-ups. I don't know if it's the power-up menu or the power-ups. Oh god, that was crazy. Man, I remember that code was nuts. But I think kind of what Dungeon is saying, I think we must have used shuffle in there somewhere. Assign each arrayed power up to an orb. Shuffle, there it is. Yeah, I guess this is pretty simple, or similar. Assign all available power-ups to an array. Then shuffle that array. Interesting. So we want to assign these numbers, right? 0 through 5 to the array. And how many of them? So it's going to be a little crazy here. We don't want to just... Okay, we need to... Oof. What calls reparent target to path right now? When the timer ends. I think these need to be global variables. I don't want to try to figure out how to do it any other way. Well, no, because you can just make the array. Current wave array. No. Yes. Okay. When this happens, I guess in assigned target counts. Okay, so in assigned target counts, I'm gonna say sort or update wave array. Let's say function update wave array. So this will create level 1. Oh, right here. I started to do that. Oh, there we go. Wow. Level 1 targets count. Level 2 targets count. Level 3. Level 4. Level 5. And 6. I guess we should make them programmery. 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now I want to fill those in. Oops, almost forgot. Now I want to fill those in. In order to fill those in, we need to say there's totally a function we could write to do this automatically. Wave data globals wave number. We could there's gotta be a way to combine these here. Right now I have assigned target counts pulling into update a wave array. But I think instead we could do this. We could update the wave array first. And then pass what all those become into here. I'm just gonna, this is too many words. I can't with this. I'm about to get really silly right now. I know that looks super weird, but I'm saying zeros count, ones count, twos count, fives count, fours count, threes count, fives count. Oh, it won't let me. Okay, fine. Alright. I won't get that silly. I'll be a little silly, but not that silly. Level 0 count, level 1 count, level 2 count, 3 count, 4 count, 5 count. Then when we run number of targets to move, we're gonna pass in level 0 count, level 1 count, level 2 count, level 3, and 4, 5. That's it. And then in here, we just take all of those and we can add those together instead of this. Could probably ask ChatGPT to do this faster than me. Just like fill all this in for me, replace this for me quickly. Thank you. Yeah, whatever. I don't mind a little data entry once in a while as a treat. It's an odd treat. So we could just literally have level 1 0 count equal this. Like that. Right? Then we want to make sure those all get added to an array. So we have current wave array, and we want to append. This is where this is going to get really weird. I guess we could do it 5 times for counts in range 5, 6. Append level 0 count. Again, a lot of these where we see like this repeating, a lot of that could be written into their own functions. I just don't feel the capacity to figure that out. So it would append... Wait, this doesn't make sense. That's not correct. That is very incorrect. Actually, you do a function for this. Say... Oh, this is update wave array. Okay, I actually need to change this. I guess this is target. Oh god, this is so confusing. This is target counts. Assign target counts. Then we want to do update wave array. Six times. How are you gonna have that switch to a different one? How are you gonna do that? I think do it like this. Don't do a for loop. I guess if you add all of these into an array, these variables into it, can you do that? Can you do a variable reference into an array? Sure, why not? Man, this is making my brain melt. I can't. I just gotta be kind of stupid about it. I apologize to the geniuses in the audience. You're all geniuses. The sticklers in the audience. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is ridiculous. Dude, there's such a better way to do this. I know that. I know. I just don't know what it is. So that's the count. And then we want to append that value to the array as an integer. I would like to see this printed just to make sure that's working. Oh, there's probably plenty of things that aren't working. Oh, right, reparenting. Forgot about that. There's like a 0% chance this is gonna work this first, second, third, maybe even fourth time. Where are we at? 7 hours, 30 minutes? Oh, crap. Criminy. We're in danger. So reparent targets a path happens there. Update the current wave array. There's the array. Now we want to pull from that array for the next thing to reparent. So we would want to shuffle it. We could do it right after that. After all of this. You know there's better ways to do it. I could probably ask ChatGPT to make it more consolidated. Ooh, that's a good thing for ChatGPT to do. Tell it, show it in code exactly what it's supposed to be, and then ask it to do it differently. It still can do things that don't work, potentially, but at least I don't have to try to explain to it what it's supposed to be, because what it is supposed to be is already there. For the most part. We'll see. First, let's get it down. And working. Okay, so after this, we want to say that the current wave array needs to be shuffled I'd actually love to see it printed before it's shuffled. We want to shuffle it. And we need to make sure that this timing makes sense, too. And then when the reparenting is happening, this is where we would do for target to reparent in range we don't have that anywhere else. If it's less than, there we're assigning what the number is, and here's in the range. So we want to do it for the number of time that we want. For each of those times, but we need to get children as well. Oh, right. We would, so let's assign that. Let's say variable all targets or available targets. And this is going to be an array itself. But really it's, I guess this is an array. And that's just gonna get children of the node itself. Oh my god. For every target to reparent, which is gonna be represented by an integer within, and however many times we wanna do it, we wanna do it that many times. I guess this is index. Available targets. Pop front. Target to reparent equals So this is going to be a path follow 3D. That's going to come from available targets, pop front. So many places for this to go wrong. Oh my god, my brain is melting. We're setting up the array that is all of the nodes in our collector. We're then iterating through indices within the range of the max targets that we need to put in there for the current wave. We're then assigning the target that we want to currently move through each index, which is going to be the first one in the available targets. And then we want to say target to reparent to the path. I don't even think I've set up the path yet. So let's do that. There's the path right here. Let's access it as a unique name. Drop that in. Maybe, please. Reparent it to path 3D. Now, we need to change the properties of that target, right? So target to reparent dot level, target level, we want that to become, this is where we go to our other array, our current wave array. So let's set up that variable. Variable level to assign. That's going to be an integer, and it's equivalent to the current wave array pop front. Okay. Something is not going to work here. We want to set that to the level to assign. Okay. So, technically, conceptually, everything I can think of right now is here. I'm telling you, there is like a 10% chance it's going to work out of the box. So, my guess, I'm going to hit that play button, and we're going to get an error, and I'm going to have to fix it. Then I'm going to press the play button, and we're going to get a different error, and I'm going to fix that one too. And then it's going to run, and it's going to be wrong. And I want to figure out why it's wrong. Then we're going to fix that. And then I'm going to realize I have to rewrite a couple things. I'm going to rewrite it. Then there's going to be errors when I run it after that. I'll fix those errors. Then we'll run it. And then it'll work. That's my prediction. Let's see how close I am. Go forth and happen. Okay, so far I'm wrong. There's no errors, but nothing is happening. So, we skipped to the wrong thing is happening part. Did I not kick this off? Do we not have anything like beginning? What? Just what? How anticlimactic. Alright, so I'm gonna go to the remote tab. see what might be going on here, or what's not going on here. In the target collector, we have a few that are missing somehow. It starts with a 0 and then it skips to 4, which is interesting. Just skips to 4. Where's 2 and 3? I don't know. Come down here. Oh, they're at the end. Okay. 251, 252. Okay, great. So they're all there. None of them have been reparented anywhere. Which makes sense because nothing is moving on the path. Okay, cool. Great. So why is nothing happening? Target collector doesn't have a script on it. Right? Is that it? Is that it? No, that's not it. Oh, I wish it was that simple. Okay. Alright, so we need to see what might be happening or not happening. Let's make sure that this code is like running. So let's do the ready function. Print target collector is ready. We're just gonna go from the top and work our way down here. Oops, didn't mean to open that. Target collector is ready. All right, that makes sense. Good. Oh, start next wave. I forgot. We set up the button. I complete. All right. I gotta press the button. I forgot that we actually added a button. Okay. Here we go. Button time. Maybe this is where we'll get the error. All right, let's press. Hey, there we go. That's the error I was looking for. Okay. That makes so much more sense. Okay, great. Out of bounds, get index 1 on base dictionary. Do I need to say like keys or something? What do you mean? Out of bounds 1, but not 0. Maybe I have to say keys. Returns the list of keys. Right. Find key? Finds and returns the first key whose associated value is equal to the value. Is that what I have to do? I don't remember. It's gonna be frustrating to write multiple times. I guess if I just do this one. Let's see if ChatGPT can help me here. We're gonna ask the other chat. I gotta do what I gotta do. Chat. I gotta ask the other chat. This seems to be incorrectly referencing the dictionary we set up earlier. How can I access wave 1 in this code? Oh, I have to type in wave 1? Globals.wave data. Wave string. Whoa. Oh, that's so obnoxious. Okay. Whoops. You were thinking right. So we have to assign a wave key and concatenate it with the wave number. You might need to change wave underscore 0 to wave 0, etc., but I don't know Godot. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of see what I did wrong. So we could make that its own function. Horrifyingly enough. Function construct wave keys. Yeah, right, I'm right. And I can also just do that. I could just write it in too. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I'll just write it in. Then I don't have to worry about like any of this. Yeah, maybe we just do that. Why did I think this? Well, I do need wave number. Wait, no, I don't need to do all that. No, this will work. Wait, this will be fine. This will be fine. We can just do it like this. Wave key. This will totally work. Plus string 0. I don't know if I even need to do that. Because the wave key will be based on what wave number we're on. I think we can do something like this, right? My brain has slightly melted. Let me just see what that returns. Yeah, right? Okay. No. Not sure. Okay, so we'll get some other error, probably. But maybe we'll skip over that error. Okay. Start it. Oh, we got an error, but something appeared on the track. I'll take it. Okay, so what went wrong? This is the second, this is part of my prediction. We fixed one error. Here's the next error to fix. Trying to assign value of type nil to a variable of type integer. Yeah, that would be bad. I can see what would be bad about that. So, for current wave array, what's in the current wave array? Nothing. The current wave array is empty. So where did we try to set up the current wave array? You have a wacky game idea? Nice. Wait, I do set up the current wave array, right? Okay, update wave array. Okay, where does update wave array? Oh, in here. Something there isn't going well. It's more TD than Bloons TD? Alright. Oh, did we get a print of the current wave array? 12.0.0.0.0.0. That's the print? That's not what the current wave array is supposed to be. I'm confused. No, wait, that is the current wave array. No, that's actually correct. It did construct the wave array correctly. Do I have my waves as resources or arrays? A dictionary of arrays. One array per wave. Okay, so it did construct it correctly, which is good. You trying to code your freeze AoE? Oh my god. I don't even, man. Oh man, I'm not even there yet. What is that like? But it's saying it's nil, but it printed it. How could it be empty? I mean, in the stack trace, it's saying that current wave array is empty, but it printed it. So unless it's emptying itself out somehow at some point, it must not be empty. I don't know yet, Dark Rose. I'm just trying to figure it out. Yes. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So, yes. Actually, yes. I see what you're asking. Sorry. Yeah. So the way that I'm doing that is, there's like a timer that randomly decides between a certain range how frequently it's gonna spawn them in, and then there's a divisor that will make them happen more quickly, in that like it'll still be a random range, but that range will be either happening more quickly or less quickly, is kind of how that's working. But I haven't gotten to that point yet. I did code something out the other day preparing for that, but unfortunately I'm not ready to implement that just yet. All right, so by the time we get here, it's empty. Reparent target. It must be happening sooner. Reparent or something. I don't actually know what's happening. If reparent timer is set to 0, so that means the timer must have started. This is crazy. Start reparent timer. On start next way. So when we press the button, it starts the reparent timer. But before that, I feel like we need to wait because it's going to run this and then run that. This is running before this finishes. I think that's part of the problem. At least. I'm still a little confused why some of that happens, but I think we have a timing issue. That's why when you asked that, I thought you were talking about this, because I was like thinking we have a timing issue. It's kind of funny. So I think we need to not start the reparent timer until we've got all that other stuff done. So assign the target counts, does all that, updates the wave array, does all that. Number of targets to move, it figures out that. It runs that one time. That returns something though. So maybe after all of this code is when we do it. Then that's at least after the current wave array. Okay, let's see if that's different. We might have some other problem, but let's try it. It's almost certain. All right. Same problem, I think. Even though it did print it here. What if we, okay, how about this? Can we print current wave array right now? Current wave array, and this time we're gonna say before reparent target, before or during reparent, I don't know, whatever, something like that. What does it output at that point? Okay, I'm gonna hit the start button. What? What is going on here? Oh, so the nil is happening when it's empty. We're not checking to see if it's empty. Gotcha. Because by then, it's emptied out. I see. Wild. Okay. How am I gonna do that? Because somehow I have to check and assign the... Well, here's what you do. You're gonna initialize the variable and then say if current wave array size is greater than 0, level 2 assign equals current wave array pop front. Okay. What does that do? Oh, we got a brownie, baby. Yes. Okay, now the question is, are there 12 of them on there? All just moving in a nice line with each other. Because I haven't had them start separating out yet. They're just all going to be on top of each other. So we're going to go to the remote tab. It was like almost exactly like I predicted this would go. That's kind of amazing. Okay. Yep, there they are. That's more than 12. Okay, so it put 140 of them in there. That's a few more than 12. Yeah. Okay, alright, so there's a little bit of a flaw here. But it's close enough. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's close enough. I mean, even looking here at the output, you can see it printed 148 times. So that's a good clue as to what's going on here. So it's running reparent target to path like 120 something too many times. 120 times, 130 times too many. So let's go look at what's making that happen. What do we call that function again? Reparent target to path. Oh, what calls that? In the process function, if the target's in current wave, if the target's in current wave are less than maximum targets. Oh, that would be helpful to see like what is that? What is the max targets in current wave? I don't know. I'm gonna find out though. Max targets in current wave is 12. It knows that it's 12. It knows that the targets in current wave are 12. Okay. So that means it's stopping. This is getting increased. Now I would need that to reset every time also. By the way. That would be pretty important. I'm actually going to reset that right now while I'm thinking about it. Whoa. That's some 4.4 stuff. Look at that. When I hover over a dictionary, the tooltip is showing me all of the data. That's wild and incomprehensible, but also cool. Huh. I like that. Anyway. Let me just reset that count. So that's going to be when we press the button. Where is that? Static analyzer. Ooh. So cool. Is that what that's called? What am I looking for? I'm looking for start next wave. So when we go to start the next wave, we want targets in current wave, or wait, I already forgot what it is. The tooltip that figures out your code is called a static analyzer. Neat. I think that's targets in current wave. It's whatever is adding to the count. It would be easier for me to understand if I did. Yes, targets in, whatever, it's fine. Targets in current wave. We want to reset that to 0 every time we start a new wave. But that's not our main problem right now. Our main problem right now is that it's reparenting way too many. So where would be a point where I would check that? We know that that number is not getting out of hand. This is saying that as long as targets in current wave is less than max targets in current wave, run this. So why is it happening so many more times? Why is it happening 150 times? I don't know. We start the reparent timer when we assign target counts. We assign target counts and we press the button. So that should be happening one time, which it is because we see it print up here at the top initially. So this is button pressed, or whatever. I'm not even gonna include that. We'll just say that. Button pressed. Current wave array gets shuffled. We see immediately that's what the shuffled array is like. I mean, technically the reparenting shouldn't be running that many times. I guess it's not. I'm so confused. Okay, reparent target to path. Let's look at what this does. It assigns the available targets to an array, which is all of the children, the 250 children of this node. We then are iterating through (250 times. So we're doing 250 iterations? That doesn't seem right. Why would you do 250 iterations? No. I think we want to do targets in current wave, right? We don't need to iterate through all of them. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Does it? I don't remember. Start it. Okay, it looks good. That time it ran 82 times, which is concerning. But that's less. Okay, let's see in the remote tab how many we got. Indeed, there's 80. There's about 80 of them in there. So is it different every time? Is it if I hold the button down? Is it like the length of time that I hold the button? No. That time it was 82. I'm confused. I is confused. $82, so it's doing exactly the same every time. Well, that's not right. Okay, imagine this. What if I set it to the number 12? Let's just magic number it, just to see what happens, in theory. Oh, it ran 148 times again. It went back to that number. Reparent in target to path. How many times is this running? Print. Reparent. Attempted. Whatever. We'll say that. How many times does that show up? $12 times, because that's on 160. So this is definitely running 12 times right here. Because it was 148 before, and now it's 160. So that's working correctly. It must be here in this index for integer in range here. Is there another subloop? I don't think so. Make it print here. Main reparent loop. Let's see how many times that goes. $292, so that many times. It basically doubles it. So it is this for loop. This for loop is incorrect. Let's see if the other chat can help me with this one. It might see the flaw in my logic here. Oh, wait a minute. You know what I just realized? Can I hide the game? Yeah, I can hide the game. You know what I just realized? I don't need this for loop. Because if we're running this 12 times, here we're running it 12 more times for every time that we run it 12 times. I don't need this. This ain't necessary. Get all that out of here. I think that's all that it is. That's the problem. Okay, we're gonna start the wave. Bam. Perfect. Now, if we look at the path in the remote tab, bam! Okay, there's still a couple too many. Is there? No, there's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12! Let's go. Okay. Nice. This is good. This is very good. Let me make sure, something that I feel like is happening that's weird, I need to commit it right now. Thanks, Americans. Is it starting at the far left? Or am I bugging? No, it's starting in the middle. I think because, oh, you know why? Because the progress is constantly running on each target. That's why. So I have to make sure, right here, we have to make sure that that's only running if it's supposed to be running. Which is going to be on like a case-by-case basis. So let's do an export variable here. Is moving, which is going to start out as false. And we say if is moving, then it does all this. So then we want to come back to the collector. Oh yeah, we could do that too. That's true. So let's do that. Oh, that's so much better. I like that. I might end up needing this anyway, but not for this reason. Nice. That's what I do in Harvest Earth. Isn't it amazing how I just forget between projects the things that I've done? That is literally exactly how it works in Harvest Earth. But I forgot. I forgot. Completely. Just slipped my mind. Stop it. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we can actually just have that running all the time. And on the collector... Oh, that's tough because we have the code in there. If I turn off that process mode, that script's not gonna run. So we could do the process mode on each individual one. That would work. That's fine. Process mode off. Then in the target collector, when we go to reparent it, not only do we want to update its level, but we want to make sure its process mode. Oh, it's not going to give me an autocomplete, I guess. Can we just do self just so I can enjoy the autocomplete? Process mode set to inherit. Do we have to do the no dot? I don't think so. Okay, target to reparent. That's new that it recommended that. Okay, so then if this is right, it should start moving from the entry point, not in the middle of the level. Nice. Oh, they're even a little misaligned. Weird. I guess because it started their process one after the other. Dude, that's awesome. It's like a little snake. Whoa. Cool. Okay. Let me move the collector off because right now it's just sitting there in the middle, which is not what I want. We're just gonna put it off camera. Okay. Now, I could try the other waves, but I still want to kind of get that fixed up a little bit. So I want to clear. We still got to get rid of everything or move it back when we move on to the next wave. Oh, there's a lot more complication to add in here. Do I want to add the staggering next? Maybe we add the staggering in next. I mean, I think the timer is, in theory, doing that. I think you're just your divisor. I think if you adjust the divisor... I'm not actually sure what's going on here. Is the timer working? I actually don't have a clue. I have no idea. Let me see if we can get that set up next. The divisor is 0, so that should just... Here, let's make it something else. I'm not sure what to expect here. Nice! Let's go. Oh, and they're random! Yes! Awesome. So when that divisor was very, very small, oh, look at them snaking around! When that divisor was very, very small, it just basically put them right on top of each other. So then that's what we adjust for the later levels, as Dark Risen was talking about. So that way they spawn in much closer, much tighter. Yes! This is awesome. Oh, it feels good to see it working. Oh man, this is gonna look so good. Like that baby getting fed. Now, we do want them to actually get destroyed once they come off the end, right? And not just keep looping around. Although the looping is very entertaining. It's incorrect. It's so cool. Wow. All right. Okay. Let's set up them getting cleared from the track and the new ones coming in for the next wave. I think that would be nice. Now I am gonna need to set up like the intermediate between the waves, right? So there's the current wave, there's like the idle before the next wave. So there's like these phases. I'm probably gonna want like some kind of enum, like state machine for, are we in current wave state or are we in the buy phase or whatever. I guess just to remind myself about it, I could do it soon. Where am I gonna put that? I guess in globals? The largest French Soleil Pokemon YouTuber checked out my mod today. What is French Soleil Pokemon YouTuber? That's awesome. Oh, just Pokemon YouTuber. Not those French Pokemon YouTubers who don't slay. The Pokemon YouTubers who do slay. The French Pokemon YouTubers who do slay. Forget those French Pokemon YouTubers who don't slay. They don't count. That's so cool, Dungeon. That's awesome. Dungeon Martian made a mod for Slay. Oh, Slay the Spire. Oh, that's what you mean. Slay the Spire made a Slay the Spire mod that implements Pokemon into Slay the Spire. And I think that was Dungeon's like first. Yeah, that's fair. Ugh, I get it. That was Dungeon Martian's first like game dev kind of venture. That's really, really cool. Congrats. Wow. Who's the YouTuber? That's hype. Dude, your mod is like gonna be even more popular now. You said the largest French Slay the Spire YouTuber. Like, that's crazy. Or Pokemon YouTuber? Or it's a Pokemon YouTuber, not a Slay the Spire YouTuber. Man, that's so cool. Like, as a game developer, like, that's everything. Oh yeah, Dungeon Martian can post links. I forget about that. That is like the golden ticket if you're a game developer, is for a popular streamer to stream your game. You are special. It's your birthday tomorrow! Hey, happy birthday! Happy birthday, Dungeon! Yo, let me get this out of here. That's your mod. Let's go. That's so cool. Wow. Oops, I clicked on something else. Oh god. Dude, now I can like see your mod though without playing it. Yo, your mod looks awesome. Let's go. I gotta remember to check that out later. He's playing with another overhaul mod that I just added more support to today. Nice! You were like, oops, gotta go. Duty calls. So wait, you adding that support today preceded him playing it? Or he started playing it, and so then you added the support? Man, that's so cool. Congrats, Dungeon. No VS Code. I've rejected you for today. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of these prints. Let me clean this up a little bit. We've got some mess here left behind. You've been meaning to add it for a while, but him playing your mod with the Pokemon Regions mod made me do it today. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Perfect. Popular streamers and game devs can work very well together. Oh, I need to clear. We actually don't want to clear it. I want to move all of them from here back to the collector in between waves. So we need to know when the actually, I do kind of need to code some more. I need to code when the wave is done. Let's actually kill these. Let's make these die. Let's say that in their process function, they're going to be checking to see if progress You got the enemies freezing in AoE? Dang, Merkins. Merkins, didn't you say this was like the first time you've ever made a game and you're like already like at that point? You are like, you are taking to it like a fish to water. Took some thinking. It's good thinking, right? Isn't that thinking like, to me, it's just like part of what I love about doing game dev. Nice work, Merv. Oops, I keep doing that. Oh, you've been coding for a while. Why did you say that? Did you say like you haven't? Oh, you've been coding, but not making games. Is that right? Am I understanding that now? I think I am. So for the progress, that goes up to... Wait, what is the maximum that goes to? I actually forgot. Gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I did not. I mean, I like knew you must have coded because you've come through these streams and you've helped me. So like, I have to think that you knew. It's all making sense now. Okay, okay, okay. The game's still running? Where do these... I totally forgot what their maximum is. You haven't made a game to this extent. Let's go. Yeah, right. You know, it like feels real now. That's fair. Oh, progress ratio goes up to 1. That's right. We wanted to track the progress ratio, not the progress. My mistake. Hey, Derek, welcome. You got time? You got time? I just started today. I mean, I've been like planning up until today, but I haven't actually started putting code to window, code to file until today. You call myself a hobbyist Flutter dev. Nice. Yeah, there's so many things you can do with code. You haven't started at all? That's alright. That's why I made it a month. So that way there's time to like start late. Procrastinating. Maybe your procrastinating is what led to the idea. If you think about it, procrastinating can be very helpful for coming up with ideas. We want to say if the progress ratio... On Monday, I was kind of having a dispute about whether or not it's worth putting greater than or equal to if you know what it's going to be. You know what? I'll do greater than or equal to. I won't do set to. If it's greater than or equal to 1, then we want it to return to the collector. How am I going to do that? Now, this might be where a static reference that Dungeon has been suggesting I try. This could make a good place for that. Or not. Maybe I'll do a signal. And then that signal can say, hey, I'm something that needs to go back to a collector. And the collector will be like, oh, I see you. Come to me. I think I'm going to do that. It's back in my messenger. I'm going to create a new signal. Signal. Man, but static reference would be so much better for this though. But I just don't know how to do it, and you could show me, but I don't know. Maybe I should. Okay, let me see if I remember what Dungeon has tried to teach me. Let's see if I can do it. Let's see if I can do it. All right, I'm gonna try it. So, it just would like running a bunch of signals here just feels kind of ridiculous. I wonder if using if statements is worse for performance than another solution. Maybe. What's the other solution? If you have 200 balloons checking their progress every frame. True. Ooh, you're right. You're right. Like what? Just having like a collision or like a point, like if it passes a point? Yeah, you might be right. A collision actually might be good here. I think you're right. Yeah, you're right. Excellent point. I like it. Let's do it. I'm sold. Makes sense. I wanted to avoid collisions in this project, but not for things like that. What I wanted to avoid was adding a collision to every single balloon. Or even every single tower. Maybe the towers. Hopefully I can avoid it. But just for like a single spot, that's a great use for a collision. Now I could calculate if something has passed that point, but whatever. Let's just do this. Okay, so this would be the point, approximately. I gotta give you a credit for that. I was about to do something quite different. Path following target spawning. I guess that's still target spawning. It's kind of not. It's kind of target despawning. Target despawning. I don't know, whatever. It's not really despawning. No, let's just call it target movement. This is ridiculous. Get rid of that. Okay. If I have more time, I'd like to actually do a better credits for this one than I did for the Frogger-like, but I probably won't have time. I'll probably just do the names in a line. Okay. So where do I want to put this? I guess I could put it in the path node. Oh, we're in remote. You have the names get assigned above the balloons during the game, and they get popped. What? The names. I don't know what that means. As credits. What? Oh, you're saying have that. Whoa! Oh, that's super fun. That is so fun. Okay, that would be ideal. That would be the ideal credits. Stretch goal, stretch goal. Delightful. Right, what's my title screen gonna be? Oh gosh. Okay, in here, let's add an area 3D. We're just gonna say area path end. Let's go orthogonal, just a little easy to find. Then I'm gonna add a collision in there. We probably could make it a world's boundary. Right? Like, why not? Is that a bad idea? As long as nothing ever goes past that, but I can't imagine why it would. I'd be very surprised if it did. I mean, to be fair, these are lined up here. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to do a world boundary. I'm actually going to do something smaller. Because otherwise, I have to like put it behind this one, and I don't want to do that. We'll just do a box. But yeah, there'd be arguably more security otherwise, but it's not physics. At least I knew about it and could consider it. Okay, this is impossible to see, so I'm gonna switch to the overdraw view. Now I can see things. Okay, much better. Okay, so that's the area that it's gonna bump into. And I'm lost. That should be sufficient. Can't imagine I need more than that. But whatever, make it bigger. Now we need something, we need it to be able to detect it. Oh, yeah, oh. Actually, dungeon, I don't like this idea anymore. I don't like it anymore. Do you know why I don't like it? Because the only way an area is gonna see that stuff is if all of the balloons have areas on them too. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I can't just have this detecting sprite 3Ds. It can only detect other areas, and I don't want to set that up that way. So actually, never mind. I think I'd rather have them all checking something else. Because I think that... yeah, I just don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. So maybe the process check is better. I can't really think of another way. I wish followers had, path followers, I wish they had signals built in, like that it just emits a signal if their progress ratio is at a certain point or something. Although to be fair, that would have to be doing something of some kind too. Alright, so never mind, we're going back to the way I was gonna originally do it. Gets it on a variable that's tied to the progress ratio. Would that work? But wouldn't that still have to check in the process? How would it know when to get it? Hey, Kai Guy, welcome. I don't think I can get away from a process check there. Okay, so I'm just gonna go with my gut here, and we're just gonna do the process. I think it's going to be a very minimal impact, personally, on performance. Because it's just a process check, you know? Set the variable rather than the progress ratio. Then in the get set, you make that. But what does that have to do with where that happens? it still has to check it. I don't understand. I just don't understand. You set the variable rather... What are you talking about? What do you mean? I'm not setting the progress ratio. Yeah, I just don't understand, unfortunately. I'm confused. Doesn't make sense to me. Like, what would that code look like? I don't get it. Progress ratio is greater than or equal to 1. Oh yeah, I was gonna try to do the static reference thing. So over here in the target collector, if I want this to be statically referenced, I want to give it a class. Class name target collector. And then I don't remember. I forgot. Don't you put like a you make an init function? And then in there somewhere something happens? Some variable called ref gets set to self? Is that how you do that? You do like a static variable ref just like this, and then you set it to self, and that's it. And then when I want to reference it, nice. And then when I want to reference it, so what this is doing is it's creating this variable that's accessible anywhere. You can type ref as the class name. Right. So here, if progress ratio is greater than or equal to that, I could say reparent to would I say target collector dot ref like this, and that's it. And then we also want to change its process mode. I don't know if it can do that to itself. Can it? I guess so. To disabled. So it's going to reparent it and then turn itself off. Let's go! Okay. That's nifty. So if this works, we should see them disappear and not loop back around again, for one. And then two, they should all go back into the collector. Let's see what happens. Uh-oh. This start wave is doing nothing. Okay. It would seem, perhaps, that they are hitting a progress ratio of 1 early? If progress ratio is greater than or equal to 1. That should be correct. Because the progress ratio should be at 0 to start with. Just make sure it's not something else. I'm just gonna... Oh, there it goes. There's 1 goes. What's going on? Yeah, that's an easy mistake. I know you do. I don't think I did this time. Yeah, that's okay. And so what's the progress ratio here at that moment? It's obviously going to just print a crap ton of progress ratios. But they should all be 0. It should be 250 zeros. Bunch of zeros. Oops. So how is that advancing so quickly? This is gonna be a lot of prints. Okay, this is gonna be devastating. No, one time. I'm gonna call it bool check. It's a bool. It's true. If it's that, and bool check, do that, and then bool check, becomes false. What's going on here? What's the deal? Run it? Oh. Oh wait, nothing happened. Not only did nothing happen, the progress ratio was... Wait, I didn't even tell it. Hold on, let me move this. I didn't even tell it. To do anything. All I'm doing is checking the progress ratio. Something weird is happening here. But what? Print hello if bool check, and then update bool check to false. This does not feel like it should be complicated. Okay, they're printing. But nothing is spawning. But if I comment out the process... Are you telling me by virtue of having a process function? Is this something to do with them being disabled at the start? Maybe like starting out a node with the process mode disabled and then having a process function in there causes something weird to happen? Oops. Thanks, Nickba. Yeah, we've got good progress. And now I'm trying to get them to remove themselves. Currently, they have a process mode set to disabled, and then it extends target. It does extend target. That's correct. That's correct. And target... target does have a process! Super process? There's a super process? Since when? What is that? What in the world? Today I learned. You were like, wait. Run the inherited parents function. Run the inherited parents function? GD script super process. Super, let me get rid of this. Super is used to call the parent's class method from within the child overriding method. When you override a function, the old function doesn't happen anymore. Oh. So if I do super, does that... Oh. I remember when I learned about super ready and my mind was blown. Super ready. I'm super ready. So will that allow them both to happen if I have two? Or do I need to make sure I put my process stuff... I mean, what? First of all, why am I doing this? No, this is silly. No. No. We're going to put this in here. I'm not adding super process, but that's very interesting. Why not just put it in here? Why am I not doing this? I'll just put it in the parent. Okay, but let's put it in there just for the sake of learning. Super saucy. Let's just put it in here for the sake of learning, but I'm just going to put it in the parent. I don't know why I didn't do that sooner. Wait, how do I use super? It sounds like a superpower to me. Surely I'm doing this wrong. You call it in the function? What? What? Func process, super process. I'm so bored with this. Like, what? Too few arguments for process call. Expected at least one, but received 0. So this is it? That makes it work? This is weird as hell. Wow, that did it. There you go. Okay, let's see if they go away when they reach the end. No. Oh, because I didn't add in anything. I just did the bool check thing. Yeah. Okay, so it's working. Thank you. Thank you so much. You have learned me something. I gotta give you a learning credit, at least here. Although, I'm not quite sure I'm gonna use that, but now I know. Nickba says, for my Bloons-like, I want to have a Fortnite-style building preview for my towers, so the player can preview where it's going to be built. Ooh, that's a good idea. Do y'all have any suggestions on how you do that in Godot? Are you planning to do 2D or 3D? Yeah, that's a good question. Man, I feel like that depends on a lot of factors. Like, are you gonna have a physics? Probably not. I mean, it just kind of depends on how you're going to have them be stamped down, you know? Like, for me, what I plan to do is I plan to have them hovering above a little bit, and then when you click it to put it down, it's gonna just move lower until it, like, snaps with the ground. So I guess you could, if that were me, maybe I would have it, the one that you're holding, and then like a semi-transparent one below that's a little lower, it's already snapped or something. But I guess I'm not sure exactly what you mean even, like... Yeah, I guess to me it depends on like how you're doing it and what you plan on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Good. Spawning a transparent mesh where the mouse is and then replacing it with the real one when it's finalized is probably the way to go. Yeah. It's a really good idea. I like that. How do they do it in the new Bloons ones? Let's see, I'm trying to find a biphase. Or they're stamping one down. Oh, and it started over. There. It actually looks like it just goes in the same spot. It's like a little bit different. Oh, I didn't mean to double click it. Let's go frame by frame. Let's put it. Playback speed, very slow. Pause. We don't need to do that. Let's go frame by frame. Okay, so there it is. Before being stamped. And it just sort of goes a little lower. It starts out just a bit higher. And then it goes down a little lower. So they don't show any preview on there. It just sort of clicks itself in. Interesting. New Bloons doesn't use a grid? I don't know. Does old Bloons use a grid? Yeah, I was just, because for me, I just really am looking at like the art style of this one. And then just like taking some notes from some of the ways it's designed. Since this one actually uses some 3D assets as opposed to the old one doesn't, and I'm using 3D assets, it makes for a good reference. So yeah, I just looked up gameplay BTD6. Okay, so let's put not this in here. We'll go to the parent script and we'll say if progress ratio is greater than or equal to 1.0, then we want to reparent itself to target collector.ref. And we want to make sure that the process mode gets set to disabled. Okay. Let's see where that gets us. Alright, it's actually starting now, which is nice. I like that. And when it gets to the end, I want to see it go away, and if it does go away, I want to check to make sure it got reparented to the collector. No! It didn't do anything! Hey, how dare you? Is anything happening? Print. Something is happening. When it gets to the end. So I should be seeing something pop up in here if something happens. Nope. So that's not even working. Maybe we can't do this in the parent. Maybe I do have to put this in the child. All right. Bring it back then. That's kind of why I did it in the child in the first place, because I just figured the parent wasn't going to be able to even know that it was happening. Okay, let's see if this works. I mean, this code is just not running at all. It's like the progress ratio isn't actually getting to 1.0 or something. Why? What if I say... Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but like, why? Especially since we did it before, and I didn't have to do that. Oh yeah, that worked. Why did that work? Oh, maybe because it's cyclical. That's a good thought, for sure. Also, why did the last one stop? Oh, because it's reparenting, but it's not moving. So it may be reparenting, but it's just stopping instead of actually moving to the position of that. So we don't just want to reparent it. We want to make sure that its position matches the target collector's position. I would think. Right? Possibly. Maybe. Hopefully. Okay. Well, I don't technically have it at the origin. Because the origin would be on camera. And maybe if I move the collector someday, it'll go with it. But that's true. There we go. See ya! Wait, really? It'll go to the parent's global position? Wait, but the parent is... I don't understand. The parent... Really? Okay. Alright. Instead of global, do the local... Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, that's clever. Like that? Wait a minute. Wait, how am I formatting this? Exactly? This doesn't make sense. I don't understand what you're talking about. It'll go to the parent? Oh, because it's already reparented. Oh, I see. Whoa. Thank you. Excellent. This is good. Nice. Thank you. Beautiful. Perfect. Let's go. We are getting somewhere. I gotta say, guys, so far, this is the best looking game I've ever made. All this info is mind-blowing to me. You all are Godot geniuses. How long have you been doing? Donning? Yeah, so I started, what, like 2 years ago now? That can't be right. Maybe almost 2 years ago? So I have every single live stream, pretty much nearly every single session I've ever done in Godot on Hyper Game Dev YouTube channel. So this is Basically all of them. I've got 105 sessions on here. This canceled one is at the bottom confusingly. Oh, maybe I can see that, but you guys can't see that. Okay. Oh, wait, 1 year ago. Not even 2 years ago. I said 2 years. That was wrong. Let's see what it says. September 14th, 2023. So just shy of 2 years. That was the first time I've ever used Godot in my life. Never, it was actually the first time I've ever done text coding. Because before this, I would make games using visual scripting. Exclusively. I did Unity visual scripting, I did Unreal visual scripting. There was this game called Dreams that let you make games. It had visual scripting. I used GDevelop, which had not visual scripting, but like event, like a list. It was different. It wasn't quite like code. It wasn't quite like visual. It was kind of in the middle. But I had never actually typed out code before. So with the help of all of you guys and just sticking with it for 105 sessions, 8 to 10 hour sessions, here I am. September 14th, 2023. What is that? September, January, February, March. We are in what? We're in March? April, May, June, July, August, September, 6 months. So 1.5 years. 1.5 years. Crazy. November 12th, 2023 is my first uploaded game. Wow. And I think we started at the start. We started it at the start of that October. Wait, started what? Oh, Godot? Oh, yeah. Wow. Apparently September. Nuts. Look at us growing around the same time frame. Yeah, I just love it. I'm like addicted to it. I love learning how to make games using Godot. It's so much fun. That's how I can stay here for hours. I have to literally put a cap on it. I have to say, no more than this many hours. Go get sleep. Okay, so what's next? Well, I mean, it would be interesting to see what happens if we run another wave. Because we've now cleared out... What just happened? Just what happens? Just tell me what happens. What if I do it? Okay, they're all brownies. It is doing more, but it should be changing their appearance. And some of them should not be brownies. Right? Oh no, wait, that's not true. No. Round 2 has 25 reds. No, this is correct. Wait, it actually worked. It's totally fine. Okay, now the next one should have blues. Alright, let's see what happens. Oh, I don't see any blues. It's all brownies. Okay, so incidentally, it didn't load them. It would have been nice if I paused it to see what was going on there. Well, the next one should have reds and blues. So yeah, that would be the next challenge, is to make sure that it actually loads different ones. Okay, let's let them all come on. So this will have 34 of them. I'm gonna try to pause it to see what's going on here. Oh, I guess I should have like a breakpoint or something. That's okay. Not really. Let's pull open the path. Let's see what the nodes that are currently on the path are like, what their deal is, what their situation is. What I'd be mostly interested in is what their level is supposed to be. So there it says target level 0. We should see many of them being listed as target level 1. But it seems like none of them are being set to target level 1. Okay, so let's see if we can get them to get set to target level 1. And why they're not getting set to target level 1. So right here, when it's reparenting it from the collector to the path, it's supposed to be updating its level to assign. Level to assign is supposed to be based on if the current wave array size is greater than 0. It's going to look at what's in the current wave array, pop front, and then add it in. So actually it'd be interesting to see... Wait a minute. This is wrong. We don't want to just pop front. Actually, I'm a little confused. Wait, what kind of data is in current wave array? Something isn't right here. Because we're not ever fetching that number, which is pretty important. Okay, let me run it. We don't have something is happening still going, right? Okay, I think we got rid of that, hopefully. Okay, so I'm gonna start the round 12-0-0-0-0-0-0-0. Okay, so that's good, that's correct. I guess I could start the wave early. I don't really have to wait for it to end. So now if I hit it, it's 25-0-0-0, which is correct. That makes sense. I'm a little nervous about running it in between, but it's probably fine. I'm just gonna do it. Okay, so it's 24-5. So it does know that some of them are supposed to be 5. It definitely knows that. That is in the current wave array. Is 24 and 5. So what this is actually supposed to be checking for is it's supposed to make 24 of them be 0s and 5 of them be 1s. I don't see that in here. So it makes sure that there actually is something left in that array that is not 0s. So we need to do a better check here. So this is saying level to assign equals the current wave rate, which is nuts because shouldn't some of them be I'm actually a little confused how this is working. Shouldn't some of them be like 24 or 5? Can we have it print target to reparents target level? I'm a little confused about what's happening here. I think I just wrote the code badly. I'm just not sure how to figure out where it's bad and what will fix it. So it's setting one of the levels to 12. Okay. Obviously wrong. So what it actually needs to be doing is the most powerful one. You would think. What it actually needs to be doing is it needs to reference something. I don't even know what. Because if we're shuffling the array, which also is amazing that the first one ended up being 12. Let me run it again. I'm just curious. Is it gonna have 25 first? No. Okay, so that was just that was just an amazing coincidence. That's actually a little tricky. What we don't want, this level to assign is incorrect. This is not right. This is wrong. What this needs to be doing is it needs to be counting how many. Where are we appending values to the array? Well, okay, so that's probably this update wave array here. So this is being called up here. Okay, so we check what the wave are we on wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, etc. And then depending on which wave we're in, it's deciding how many of level 0s should it spawn. How many of level 1s should it spawn? How many of level 2s should it spawn? How many of level 3s? How many of level 4s? How many of level 5s? And then it's creating a new array called current wave array. And then it's shuffling that array. You need to loop the appending in update wave array. What does that mean? Because it's currently just adding the value 12, right? Instead of 12 level 0s. What do I change to do that? It's breaking my brain right now. That makes a lot of sense. Like, I can't wrap my head around it right now. Like, that sounds correct. That's it? That's the only change? Append level 0. So then we need like something else here, right? We would need like this to be 0, this to be 1, that too. Yeah. 3, 4, 5. I like coded this whole thing without testing it yet, and I just kind of, at some point I was just like, I don't remember what else I need to do. I needed to do that. Welcome, Game Doodle. Yeah, it's still happening. Glad you made it. Yeah, the progress is good. The progress is really good. It's pretty close. I'll show you it once I fix this bit. I'm super happy with how it's coming. Slow but sure. And then we need this to call with level. For I in count. So I don't need to do range. It'll just do that. I don't need to say like for I int in range count. This is like unnecessary. Wow, I didn't know that. I'll put it in there for consistency's sake. Maybe. I learned that from Sable Spirit Studios. Okay, for I in count, we want to append a level. That'll just work. I'm still kind of confused why it would work. But I'll be happy if it just works. Alright, let's go. There's the brownies, cruising around. What's gonna happen at the end? I don't know. What I need to see is what it's printing. Oh, look, it's all zeros. It's correct. Okay, good. Alright, so the next one should be all zeros. It's not until level 3. Nice dungeon! I'm kind of having a hard time wrapping my head around why this works. I can't, I'm like, my brain's a little burned out after 9.5 hours. Okay, good. Because every time we're updating the wave array, it's iterating through the number of times and adding the level instead of the numbers. Okay, that does make sense. Here we go. We're gonna see some blues, right? Well, the numbers are correct. We may not see any blues in the line, but we've got zeros and ones. So that's really good. That's perfect. I just need to have it actually update the sprite. Yeah, it's smooth. It's going really, really well. I'm super happy with it so far. And then that little cylinder will be a tower at some point, but it's just a stand-in. I should probably just hide it at this point. Okay, cool. Good. Now let's figure out why having its level updated... Oh, I know why. Because that's in the ready function. The texture is updating here. We need that to update elsewhere. Get set? Get set hurts my little brain. It's going great, Mortis. We just played through a little bit of the progress, and it's looking good. I got brownies moving around a track, so that's good. What if I didn't do get set because it hurts my brain? And instead, I just have a function that runs and updates them. Is get set? We actually have done sort of a learn along about get sets, like spontaneously one time, and I still walked away barely understanding it. Like I got the concept, but like it never felt smooth to try to implement it. It never really like sunk in correctly. Drink water to combat the brain pain of get set. All right, that's a good idea. Thank you for the hydrate. As they say on Twitch. Your alpha is almost done for your Barackies. Nice. For when the voting period is over. And then it's crowdfunding and grinding out the stream prep and improvements and additions. Crowdfunding? Let me get this straight. You're doing crowdfunding for a game jam game? So, I don't understand what's happening. You're saying that Brackies has a game jam. You're making a game for it. And your plan is to leverage that into a full game. Wow. Dang. Wait, that's awesome, Mortis. Wow. It must have turned out well. That's so cool. I hope you'll keep us posted about that. On the Discord or something if you want. No pressure, obviously. So I think I'd rather just have a function and tell it to run. I see what you're saying. So you're saying like the level here would update itself. Yeah, you're right. This seems like a great place for get sets. It just hurt my brain. It's been a crazy adventure so far. Only a couple more days left of voting. Dang. Is it doing well in the jam? A phone could be fine, but a get set would do it automatically anytime the number is changed. Okay. Let me look into it. How set up, get set, GD script 4.4, anytime var updated, a function does stuff. Whoops. I didn't mean to disappear. No, you don't understand me. No, set the get set in the variable initialization. Right? Yeah. I know it. No, it doesn't. It doesn't understand. Oh, maybe it does. Oh, this is interesting. This is different. Those are called properties. What the heck is this? This is wild. Out of 2,200, we're the 176th most voted. That's high. That's up there. Right, you could be like first in something else or whatever. That's awesome. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I just needed one of the two chats, either the GPT chat or the chat, to give it to me, because this just breaks my little brain. So for the target level, variable, my integer equals value. So so integer set. Wait, how do I type this? Nope, I'm lost. I don't get it. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm lost now. Now I'm confused. I don't understand. I don't get it. Alright. Yeah. It makes it confusing. It makes it very confusing. Yeah, help us this out. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand. We've done this before. Did I actually end up using that in Harvest Earth? I think maybe I did it in principle because you guys showed me how to do it. And then I just never did it again. Oh, here we go. It was fast. It was very fast. Get return health. I don't need the get. Right, we just set. Oh. Okay. Okay. There's a chance I have some understanding of what's happening here. There's a good chance that I get this. Thank you so much. All right. Stop it. Properties allow you to execute code whenever you are setting or getting a variable without the use of code. Where's the properties terminology from? Without the use of a function. I see. So we want to say set level target level equals level. This is so weird. This is like already confusing me. Like I'm copying it. If target level, or really we don't need to do the if thing. This will be our own code. Looking forward to learning how to do these mechanics once I wrap up the alpha phase. Oh, you're gonna do it. You're a jam rat. What a jam rat. We need some jam rats in the chat for Mortis. Oh my goodness. Amazing. Look at you go. Jam here, a jam there, a jam here, a jam there. Then you can match the level. Okay. I'll put the jam rats in the chat. That's for you, Mortis. They won't go on screen though, but at least I can put them in there. There's Murphkin's got us. Keeping yourself occupied while you're without work to keep from going insane. Nice. Make your own work. I love that. Sorry you don't have work though. One popular is a health get. Right. I think that was the context that I was originally trying to set it up in Harvest Earth, was health. That way you only calculate when you need to. I mean, I love it. Like, this is so much more efficient. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're doing. We're already doing it. That's exactly what we're doing right now. Okay, so what we're saying here is the target level is an integer, and then we're setting level. What is set level? So we're like declaring this? Like, what is? I don't understand what this is. And then we just say that it's something so unintuitive. I can't even read this. The set is when the value is changed. Why? That's just what a set function does. I just have to know that a set function does that. You have to take in the new value to change the variable. Oh, so it might be better to say this is new level, target level equals new level. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense to me, actually. And then we want to add in the code that updates the sprite. This right here. So then we can actually get rid of that. Oh, we have a problem though, because sprite isn't declared and really can't be. I mean, I guess it can if I declare it in here, but I don't know if that's gonna work timing wise. It might. I guess it's possible. It's a percent, you can reference it like that? What? Because the sprite needs to be set up on here, because that's the only way I can see the percent. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I can't, because this doesn't exist. I mean, I could try. It's just, it doesn't technically exist on the class level script. It exists on the children. So if I ever wanted to make a target that didn't have a sprite 3D, I don't know why I'd want to do that. But if so, it might be an issue. Do it in the smarter way. Oh, the way I was doing it. We can try it. We can see if it works. What am I doing now? Right now, I'm putting it on the class script. So the top, the parent, is where I'm putting it. Just to see what happens. You typed it right the first time. You can! You typed it correctly. Or you typed it incorrectly both times. Oh, what you are whoa! My dyslexia! I couldn't tell the difference between those. Probably better to do it this way. Oh, okay. Okay, so we established the sprite. It's percent sprite 3D. We'll see if that works. And then the target level, which doesn't really need to be an export, but whatever. We're having be a setter to a new level. Whenever it gets updated, it assigns the new value to new level. It then updates itself to that new level. Then we wanted to check sprite.texture and make sure that gets updated to the sprite array's target level, which we've now updated. See if that works. We'll probably find out pretty quick if it doesn't. Alright, no errors. No errors! Okay, so far so good. So we gotta get through a couple waves before it's actually going to show something different. Because the first two waves have just the level 1 target, or the brownies. So we gotta get to the next level. Now we have up to, what, 250 to choose from? So I could start this a little early here. Alright, let's see. No errors. Let's see if we get blue ones. Hey, we got blue ones. Let's go. Yes. Get and set and get and set, and get, and set, and get, and set. Let's go! Yes! We actually should be able to load everything at this point. Such hype. Let's go. Okay. It should just do all the different types entirely. Like, we basically got that completely set up. Now, the speeds aren't different, so we could do the same thing with the get set and just have that in there. Okay, all right. I like get sets. I like them. They still feel a little unintuitive, but sometimes just like getting in the habit, whoops, fixes that problem quick. Get set, use a get set. You get a get set, you get a get set, and you get a get set. Going to code a whole game in get sets. You just wait. Dang. Wait, why? There's so many in this one. Wow. I guess that just is what it is. Okay, so wait. Now what? Is this supposed to be this way? Yeah. Okay. Next one should be all greens. Hey! Oh man, look at that! Yes! I mean, this is like half of the game. Yes. Let's freaking go. And so, you know, then we can have them spawn closer together. Again, if we have that divisor change, that could be endemic to the wave data in the wave data dictionary. Something somewhere. Beautiful. Now, I don't know where that lag is coming from. I hope that's just in my imagination. Something unrelated to anything important. Wow. Next one should have 70 reds and 70 blues. Now, those colored ones are just temporary. Wait, that's not 70. Did we run out? Oh, I think we must have run out. Okay. Chill the hype. Chill the hype. So I think, I think maybe something isn't getting reparented in the right place. Am I resetting the path %? What? Why would I be resetting the path %? What does that mean? What? I would think this is more... Here, let's see if they're in the collector. Oh, they're all in the collector, all right. They're in there. Maybe the number's just wrong on the dictionary. Like when they go back on the path, are they still at 99%? That's a good question. I have no idea. I guess we can look in the collector to see what their ratio is. Says their progress ratio is 0. These are all the ones that are back in the collector. Says they're all on 0. So I don't know if that's it. What I was thinking it could be, I don't actually know what it is at this point. I'm actually confused. What is happening? Let me just run another, just see what. I'm gonna clear all of this. Did nothing happen? Oh, it's printing it. So they aren't all printing. What isn't happening is them actually appearing. And indeed, they're not getting reparented to the path, it would seem. Do they get pop fronted or anything like that? It's changing. You can see that the collector is definitely updating. Your path progress is 140 meters. I don't know. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, what is that? Oh, you're right. I was looking at the ratio. You're right. Dang, dungeon. What the heck? What the heck? Can you please not start working on your Bloons-like so you can just help me make mine? Oh my gosh. You're helping me so much. Dang. You are so correct. You are so very correct. I guess that's a debug credit, technically. Okay. Brilliant. Perfect. So we just need to make sure the progress gets reset back to 0 every time. So we'll come back to our target script. Specifically our target itself, where we do our super process, and say, before we turn it off, we would need to reset its progress to 0. Easy. Good catch. Man. And so that's it. You know, you ask how I got this far in a year and a half of learning Godot. Y'all. Y'all have helped me get this far in a year and a half learning Godot. And me. Us together. But I could not have done it alone. I kind of hate the way they overlap each other sometimes. I don't really care. I'm not going to worry about it. So we kind of got to get through a lot of waves. But I think it was wave 9 or 8. This would be, I think it was wave 8. I guess we need to start. So it just says 12. In theory, that number right there would be changing, but I haven't gotten that far yet. But I will. But I guess today I'm just trying to get that basic system down and working. Now we still got to get towers up in here. I do think they're spawning a little too far in. They need to spawn a little further back. But that's a really easy change. I just have to move the progress point, the first progress point, back. And that should be fine. I could probably just do that now. Dishes in bed. Oh yeah, dishes in bed. I need to do that. Thank you for reminding me. Appreciate it, Mervkins. Good night. Good luck with the dishes. Dishes in bed. Dishes in bed. Dishes in bed. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. And good work on your own, by the way. Oh my gosh. Congrats on diving into game dev. Taking your hobby somewhere new. Good night. Oh, didn't Sorry, I was deep in the problem solving. I missed a message from Mortis. I posted your Bracky's Game Jam game entry when we entered on the Discord around 12 days ago when I went into a playtest, but we'll delete the old and post a new one once I put out the update. Awesome. Yeah, sometimes I miss them. I try not to, though. I try very hard not to. Okay. But I'll keep an eye out. So... watch, I actually already played it and I forgot I did. So what are we doing? Oh, I was moving... we're running the things and then I want to move the start point. It got overlooked? Sad. Undeserving. The new update will be better anyway? Nice. Okay, let's go to normal. It gets a little chaotic in that form. There's a lot of stimulation. There's so much stuff in there. Okay, so for the first point in the path, people, you should check out people's games here. Yeah. Then the community creation streams will be stopping soon. So I'll have to make more of an effort to check stuff out. Okay, so it's this one. Let's just push it back a little further. I know. I want to find some way to reintroduce them differently. I just don't know how yet. Okay, that looks better. I think we could still push it further back. We haven't run out yet, which is good. I think it's better. I think it's better, right? Have we gotten to the point where it would spawn a bunch of them? Why does it still look like they're popping in? Is that part of the delay? All right, I'll put it further back. Maybe it hasn't updated. Maybe I have to reset it for that to update. Maybe I can't just change it and the runtime updates. That's gotta be it. Because I've put it so far back at this point. Yeah, let's go with that. But we're not running out of them. It's gonna be helpful too to have actual round numbers so I can compare it to make sure we're on the right ones. Obviously we want them to be closer together. There's so many things to change and update here. But you know, if I could just make sure I'm able to pull the data of what's supposed to spawn when, run it, and they spawn and they despawn and all that stuff, I'm pretty happy. What does it look like with the UI on top? I'm just curious. Wow. Awesome. You know, we could have that slide out and slide back in. I'm so excited for this game. This is gonna be the best thing I've ever made. Which I felt like that about the Frogger leg. And this is why I love this game jam. Because I'm just becoming better. I mean, it looks like it's working. Now that little lag, I don't know what that was. I don't know if that was my computer. I don't think it was the stream. So there might be something. There might be something that needs to be dealt with here. I've noticed that a couple times where it sort of hangs for a second. So I'm a little concerned about that. We know that things are happening along the way because down in the print you can see like each one prints once it's like spawning it. So there might be some opportunity, whoops, for things to get interrupted or messed up. So I might want to pull up the profiler at some point. It looks fairly smooth. Would be nice to see the round number. I think that would be a nice thing to just add in here, because it would just help with debugging and understanding what's going on. Yeah, something that does kind of bother me are the way they like change their overlap with each other. But I guess that makes sense. Like if one's in front of the other, I guess that makes sense. It probably is the best way to do it. Wait, what was that? Is that when I pressed it, that like scribble on there? I think so. I think that's like when it spawns. Alright. Well, I'll keep an eye on it. I'm gonna update the UI to actually keep track of what round we're on. And then I'm gonna say this is enough progress for today. So on the HUD, we've got, I mean, it would be nice, you know, maybe I'll set up the different speeds. It would be nice to see the different speeds. Maybe I'll do that too. Okay, rounds and then speed, and then I'll call it. There's really no reason to do it. Like, we know it'll work because we already see the sprite changing, so naturally, what will also change is whatever else we want to adjust. But so that is what? On the top UI. This is supposed to be label wave. This is icon wave. This is icon settings. Let's make that 0 for now. And then I'm gonna have that be accessible as a unique name, so I can reference it in code. What did I call it? Label wave. Okay. Drag that in and drop it. And so whenever we press the button, all we gotta do is fetch it from globals after this signal emits. Hopefully that'll be up to date. We'll find out. Label wave text equals globals wave number. Oh, make sure we stringify it. Now I do have to restart the game to be able to see that. It would be nice to just get through all of them to make sure they all work, but we'll let it go. That just says 0, 0 for now, which is kind of boring. Now it says 1. Cool. think I want that to be a split container in and of itself. So that way when it goes between different digits, it doesn't adjust the size. But it looks good. So I'm gonna make this be an H split container. Oh, which is breaking it very badly. Whoopsie. Weird, so it goes all the way off the edge. Really? That's surprising. Oh, I guess that's not really what I wanted to do anyway. I didn't want to make that a split. I think I wanted to add a split into here and put those two inside. That's what I wanted to do. And then make sure that these were separate enough somehow. Horizontal alignment, right? I'm just trying to make it not push. I guess we could set a minimum size. Might work better. Then it won't adjust. Okay, that works too. And then the split container is pretty much useless at this point. So it might as well just be a H box. It's a bit large of a minimum size. Let's try that. Maybe a little bit bigger. I'll say 65. And then I want the alignment to the left. Whoops. Oh, but then it's not gonna space it out quite the way I want. That's okay. We can separate these. How much are the other ones separated? 15? Make sure that's the same. Okay. Perfect. I would just say it's like empty, maybe even like not visible at first, and then it just becomes visible. You know, I can fine tune that later. Wave 1, nice. Now we want to make sure the wave button isn't available. Now for debug purposes, it is nice. I mean, this is going to be tough to debug. A little bit, because it's just going to take so much time to play through it all, but hopefully I won't need to constantly play through it all because they'll all function the same. Maybe I'll have like a debug wave that can have every single type, or I could even just say, hey, fire all level 1 targets, fire all level 6 targets. and it'll just dump all of those. So I can sort of craft my own wave and test that as needed. Okay. We could even have an animation when the wave changes, the wave number could like bounce or something. Okay, cool. Let's add speeds. I really want that. Now that's gonna be a little tricky because I do have to decide on what the different speeds are gonna be. Which, as I'm saying it, I'm actually a little concerned about. I might just want to do like a toggle. Maybe let's do a toggle. I have an idea. So this is like usual wave data. But it would be nice if we could have this wave data change if it's debug mode. So I'm going to say if debug I'm going to say add debug wave data. I'm going to make this a variable at the very top. Add debug wave data. And I don't really want it to be that many waves here. I just want to change the first 6. Expected a colon. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's a fair expectation. Can I assign a new value to a constant? Oh, I made it constant. I forgot. I do want it to be constant. But I don't want to have to change it after the game is done. That's annoying. You know, like, come on. I want it to be a constant, but technically I am varying it if it's debug time. This is pretty messy, and like I know that, but I'm gonna put a print statement that reminds me to change something later. Print change wave data to a constant and remove debug stuff. It's just gonna be easier for me if I do it this way for now. Okay, so that's become a variable. Then we can update this. And so wave 1, I mean 12 is a nice number, but I kind of like to do stress test. What's the most that would ever be there? 100? 250 technically? That's kind of a lot. Because that means for every wave I have to wait for 250 to go by. Which is a little annoying. But that's okay. I can be a little annoyed once in a while. It might even be nice to have different debug tests. Okay, so I'm gonna make this value true, and then run it. You know, I guess it could be nice as well to even choose a specific wave. Okay, there's 250. It's a little laggy. It's kind of hard to tell. I would love at this stage for there not to be performance issues. So I might want to investigate why there's already performance issues and deal with that. It could have to do with like the sprite 3Ds. It's so many. Oh my gosh, it's taking so long. I mean, really, it's not, you know, I feel like there's only so many at a time, at least right now, that's on there. Obviously, the faster ones are going to have more, but I don't think we really need 250 of these at the same time. Dang, that's a long time. Okay, we get it. You're a bunch. Jeez. Alright, I'm changing all of these to 25 instead of 250. That took forever. And then I'm going to restart it. And as far as updating the speed goes, right, so I changed all those to 25 instead of 250. What if it's like faster if I instantiate them instead of object pool? Just what if? In the collectors, I want to add something. Add frame skips to their movement so they don't all run on every frame. What is a frame skip? What does that mean? Oh, you mean physics process instead of, oh, you're right. That's a really good idea. Okay, let's do that. Smart. Smart. Why do process for this? So unnecessary. And then I guess we don't need to do super anymore because it's not overwriting it. This, I think, makes more sense. Oh, you're saying something even less frequent than physics process? Really? How would that work? At a % chance to await get tree process frame? What does that mean? What are you talking about? What is that? A what now? A % chance to await? That's a thing? Okay, now I gotta look that up. GD script frame skip % chance await. Did you just come up with this? Where's this? Stop it. I'm using a different keyboard than usual, and it's just very easy to trigger that with a supposed 3-finger scroll. Right, but in Rustin, there's not smooth movement, right? Isn't everything moving like doop, 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 like that? Whereas in this, I want everything to be smooth. That is a very interesting concept. Okay, so for the speed check, I'd want to set up a get setter on here as well, or just a setter. Set news speed. My little brain can learn. Posted a demo in live chat. Okay. Speed equals news speed. Wait, what was the speed? Oh, that's just the default. I had it set to 8. I guess that's fine. Right? I think it was 8. I actually forgot. Zero? Oh, it got reset. Okay, fine. I think it was 8. Speed, new speed. I mean, that's it. We actually don't have to do anything else. Wait, why would I need a setter? Thank you. It's happening in the physics process. We don't need to get set nothing. It can just change. It's a variable being checked in the process. So we don't actually have to do anything with that. Just kidding. Okay, so come over here. Target to reparent speed equals... Now this is where it's a little tricky, because I do have to... Not tricky, but effortful. I do have to contain the data somewhere about the speeds. I almost kind of want like a separate dictionary for that. I could also just like linearly increase them. Dang, I didn't think about that. Because I already set this up to not be a nested dictionary. That might actually be a different day task. Because I could say, and I think I kind of want to do that, like make this a nested dictionary here, and then we have amount equals, and then this array in here. And then we would have speed, and that equals something else. I think I want to do that. but that means having to refactor a lot of code to get that to work. Because, I mean, the less elegant thing I could do, they're both kind of inelegant. The other thing I could do is have like a separate dictionary called variable wave speed or something, and then come back in here and say wave 1, wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, blah blah blah. But that kind of sucks. I don't want to do that. I think it would make more sense to set that up in here. Wave data wave key. And instead of pulling just this, we wouldn't only want to see so this is saying wave 1 and then whatever is in slot 0, wave 1, whatever is in slot 1, wave 2, whatever is in slot 2. It would have to be something slightly horrible, like level 0 speed, and this would have to be, instead of wave key, we would say amount, and then this would say speed, and then we would fetch. No, this is wrong. No, this is so wrong. No, it has to be a different dictionary. What am I talking about? It has to be a different dictionary, because we're talking about the property of it itself. Such question mark. We're talking about the property itself, not what is in each wave. This is so wrong. In fact, we can contain this on the targets. The targets, just like we have a sprite array, we just need a speed array. Okay. Whew. 10.5 hours in. It be like that sometimes. Okay. So I'm going to make a speed array. And this is going to be a bunch of floats. And so for level 0, we'd want that to be 8. For the next one, we'd want that to be a little something different, so on and so forth. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. So the speed factor changes. How many times faster would that be? I don't know how to do math. I gotta ask ChatGPT. If red has a speed of 1 and blue has a speed of 1.4, how many times faster is blue than red? This is a layup for the other chat. Blue is 1.4 times faster. Oh. Okay. What if blue's speed is it literally just that? Because red is 1, it's literally just it times it. So it's just gonna be 3.2 times faster. Okay. Okay, so then I would just do that times 8. So I would say 8 times 1.4. Is that gonna work? Yeah, that looks like that would be right. Great. Awesome. I'm delighted. Green is 1.8. 8 times... Okay. 8 times 1.8, 14.4. The next one is 3.2. 8 times 3.2, 25.6. $1.8, so that's the same as green. So 14.4. And then 2.5. Oh yeah, I forgot you shared something. It still looks smooth? Okay. I'll try it. What was the number? 2.5. 8 times 2.5, 20. Okay, so that's the speed array. In which case, we do want a setter, actually. Set new speed. Speed equals new speed. Right? No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. I don't think we do want that. Because it's supposed to be when level updates. When the level updates, that changes the speed. So we'd want to say that speed becomes speed array target level. And all we had to do was update the target level. We didn't have to update anything else. Simple. Okay, I'm gonna leave your message up here this time, Dungeon, so maybe don't forget. Probably don't forget. Okay, so that wave, they're all the same. Let's do the next one. That's gonna have the others. They're going faster. They're catching up. Let's go. Spawn more. 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 Look at those yellows. Dang, yellows are fast. Is that too fast? Yellows are so fast. Oh my gosh. Oh, there's the cake. But I guess if you're at that point, you should be ready for it. Yeah, they're crazy fast. So I think this is correct. I mean, it's just a simple formula. It has to be correct. Yummy. Alright, good. Good, good, good. Well, I'm going to turn off the debug, and I want to see them all mixed together. So back in globals, we're going to change the debug to false. Let it rip. I think await pauses the code at location, while the other way lets the rest of the code run still. Gotta double check going off memory. We haven't gotten there yet. Within one day, this game already looks fire. Thank you so much. I still need to change the sprites for everything between brownies and cakes. I've only added the brownie and cakes in there. And then the brownies and cakes, these aren't the assets I'm gonna actually use. I guess I could use them, but I wanna make them. Okay, so then I'm also curious what dungeon is talking about. Okay, this will be the first one that has them mixed together with different speeds. There the blues are racing through. I wonder, oh, I forgot to add in the variety in vertical position so that some of them are slightly off of the path. I guess horizontal position. I totally forgot to add that in so that way they're not all in a line. They kind of are staggered. That'll help with the overlapping a little bit. But also I'm curious what Bloons does. Like the most recent ones. Hold on, now I'm distracted. How does it handle balloons that pass each other? Do they not pass each other? They have to, because there's multiple with different speeds. Oh gosh, this person is doing really good, so they're probably gonna... I'm not gonna get to actually see. Oh, we're still at 0.25 speed. The balloons are gonna come by so fast, I'm not even gonna get to see them. It seems like some of them if I were to guess what's happening, their priorities don't change because they're actually all in a line. The original one has them offset a bit. Yeah, I was just thinking that the most recent one doesn't actually have them going offset. I mean, if then, look, yes, I'm remaking Bloons TD1. That's the main goal. But I'm also setting a personal goal of taking some influence from the most recent one, which I didn't want to do unless it actually saves me work. In which case, it's probably the right choice. But so it seems like the first one that comes out has the highest priority, like sorting wise. So the first one is on the top. Look how it is. The first one's on the top. The second one's underneath. Then the next one is underneath that. And the next one is underneath that. And it just like keeps, if I were to guess, or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe the first one's on the bottom. And so they never have to fight for who's on top. Because it's always like increasing the order every time. Because that just looks jank. Like when they, here, I'll run mine. When they start swapping, and it always happens on a curve that they change, which makes sense because when they change on the curve, it changes which one is in front and which one is on back. So instead of them all being on the same render layer, I'd rather them all be on a different render layer. So that way they don't have to compete. So I kind of like to set that up too. Okay, but wait, what dungeon said? Should be easy to just like slap in if I can wrap my head around it. Stump! Oh my goodness. Okay. I apologize. This is better for functions that run infrequently. Look further down. For I and R plus the await process frames, it means that the spawn will skip that many frames before running the below code. Spawn posted a better one in here. Oh, you're looking for it. I see. Await get reprocess frame for I. The last post is the better code. Oh, I see. If engine get process frames remainder of 2 is set to 0, pipe 1 block. What the heck is this? What does that mean? Colon blah 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 random your 0/1 and its ready function. Okay, I don't understand what this is. What is this talking about? What are we talking about? What is this? So I would just grab this and slap it into blah blah blah. It's the extremely important part. So normally we do, in the physics process, progress plus equals speed times delta. So you're saying to do something like this, you want them to not run on the same frame. So you want the 0 or 1 to be chosen randomly. So this is it? Just this? I've done it. We have 1. We have achieved. I need to pick 1 or 0. I need to pick 1 or 0. For each unit. What does that mean? In its ready function. Oh. But where do I put that in ready? What do I assign that to as a variable? What's the variable name for that? I'm confused. A variable R. Zero pipe 1 is a variable that you pick and assign in ready randomly. Oh, that was like pseudocode. Godot's like, oh yeah, I get that. 0 or 1, sure, got it. Okay. So in here, we would set this to... I mean, that's going to be a little tricky because a ready function isn't going to work in a class parent script. At least I've never gotten it to work. So like if I put ready here, it's not going to run on every single one. Ready has to be in the child. And so if that's... Okay, so actually I see what we do. We just establish it. Never mind, I got it. We're good. So we're going to say... I have not gotten ready to work in the parent myself. Super ready. Screw that. I'm just going to say this. I'm going to say a variable. Frame unskip. So wait, where would I put super ready? I would put that in the parent or the child? That's why I couldn't get it to work before? Or I put it in a child like we did with process. Child gets super ready if both have a ready function. Actually, there isn't a child ready. But I still haven't had it work before. But maybe I did have a child with ready and I forgot that I did. So I'll try it. I'm just gonna say print self name. Let's just start with that. I'm gonna comment out this for now. I just want to see it to believe it. That it's gonna work. I trust you guys, but what can I say? I want to see it to believe it. Okay, so when I run the this, okay, it worked. All right, it worked. I'm bugging. Maybe I just must have had a ready in the child, and I didn't know about super at the time, and so that was breaking it. And I just concluded you can't put ready in the parent. Erroneously. Sometimes you want to run super last. You want super to run last? What? I don't, you know, what's gonna happen? I feel like I'm going to at some point add ready to the child and be like, why isn't it working? I don't get it. All right, well then, here, anticipate it. Hey, by the way, if you add a ready, make sure to add super ready into it. Okay, there we go. I'll get ahead of myself. I'll probably still overlook it, but that'll help me. All right. So ready function. Put this all back in. Do not skip if it's set to like 0 or 1. Okay, so if it's set to 1, we'll create the variable. I guess, wait a minute. Why are we putting this in the ready function? Oh, I see why. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So we're gonna say variable I hate this. There's something so unreadable about this. This is so upsetting right now. Okay. Frame should skip frame. I'd really love for this to be a Boolean. I literally I can't handle this. I can't do it. Don't skip frame. It's too upsetting to just have the number in there. I can't deal. So I'm gonna say in here, create a variable for random bool, and that would be random integer in a range between 0 and 1. You can just do random range 0, 1 for bools if you want. Oh. I forgot that it will interpret it as the integer. Thank you. Dang, what are you guys so good for? Everything. You guys are so good for everything. Okay, so I'm gonna give you guys some consultant credits. Obviously. And I guess I'll give you like a optimization credit dungeon for even having this suggestion in mind. Dang, you freaking crushed that quick. It is. It's hard not to with a game jam. It's the first devlog. Proper devlog. I can't help myself. Expected end of statement, found colon instead. Oh yeah, we don't need to declare that. Okay. Invalid operands int and bool. Oh, well that's not gonna work. It can't be a bool because of how this is set up. Apparently, we can assign a boolean with an integer. Just make it int. You're doing math. You're right. You're right. Ugh. I hate it. I hate it. You're so right. Boolean 0 false. 1 true. I just can't stand it. I can't. You're so right. You're so right. It's just like the readability is killing me. Okay, fine. So now you're saying this is gonna run perfectly smooth, but it will skip a few frames to improve performance. I expect absolute smoothness. I am insane. I am. That looks terrible. Why would I do this? You can see it chugging sometimes. Also, why is it slower? No way, dude. It's completely different. They move at half speed, but half are moving on every other frame. Put it in regular process. It's just to anticipate. I mean, there might have been like a bit of a performance issue that was happening. I'm not really sure. I didn't really investigate it. And then Dungeon just like had an idea for like getting ahead of that and making sure that the optimization is good. Okay, well now it doesn't work at all. Yeah. I should sleep soon. I know. Thank you, Insane. Sleep well. Ugh, super process. Of course. Super process. How do you use super process? Oh, we need the delta. Okay. Okay, so I added super process to the child, the parent, blah blah blah, all that. Okay. Run it. Okay, so it's moving at half speed. It's pretty smooth. Okay, it looks good. You're right, physics process, I could see how that wouldn't line up well. So I just have to like double the speed then? So what, speed times 2? It's pretty obnoxious. I'm like Beetlejuice, say it enough times and I appear. Actually, a lot of people are like that, I've noticed, when you're live streaming. Am I bugging to think that I can tell? Hold on, let me bring this over to the main monitor. Is that just in my head? Or can I tell? I'm a collector, I was over here. It looks jittery. I don't want it to look jittery. I want it to look good. The I run into? Maybe. I honestly can't tell. Maybe it's fine. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna fix the overlapping. I have an idea for the overlapping. And also the shadows, I haven't adjusted the shadow size stuff in the editor settings or the project settings. I'm mostly dealing with jittering time issues. I mean, I don't know, it happens sometimes. Yeah, no, it looks pretty good. I think it might be okay. I don't think it, well, sometimes. I wonder if it's not my, the way it's capturing my screen. I'm trying not to look on the stream, but on my actual monitor. That's a lot of blues. It actually looks really smooth. When a bunch in a row stop at the same time. What does assign sequentially mean? Assign what sequentially? They do get assigned sequentially. I think it actually looks fine. Oh, you mean in the process? What? No, I think it's, I actually think it's okay. I think it's fine. There's obviously the flashing for the Z fighting, but it actually looks really good to me. I think it's ever so slightly less smooth in the movement. But like it looks like they have like a lower frame rate or something. But I think it's pretty fine. I guess I'm a little curious to know what it looks like without it, but obviously things are gonna get weird if I do that. I guess I could craft an alternate process. An after image shader for yellow? What are you talking about? It'll be worse at worse frame rates, but this will help with mitigate those issues. And look, I don't even know that I was seeing the issue. I was just hypothesizing that it could happen, and Dungeon was... So it's not like I don't know that I was seeing actual jittering. We're sort of committing that crime of anticipating optimization before it's fully necessary. Let me get rid of that collector. I'm gonna move it more, sorry. It's harshing the vibe. Collector should probably be over here somewhere. Okay. See, I'm just trying to like get ahead of any issues. Even if I see it the tiniest little bit. Oh, it's so much nicer. Oh, it's so smooth. It looks so much better this way. Oh my god, it's so good. I can tell the difference. It's really smooth this way. I don't know if I can be convinced not to do this. It's so beautiful. It looks so much worse the other way. So it's nice, so we can have that. I can have that in my back pocket for if jittering does seem to be occurring. I can swap that in. And heck, maybe I'll even have like a setting for like if people are having like they want to have like a quality setting. Yeah, performance mode. Exactly. Cause it looks so beautiful that way. And I think I'd want this one to be physics process, which means I don't need the super, but if we're gonna have performance mode to be able to switch, can we not use super if there isn't something for it to super? Or is it okay if we still do super? Oh no, we can't. So that's a little frustrating because I can't just leave super there. That sucks. Physics runs at 60 frames per second. Right, but that's less than process. Regular process at the frame rate and is giving the beautiful smoothness. But physics process is like less often. It's like more regular intervals, right? Instead of like every single frame. So it'll be less smooth, but it won't be as less smooth as our performance option, right? You can do super delta, you don't need the dot function. What? Really? I don't understand. Oh, but it still won't work. That's cool that you can make it shorter. Can I say if performance and then pop that in there? It might not like that. Boo. Oh yeah, it still won't work. It doesn't like that. So I don't know if we really can do that. I'd almost have to have it load like a different type of script altogether. Which I could do. We could have the regular targets and then the performance targets. I think for now, let's not worry about that. And let's just I'll just have this be commented out for the time being. And then again, if there's problems, we can bring in our performance mode. That's still very smooth. That's very smooth. This is still much more beautiful. Is that physics to run 120 frames? Yeah, I guess so. In the editor or project settings or something? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. Oh, you guys were right. In the overlap with that Z fighting, you could see it. Wow! I didn't even realize that. I would look at the frame skip if you did that. What? Would that even be saving on performance at that point? Look. I think it's pretty alright. I think we just got excited about the prospect of overly optimizing. Because I'm not seeing any issues. You know, I might have noticed something because I was capturing the window somewhere else. Because I was clicking on other things. Oh, whoops. Doing that. Looking on my monitor, I'm not seeing any issues. You know, maybe Precipier, you say that I'm always dealing with frame issues, jitter issues. I think I'm just paranoid. Because I've dealt with them before. And I want to not have to deal with them again. So I'm like just really trying to make sure that at the ground level, as soon as possible, this is running as efficiently as possible. And I think it is. I'm just gonna spawn a ton of waves on top of each other. Keep them coming. A lot of students' issues I get is in 2D. Did you just mix the contraction isn't with the word 2D? Isn't 2D? Isn't 2D? Isn't 2D? Spawn. Just slap them all on top of each other. This is great. This is working really well. I'm not seeing any issues at all. I think it's great. There was something else I wanted to do, even though I said I wasn't going to do any more than this and go to bed. A lot of students issues I get is in related. Is 2D related? Oh, is 2D related. Oh, I know what I want to do. I want to have the Studer. What are these words? I want to have the overlapping, the render priority be different. So every time it spawns one, I want the next one to have a higher render priority, so that way they aren't switching constantly. So the target has how do I make phone keyboard bigger? I know. They do be small. They really do. Bluetooth keyboard. I guess I want to do the Sprite 3D. Render priority right here. So that's in flags. How do I access that? Just render priority. So the Sprite 3D we have set up over here. So if I were to come in here and just say Sprite, is that what we're just calling it? Sprite. Sprite dot render priority. Okay. And then we could just say it equals this or that. Bigger phone equals bigger keyboard. That's true. Buy a bigger phone. Just get a tablet. Don't use phones, use tablets as phones. Okay. So then back on the collector, what we'll do is say target to reparent dot sprite dot render priority. Get a phone USB hub and plug a mouse and keyboard in. Yes. Plug it right in. Wait, they have a phone USB hub? It sounds clunky as all heck. So I wanted to increase somehow. We do have the count up here somewhere. Wait, don't we have something like that? I did too. There's a hack you can do at that. What? People will play the phone version of multiplayer games with PC accessories to stomp. That's awesome. Yeah, because Bluetooth is going to be not responsive. So if you can hook it directly up in there, that would be better. Wait, what is the thing that counts? This. Targets in current wave. Plus equals 1. That right there. So we could just assign that to the render priority. Equals targets in current wave. Right? I'm not sure that's going to be in the order I want it to be in, but it'll be something. I actually have USB-C to USB-B Should at least give me a keyboard control. Nice. Hack it. Do the hacking. There's a fake charging cable that actually pretends to be a keyboard so I can input commands into your phone? Oh no. Oh my god. It's kind of brilliant. Did that work? They're still changing their priority. Am I sure that render priority did anything here? Wait a minute. I know, I was thinking that too. Like, that sounds rare. You got some rare stuff there. Okay, so I'm gonna pause it mid-flow here. And let me adjust. And then check the remote tab. Oh yeah, maybe it's like a music tool or something. Because I totally knew that music stuff is USB-B. I don't think I've ever thought about USB-B in my life. No depth test? Interesting. I'm intrigued. Let me make sure the render priority is actually getting set on these. Yep. So that one says 4. So it's definitely setting them. This next one should be 5 or 3 or something. That one's 5. So that's definitely getting set here. If you have a virus-infected device, it's possible to infect your USB devices, chargers, and other devices you can plug into, and it can also infect all devices in your house when Wi-Fi connects. Jesus. Yeah, that's really neat. Type dictionaries. Whoa, forgot about those 4.4. Let's go. Yeah, I did. I'm not even using my type dictionary. I guess I should. I don't even know how to type it. Yeah, I guess I'm worried if I do no depth test, then it's gonna render on top of bullets and towers, which maybe that's okay. I could try it. It just might kind of obliterate priority. But then if there's no depth test, aren't they not going to try to be above or below each other? Maybe it's a 3D thing. Maybe like the render priority doesn't do anything in 3D. That might be like a 2D thing. Uh-oh. Now they're invisible again. The overlap is better. But they have become invisible. Pegasus virus. Being in range was enough to get it? It's messed up. Depth equals -y in GameMaker, but that's 2D. I don't even know how I'd interpret that. But yeah, 2D and 3D can be very different. But it is like a sprite, so maybe it has something similar. I'm disappointed that that brought the transparency issue back. Oh, okay, so if I make that disabled, then it's good. Alright, so while this is better... Curious, what happens if I get rid of this, priority thing? Oh, devastating. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I guess no depth test was it. Right, and then I guess if I want other things to render on top of it... Oh, new instances! Thank you, Dungeon. Thank you. I always forget that. Sorts the depth of the object, so the lower on the screen, the higher the depth. Show the things lower on the screen are in front of the things higher. Oh, that's smart. Yeah, that's 2D AF. I like that, though. You know, the version where it leaves remnants into USB plugs. It's just wild. Why are people so horrible? I mean, it can be fun to, like, hack stuff, but it sounds like it wasn't used for fun. Oh, I don't think it was just that. Removing the render priority set seems to actually cause that transparency issue to come back, which is really interesting. Wow. Okay. But then if we, so we are, that is useful. This render priority thing we're doing here is doing something. It could well be that if it's anything but 0, I might just be able to set it to like 1 or something across the board. And that will work better. Or as well. But now they're not swapping. Which is good. Now, if I was to set them all to render priority of 1, and then comment out that render priority line, what would happen? Depends how your grid works. Yeah. Mouse over no depth test. Okay. Oh, now they're switching. So that does matter. So yeah, we're doing the right thing by setting that render priority. Okay, no depth test. Go ahead. No depth test with the render priority. It's a scaling render priority that makes sure the last one is always higher than the next one or whatever. That works good. So keep that at 0, comment that in. No depth test. It says if true, depth testing is disabled and the object will be drawn in render order. Oh! Oh! So if I just make sure that my bullets or my towers or whatever might cross in front are higher, we'll be good. Excellent. Thank you. That is A-okay. Nice. Alright, I gotta give you a Godot consultant for that. Dang, you really rack up these points. What the heck? Moving along the X and Y and not the Z, then it should still work for 3D. Yeah, it's moving on X and Z. But I think we got a good solution here. I mean, it's still, there is still, the thing is there's still X and Y, Z perspective. So I don't know, it might be kind of weird. But it might work too. Moral of that story, bring your own charger that plugs directly into wall sockets. If you can't do that, get a power-only USB-C cable so no data can be transferred. Nice. That's a good moral of a story. No computer behind the USB port, and there's nothing intact. Nothing's in fact. Yeah. Regular wall charger? No. A wall charger is just like volts. Could you imagine? Nightbot, I better see 6-hour game. I better see your game you want to enter? Oh wait, did I say... Whoops. I should probably... I guess I'll say that I'm... That would be confusing though, right? That would be confusing. Getting gold-plated HDMI to protect from... Wait, seriously? Okay, but... Lee's won't enter hers. Something about that feels weird. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna take that line out. Now that I think about it, we don't really need it. I was debating cutting that line out anyway. Now I've decided. The way I think about it is if it's on X and Z where you are looking, if you go down then the screen, you are gaining or losing X or Z, then depth to negative X or Z or whichever axis it is. Okay. Alright, I'm not, my brain, like, I've been here for 11.5 hours. I'm trying to keep it together to do my game. I don't know nothing about no top, bottom, X, Z, forward, negative, positive. It's not, I'm not computing it. But what you're saying sounds true and interesting and useful to somebody. And I'm glad you said it. I don't have to have something to say to everything. Duh. Come on, Lise, you know that. Alright, so... So I think that's pretty good. You can if you want. Was there anything else I wanted to try to add? We got the render priority switching, and I feel really good about that. There's plenty more to do. But I think this is good. I don't think there was something else. I think I just wanted to fix that overlapping issue. So I think I gotta call it. I can't even wrap my head around the things more to say. Like, I think I gotta go get some sleep. The cat's got the right idea. I think I gotta be like the cat. I think I gotta sleep. Guys, I'm really happy with this progress right now. Like, this is looking good. Now, there's still upgrades. There's still, towers, projectiles, money, hit points, a freaking baby right here. There's so much to still do. But with that said, this is a strong start. I feel very good about where this is starting right now. From where this starts. We got the UI set up. I've got buttons. These don't do anything. They're just placeholders, but they're there. This is where you start placing towers. Drag them on in and drop them. We can start a wave. The wave number updates at the top, right there. It holds all the data for the speeds, the sprites, the numbers of how many things to spawn for every single wave. Everything is already preloaded into the scene, and it gets moved into the path. Started to design some of these things. We got color palette figured out. Thanks, Mortis. I'm very proud of this. I think this is gonna be the best game I've made yet. And I appreciate how much faster I can get this done with y'all's help. I'm gonna be back next Wednesday to work on this more. I will be streaming again on Friday for the 4th last 1 hour game jam. So there's only 4 more left. Next one is the 4th to last one, and there's only 3 more after that. So I'll be back on Friday to do that. If you're here and you haven't hit the thumbs up button, go ahead and like this stream. You might have forgotten to like it. It helps so very much. Join up into the game jam if you haven't yet. We're making Bloons-likes. You probably already knew that. But just in case, I gotta put it out there. I'm sure there's a link somewhere, probably in the chat. You gotta buy my diamond-plated HDMI cable. It's super secure. Won't let anything bad or good through it. Just $999 per meter. Mortis is stuck on Game Maker, really enjoying it. Nice, and really understanding the language. Once I move to 3D, I will be trying Unity or Godot again. Nice. Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, why fix it? I was sort of just trying different ones. I hadn't actually got to Game Maker. Game Maker was next on my list, but once I got to Godot, I was done. I was like, this is the one. Who knows, maybe if I had gotten to Game Maker sooner, we'd be somewhere very different right now. Oh, I'm glad, Mortis. So Sweet Stuff is a main Game Maker. Yes, I agree. Some of your favorite games? Yeah, same. Alright, y'all. Thank you, Pone. Thank you so much. Can't wait to build it out a little more. That's how you felt with Game Maker. Right, so like if that's how you feel, like, stick with it, roll with it. You're in the right place. Speaking of the right place, my right place is bed. Good night, y'all. I'm gonna go there. Hit that thumbs up button. I'll see you there. If you're watching it after the live stream, oh my gosh, I can't believe you're still here. That's amazing. Tap or click in the bottom left to see the last time we did a Game Like Jam stream. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one that's gonna happen. And I hope I see you there.